Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining me today, starting up the monthly coverage of the Cannabis Control Commission hearing. Give me 1 second. I'm not doing a introductory slide today, so I have to manually go share the stream. But thank you all very much for tuning in. As always, the Control Commission hearing is going to start today at 10 a.m. So we're about 22 minutes from the start of the hearing, and you can actually see down on your screen where it says this live event hasn't started. As soon as the commission goes live, you'll see that over on your screen, and I will turn us over to them. It has been quite an eventful month. There's been a lot going on in the world of cannabis regulatory policy. There's been a lot going on in the world of cannabis policy in general on the state and federal level. There's been a litany of movement on a litany of bills proposed. Decent amount of debate on a new federal legalization proposal. I have my personal thoughts on that. Can't say I'm a fan of the freshman Republicans' plan. However, I do think it's important that the discussion is starting to take place on the national level, and I'm thrilled that this seems to be a bipartisan move towards the federal legalization of cannabis. As to today's Cannabis Control Commission hearing, which is, in my opinion, far more important, but that may just be my subjective bias and love of the local regulatory framework here in the Commonwealth. So the November public meeting, you can see the meeting packet up on your screen. We have about 20 minutes. There's a lot to cover related to this month's meeting. This meeting could go from 10 to 3 p.m., maybe even 4 p.m., depending on the nature of the regulatory discussion at the end of the meeting. So if you are tuning in today, do be prepared for a long meeting, but it should be an informative meeting because in particular with regards to the regulatory policy discussion at the end of the meeting, which we're going to scroll through now, that should be very weighty and could have a lot of implications. Quickly, because normally I would go over all the license renewals, I will say congrats to the 5 delivery operators who are going to be approved today for provisional licenses. That brings the total number of delivery operators with provisional licenses to 6 in the state. And I talked a little bit about this on social media earlier today. The delivery operator license is actually tied to the beginning of the equity priority period. So folks will know that both types of delivery licenses in the Commonwealth, the delivery operator license and the cannabis courier license, are limited to social equity and economic empowerment applicants, companies 51% or more owned by those applicants, for the first 3 years of their existence. The thing is, that 3-year countdown does not begin until the first delivery operator is given a commence operation order. The process of obtaining a cannabis license starts on the local level, then goes to a provisional license, then a final license, and only at the very end of that process does a commence operation order get issued. For the purposes of the equity priority period, that means that 3-year period is not going to start counting down until maybe January or February of 2022. And what's also interesting about that equity priority period is that it has a built-in mechanism to be extended past 3 years based on the Commission's review of data as to the efficacy of the implementation of the priority period. In layman's terms, that means that if the Commission, after 24 months of the equity delivery priority period, thinks that that period is not doing enough to engender ownership of licenses by companies owned by individuals from the equity programs, either EE or SE, that period can be extended. So not only does the period not start until January or February of 2022, it can be extended as well. So that's an excellent piece of information to know, and it's also important to note that that beginning of the period, especially if you're applying for a delivery license, you do want to pay attention to when the first delivery operator gets their commence operations order. but provisional licenses are important too. So going back to what I was talking a little bit about earlier, this Section 9, Commission Discussion and Votes, as great as it is, all the licensing decisions, huge congrats to everyone either benefiting from a change of ownership or getting a provisional license or final license. The real policy portion of today's hearing will come towards the end, and you can see under Section 9 there where it says Commission Discussion and Votes. The first 5 or 6, A through E or F, are pretty routine. There will be a overview of the executive director's performance, the executive director's goals for the next year, and then 4 job descriptions. So it looks like there's going to be a new manager of equity programming and strategic partnerships. That's going to be a new job being created. So anyone who's interested, anyone who's been following the commission, if you're thinking about working for the agency, there's these 4 new jobs that the commission's going to announce today. The manager of equity programming and strategic partnerships, the director of data analytics, the budget director, and the manager of government affairs and policy. I believe that used to be Matt Giancola's position. I believe he was promoted at some point over the past year. I wish I knew his new title. I'm so sorry, Matt. I should probably have that memorized. But needless to say, the real insight here is that if you are interested in working for the commission, please do pay attention to today's hearing, because they'll go over these 4 new positions. They'll tell you how to apply for them when the job postings are going up. And hopefully some well-meaning person from the community will end up working to make our government better by taking one of these jobs. But then Section G, H, and I are where we get into the real meat of what should be a very important policy discussion. The first is a municipal guidance. Now, this municipal guidance is broken down into 2 subsections: the guidance for municipalities in general, and then the guidance for municipalities on equity and host community agreements. Now, I think it's important that people understand what this term guidance means here. It's really what's called a sub-regulatory guidance document, which doesn't per se have the effect of law, but it does influence how cities and towns or businesses interpret the law, although it's not legal advice per se. So this is a serious problem. One of the sections of the guidance on municipalities for equity and host community agreements, and those of you who follow me on social media will have followed this a little bit over the past few days. And what I'm going to do is actually take us down to page 259, I think it is, of the meeting packet for today. And then we will take a look at what this guidance says and why it's a problem. So we're looking at now a very long, complex document that tells cities and towns what the commission thinks is the appropriate way for the cities and towns to go about implementing their regulatory, their licensing framework, or their zoning ordinances, or their host community agreement process. Now, this process itself has been fraught with a lot of tension, because local cities and towns, as folks who follow this closely will know, have been abusing in some regards their discretion over licensing of cannabis businesses to either obtain bribes, as in Fall River, or to engage in what's called municipal rent seeking, wherein these cannabis businesses are charged by the local cities and towns just to operate. This system, the host community agreement and local zoning ordinance sort of structure, was meant to make cities and towns feel more comfortable about hosting these cannabis businesses in their town. It has, due to a series of unfortunate events and some ambiguity in the legislation related to the legalization of adult use cannabis, resulted in these cities and towns having an inordinate amount of influence and power that they are in some cases wielding in ways that hurt opportunities for smaller companies, in particular equity companies, to access the market. And just as a high-level overview, the reason why the licensing process in those local cities and towns is so important is because to get a cannabis license in the Commonwealth, one can't just go to the CCC and apply for a license. One first has to get the permission of the local city and town, which requires finding property that is within a properly zoned area, and the cities and towns have complete discretion over how that zoning is done, those zoning districts, which means that well-connected landlords can basically work with cities and towns to design zoning in such a way where only specific properties fit the criteria to open a cannabis business. And that means that those landlords know when a cannabis business comes looking, they can charge higher than market rent, which is a byproduct of regulatory capture on the local level, and something that the Cannabis Control Commission could, if the statute is framed correctly, actually be able to stop. They're not doing that right now, the CCC, because in 2018 there was a very contentious 4-1 vote where Commissioner Shalene Title, the one vote in favor of the commission actually overseeing the structuring of these municipal host community agreements and such, was told that there, by the other 4 commissioners at the time, Chairman Hoffman, Commissioner Flanagan, Commissioner McBride, and Commissioner Doyle, that there was no statutory authority for the commission to actually review the contents of host community agreements. That decision in 2018 to not support Commissioner Title's motion single-handedly broke the entire licensing structure in the Commonwealth related to adult use in regards to engendering participation by smaller companies in the market, and in particular equity companies. If they had listened to Commissioner Title during that vote, none of this would have happened. None of the breakdown would have happened. The local licensing would have been far better than it is today. And I would even go so far as to say the case in Fall River might have never even been able to occur had the CCC been able to have more regulatory involvement in the structuring of host community agreements. This is a complex and long story, but we're almost at the end. So 2018, the vote goes 4-1 against Commissioner Title, and the CCC then does not review the contents of host community agreements. They do one thing, though. They put out a equity guidance, 2018 or so. I don't have it up on the screen, but I put it on social media if you want to review it. That equity guidance back in 2018, 2019 explicitly told cities and towns that they could create priority periods when giving local host community agreements for equity companies. And it was that line in the sub-regulatory guidance document on municipal equity that encouraged the city of Cambridge to create its equity-only priority period. Now, folks who follow this closely, which most people watching this do, will know that Cambridge was sued because of the creation of its equity priority period. And they fought that lawsuit and obtained 3 separate victories, 2 in the appeals court, 1 in the Superior Court, interpreting MGL 94G, subsection 3, subsection A1I, in such a way as to permit local cities and towns to have equity-only priority periods. And you might say, well, why was that ruling even needed? Clearly, they should be able to have them if they want to be able to have them. A medical dispensary named Revolutionary Clinics filed a lawsuit against the city of Cambridge for creating that equity priority period. And in that lawsuit, they had the gall to tell the court that they felt that no city or town in the Commonwealth, in the entire state, should have been able to have an equity priority period unless that equity priority period included non-equity owned medical dispensaries. Revolutionary Clinics even went so far in a motion for summary judgment in August of 2020 to tell a judge that creating a local level equity priority period would be racially discriminatory against non-equity owned medical companies, apparently. They argued reverse racism in a court brief that's on the record. That's what required that court battle to be fought. That's why the victory at the appeals court interpreting 94G subsection 3A1I in that way was so important. And now we come to this municipal equity guidance, the updated municipal equity guidance. What do we find? And we're going to have to scroll through a little bit. We find that the language instructing cities and towns that they were able to create local level equity priority periods has been entirely removed from the document. Entirely removed. After a 2.5-year court battle, fundamental to the integrity of the broken licensing process, as it were, the one patchwork solution to the breakdown in the lack of mandates for local cities and towns to take equity into consideration when issuing HCAs was taken out of the equity guidance. It makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm hoping that they're going to put it back. I'm scrolling down now so we can get to the portion of the document where the updated language is included. And the updated language, instead of saying local cities and towns can have equity priority periods for SEs and EEs, it changes the language. It's a little small, so I'll read it, to say, the legislature requires that a diversity of businesses be allowed to operate in this emerging industry in Massachusetts. Municipalities play a critical role in fulfilling this mandate. And then it has one bullet point. Municipalities that want to encourage social equity applicants should consider prioritizing the review of these applicants over other license types. What? The previous version said in specific detail that cities and towns were already creating priority periods, not prioritized review of license applications, as if, maybe you have 3 general applicants, 3 equity applicants, and you review the equity applicants before the general applicants. No. The prior guidance said cities and towns could have equity-only priority periods where the only licenses they considered for a set period of time would be equity licenses. And it was stripped from the guidance. And I'm going to try to find out more information about this. I really hope that it was a good faith attempt to structure the regulatory language in a way that was accessible to cities and towns. However, I also think it's absolutely crucial that the equity guidance reflect that victory in the Cambridge case regarding revolutionary clinics. Otherwise, that may as well not have happened. And no city or town should go into this process without that context, because otherwise non-equity owned medical dispensaries will go around, and I know this will happen, trying to tell towns that they cannot have equity-only priority periods because of that section in the law, knowing full well they already have 3 adverse rulings, 2 of them from the appeals court. And if you really want to know what I think that Rev Clinics dropped that case against Cambridge because they knew Cambridge was going to litigate it all the way up to the Supreme Judicial Court. And they would have won. Cambridge would have won. And I think they're hoping, they being the powers that be in the medical cannabis sector, that if they can get another town to go along with their interpretation of 94G 3A1I, they won't ever have to get the case up to the Supreme Court, and they won't ever have to get that ruling. But nonetheless, the appeals court judgment stands. Any future town that tries to create one of these equity-only priority periods and faces a legal challenge can point to the opinion from Justice Englander, I believe, or Justice Dickoff. I believe they were the 2 appeals court justices on 2 separate occasions that ruled against Rev Clinics in that case. They're going to look to that. And I pray that they fight to establish and continue to uphold that precedent. I'm not pleased that the Commission's document reflects a seeming unwillingness to include that nuance, and I will have questions about it. Anyway, that's enough of me ranting about something that's clearly close to my heart. Something else close to my heart, by the way, there's only 3 more minutes until today's 10 a.m. Cannabis Control Commission hearing, so thank you to those who indulged me in that overview of the relatively nuanced discussion related to municipal licensing, equity, and HCAs. We're also going to get a discussion on the hemp guidance. I've done a lot of updates about this. This is the final step of implementing what was called the Hemp Survive and Thrive Amendment, which passed back in the, I think, winter of 2020. And that amendment did 2 things. It allowed sale of finished hemp products at CCC regulated dispensaries, and finished hemp products now include hemp flower, which is wonderful. And then it did another thing, the Hemp Survive and Thrive Amendment, which was allow CCC regulated companies like manufacturers to buy hemp biomass and then infuse extract from that biomass into a THC product. And if you're wondering why this is so wonderful, it is because hemp farmers, because of this change, can now charge and will be able to charge higher prices for their hemp biomass, which is how sustainable hemp farming will be facilitated in the Commonwealth. So a huge kudos to everyone who got that Hemp Survive and Thrive amendment implemented. A huge kudos to everyone who I'm sure is ecstatic about the final implementation of it, in particular those people who are going to be selling hemp extract to CCC companies. Congratulations to you. And I'll give a special shout out to Hillary Diane, Laura Beener, Julia Agron, John Nathan. I know I'm going to forget someone. I already can see their face, and I know I'm forgetting their name. Linda Noel, KP Owens. Congratulations to you all. You worked very hard. I remember that H4001 hearing back in Leicester, and now we're here. So huge congrats to you all. It's really well deserved. If you want to read that hemp guidance, definitely feel free to do so. It's in the meeting packet on page 272, and it's only 5 pages, and it's worth reading. There is also going to be an update. I told you Matt Giancola. I told you all Matt Giancola got a promotion. He's now the Director of Government Affairs and Policy. So congratulations to you, Matt. The last part of the discussion is going to be regarding the Social Equity Fund. Now you can see the Commission's legal counsel. It's actually not the legal counsel. It's Matt Giancola sent around a summary of the different bills related to social equity and other legislative frameworks surrounding cannabis. A lot of them are related to the Social Equity Trust Fund. So anyone looking to find out about all the different versions of the Social Equity Loan Fund or Trust Fund should look into this document that Matt provided. It's actually really well done. It does a great job providing an overview of each bill, whether it was refiled, a summary, and then the bill text. I couldn't have done better myself, Matt. So kudos to you. And then it looks like there's also a memo about outreach from the Commission regarding the Social Equity Fund. And then the questions they're going to talk about are whether the Commission should vote to endorse a statement of Commission policy and outreach plan and such. And then it looks like the Commission's going to outline how it's going to actually work to sort of encourage the creation of a social equity fund. And you can see the Commission's very thorough in how it goes about that analysis, and there's a whole plan here. So, and there you go. Then we get to the slides for the meeting. So I'm going to take a look if the Commission is ready for us. They do not seem to be ready for us yet. They do tend to start. I made it happen. All right, everyone. I'll see you at the break. Enjoy the meeting.
I'm calling this meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order at 10 a.m. on November 18th, 2021. This meeting is being recorded. Thank you, Matt, for your producer role, and thank you to my fellow commissioners for joining us today. I have a few comments before we get started and before I review the agenda. And of course, after I make my comments, I welcome opening comments from my fellow commissioners as well. I want to note that this Saturday, the 20th of November, is the 3rd anniversary of the first 2 retail cannabis stores opening up in the state of Massachusetts. You know, the press has made a pretty big deal that there's been a fair amount of coverage, not just of the 3-year anniversary of the stores opening, but also concurrently the 5th anniversary of the passing of Question 4 in 2016. And while the press has covered it a lot and made a big deal of it, my inclination is not to make too big of a deal about it. We all recognize we have lots more to do to meet our legislative mandates, to live up to our mission statement, to meet our commitment of making Massachusetts the role model for this industry for the entire country. So we do have a lot of work to do, but I do want to acknowledge what we've accomplished over the history of this commission. Sean's going to show some numbers, as he always does in his presentation, about the number of licenses, the number of applications. I think everybody's aware, but just to bring everybody up to date, as of the 15th of November, the adult use industry has generated $2.3 billion of retail sales, a pretty phenomenal number. You know, I think on top of the numbers, one of the things I'm proudest of is just how smooth the rollout has been, and the growth of this industry has been. You know, there's certainly been, some things that have happened along the way, but for the most part, it's been an extraordinarily smooth rollout, and I would compare it favorably to any other state that either preceded us or opened at the same time we did. And so I'm very proud of that. I also want to point out, though, that most of the coverage in the press has been around the adult use industry, and that's where the anniversary is. But I also want to acknowledge, since the beginning of 2019, actually the end of 2018, we've had responsibility for the medical marijuana program as well. And during that period of time, the program has grown significantly. We have just under 100,000 active patients. We have taken many steps to make it more accessible in terms of getting rid of the annual fee for a medical card, expanding the ability to use telemedicine for your initial consultation, expanding the role of caregivers. So while all the coverage is about the adult use industry, I feel equally proud of how much progress we've made on the medical side as well. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. I also wanted to acknowledge the new former commissioners that played such an important role in getting us to where we are. Commissioners Doyle, Flanagan, McBride, and Title. I actually was on Browdy last night with former Commissioner Title, and it brought back some good memories of the early days and how intense that was. I certainly want to thank our staff. We have built a great team. They work incredibly hard. They share the commitment to meeting our mandates and meeting our mission statement. And, I'm very proud of the team that we've assembled. And most importantly, I just wanted to recognize the leadership of Sean. I've said before, and I'll say it again, we wouldn't be where we are without Sean's leadership. And so I just want to acknowledge that and thank him for that. Again, we've got a lot to do, but I have complete confidence, certainly in the current composition of the commission, the great staff that I keep referring to, as well as Sean's leadership. We're going to get what we need to done, and we're going to build an industry that, as I said, is a role model for the rest of the country, and I'm very proud to be part of it. Now let's go back to work, but before I get into the agenda, as I said, do my fellow commissioners wish to make an opening statement? I'll just do this alphabetically. Commissioner Camargo?
Sure, why not? Well, first of all, Chairman, you did a really good job yesterday on the show, and I think it's the first time I see you with a tie on.
It is the second time in a year and a half I've worn a tie.
So that was really nice. No, I just want to say thank you. I'm feeling very grateful. It's been 11 months that I've been at the commission, and for me as a leader who understands the importance of building talent pipelines and training and retaining our staff, it is so important to me as a commissioner that we continue to do that here at the CCC. And I think, for me today, I'm really celebrating staff. I know this may be our last meeting of the year. And when you look at today's agenda, it is so apparent all the work and the attention to detail that goes into these applications. I think we've had a record of renewals, which we'll see earlier today, but I just want to say thank you and congratulations to the former commissioners and to you, and obviously to Sean as well for getting us here on this anniversary on Saturday. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to echo your sentiments about our executive director and our staff who do so much to help us fulfill our mandate and get us prepared for today's meeting, but not only today's meeting, but meeting with constituents. And I want to thank them for that. And I also want to thank my fellow Commissioner Stebbins, who graciously invited me to join him on an editorial piece that highlighted opportunities for our veterans in the cannabis industry. And I want to thank our comms team also for assisting with that editorial. I'm pleased to see today the different mixes of licenses that we will be reviewing and under consideration. We have an independent testing lab, many cultivators, and a micro business that is a woman-owned, minority-owned micro business. So I'm glad to see the mix of licenses. And finally, I just want to wish everybody a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. With special recognition to our first responders, law enforcement, and military who don't always get holidays. So that's it. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also just want to pass along quick thanks to the communications team. As Commissioner Roy pointed out, they were really helpful for she and I last week. I also want to thank licensing, investigations, enforcement, all the work they did to get this agenda ready and make sure that we were covering the renewals and approvals that we need to do by the end of the year. I also want to, as the commission secretary, I want to thank Christopher Smith for all the work he has done over this past year working with me to produce the minutes, and also recognize that Sabiel Rodriguez has picked up those responsibilities, and his first set of meeting minutes are on today's agenda. So thanks,
Great.
Sabiel, for his good work.
Thank you very much. I actually didn't realize that that transition had occurred, so I want to just echo my thanks for all the work that Christopher's done over the past few years on that. And Sabiel, welcome. And I guess Commissioner Stebbins, what your term as secretary doesn't have too much more to go. When is your term over? As secretary, not your term as commissioner, your term as secretary.
I think it's on a yearly basis.
It is.
But I'm happy to throw my hat in the ring and
Whoa.
Run a nice, clean campaign to get reappointed.
I have to say, I think you just made Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, and Roy incredibly happy. Okay, thank you very much. Matt, can we go to the agenda, please? Thank you. So this looks like a standard agenda. After our comments and updates, we will do minutes. And again, Sabiel, thank you for catching us up on minutes. We have a pretty typical, maybe slightly longer than normal executive director's report, which I'm certainly looking forward to. Changes of ownership, I think there are 6. As I think as several commissioners have referenced, there are an enormous number of renewals. I think we're in the quintuple alphabet for the first time in our history. And I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that, since we are not planning on having a meeting in December, we've done everything possible to ensure that all licenses that need to be renewed before the end of the year are up to date. And that's a large number. And of course, that reflects an enormous amount of work on the part of our licensing staff. So thank you for that. We have, I think, a dozen final licenses, a typical like 36 provisional licenses, and then several topics for discussion and vote. I will make 2 comments. One is, as the publicly posted agenda noted, we might go into executive session at some point during the meeting today. If we do, I will make a motion and ask for a second and take a vote of the commission to go into executive session. If we do go into executive session, we will reconvene at the end of the executive session back into the public meeting. So again, there'll be plenty of warning if we do need to go into executive session. Unfortunately, I think this is going to be a pretty lengthy meeting, just given the number of things on the agenda as well as the meatiness of some of the topics on the agenda. So it's going to be a pretty long meeting. Therefore, I'm certain we're going to have to take a lunch break, and we'll find a reasonable time to do that. We'll take a break in the morning and perhaps one after lunch, depending how long the meeting goes. But please, my fellow commissioners, at any time if you need a break, just raise your hand, and we'll obviously take a break to accommodate that. There being, I guess, no further comments to open this. Let's get on the agenda, starting with the minutes for approval. And I don't have the date in front of me from our last meeting. It's just blanking. Commissioner Stebbins, you have the date for the minutes from the last meeting that we're looking to approve?
Sure. I know it was, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have that in my notes by now, and I apologize.
The 14th.
I believe it's for
14th of October.
14th.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to ask my fellow commissioners, have you all had a chance to read the minutes from October 14th, 2021? Do you have any questions or comments or suggested edits to those minutes? Okay, then Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please for a motion to approve the minutes from October 14th, 2021?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the minutes from October 14th, 2021 by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. And again, thank you, Sabiel, for this. And thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for your service, which sounds like it's going to go on for a while as Commission Secretary. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Executive Director, are you ready for your platform to do your report?
I believe that I am.
And please go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners, and welcome back to our monthly meeting. The first item I have for you is our normal data presentation. As you can see here, there are 12 applications that are currently awaiting their first review. This is on par with past months, and I think does indicate the efficiency with which we process a lot of these initial applications. There's 34 applications before you for your consideration. There's also 20 applications that are awaiting a supplemental review. Those are applications that we have previously reviewed. We've reopened them for additional information that might be required or missing information. Those applicants have since resubmitted those applications and are now pending before us again. So in total, our workload, for instance, would amount to 32 applications in total. As you indicated, Mr. Chairman, we are close to 100,000 certified active patients with a grand total of 97,881. And to date, with the deadline having passed on Monday, the 15th of November, we've received 817 applications for the third cohort of the social equity program. And so we're hard at work processing those applications. As long as you submitted by that date, we will honor that timestamp and process you accordingly.
Thank you.
This next slide is a real high-level overview of the entire licensing portal. As you can tell by that bottom total of 9,436. However, 7,091 applications remain incomplete or have not yet been submitted to the Commission for consideration. Also, to date, the Commission has approved 945 licenses, which does indicate a significant volume during the course of our history, of course.
Thank you. Any questions? Please keep going. Thank you.
Of those 945 that have been approved by the Commission, here's a breakdown based on license type. Again, I think I'll just go through the traditional supply chain. You have 285 marijuana cultivators, 218 marijuana product manufacturers, and 379 marijuana retailers. An important component between those license types is, of course, the independent testing lab. And you can see here that the Commission's approved 14 of those to date. Of course, similarly, you have marijuana micro businesses and craft cooperatives that do input into that supply chain, and we're just now starting to consider, and before you today, you have several marijuana delivery operators as well as couriers, which are already operational in our system as well. So a lot of activity throughout the supply chain, but good breakdown as far as the volume is concerned.
And just if I could, on the marijuana delivery operators, we have one license approved. As you mentioned, there are several on the agenda for today. Just to be clear, the three-year exclusivity window, which could be extended by vote of the Commission, but the 3-year window starts when the first commence operations is received by a delivery operator. Is that correct, or was
that is correct? Yeah. So in other words, the clock has not yet begun, and it would commence at the beginning of that commence operations, that first one.
Thank you very much for that.
Sure.
Other questions? Please keep going.
This is a bit of a life cycle view of the license process. You see here that there's 124 entities that have either secured a pre-certification, that's for delivery courier or delivery operator, or a delivery endorsement for the micro business that would otherwise qualify. So again, exclusivity being for social equity program or economic empowerment applicants. 94 entities have had a provisional approval, that is that the Commission's taken a vote to approve them. 478 entities have a provisional license, that is the Commission has taken a vote to approve them, plus they have paid that license fee. 58 entities have secured a final license, and to date, 316 entities have commenced their operations.
Thank you. Keep going, please.
This is a little bit of our workflow. As I noted earlier, there's 12 applications awaiting our staff's initial review. As I noted, those 20 applications that were pending for supplemental review, there's an additional 181 that we've reopened that have not yet been submitted to the Commission or resubmitted, excuse me. There's 36 entities that are waiting at third-party response. The third party in this sense is a municipality whom we check with to ensure that there is compliance with local zoning and bylaws, as well as the third-party background check vendor, CSI. There's 34 applications before you, and again, considering the delivery pre-certifications or endorsements, we've considered 1,070 total applications. That's the combined approved licenses and those pre-certs.
Thank you.
This information here is about those applications and how they break down based on priority or expedited review status or their status as a general applicant. You'll see here that 255 entities have utilized their MTC priority status. 99 entities have been prioritized based on their economic empowerment status. 422 applications have utilized expedited review. On the right-hand side table, you see that breakdown as to those 422 and how they have enjoyed that status, how they secured that status. 60 have done so just solely based on their license type. As a reminder, those licenses that qualify for expedited review are micro business, craft marijuana cooperative, independent testing lab, as well as outdoor cultivators. 162 entities have secured it by their participation in the social equity program. 138 are disadvantaged business enterprises as determined by the Supplier Diversity Office. And so that's women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses. And 62 applications have actually secured it based on 2 or more categories of qualification. And then 557 applicants remain as general applicants.
Thank you.
This information here is a bit of a breakdown based on status. So as I've indicated in the past, we want folks to flow downward through this table based on their status as either economic empowerment applicant, which is prioritized, social equity program participant, which is expedited, and the same is true for DBEs. You'll see here that in total, there's been 400 applications that have made their way somehow to the commission, or hopefully through the commission to get to their commence operations, which represents 37.4% of total applications in our system, which is an increase of about 0.7% from last month. So gradual increase, certainly something we want to see continue trending upwards. But again, you really want to see folks advance downward through this table and get to that commence operations phase.
Thank you. Any questions for the executive director before we move on? Please go ahead.
This slide, I know you enjoy, Mr. Chairman.
I do. I love it. I really love it.
It's visually dense. What I do try to do so as to not confuse or just throw numbers at you is highlight the things that I think are pertinent for your consideration. As you noted, the marijuana couriers are operational on our system today. They're in our supply chain and actively participating in it. There's 5 of them that have commenced their operations. To your point, Mr. Chairman, that means that the clock has not begun ticking as far as that exclusivity period is concerned. We do have 74 additional couriers that have secured their pre-certification and then would be advancing to the provisional license application phase. So we're looking forward to receiving those applications. There's 8 independent testing labs that have commenced their operations as of today, which is certainly a trend we like to see continuing upward, as well as those 5 provisional licenses that we're certainly hopeful can advance to the final license phase. I highlighted the provisional license number for marijuana cultivators, just so you can see the sheer volume of those licenses that exist that certainly represents, I guess, potential supply that could hit our market. There's 62 that have commenced their operations, but that number really stuck out to me as folks that are hopefully actively building out their facilities, which is a time-consuming and, I should note, an expensive task as well. Pending applications for marijuana delivery operator license, the 2 numbers I'd like to show you in concert are the 48 pre-certifications as well as the 13 pending applications. So folks are actively getting that pre-certification and quickly advancing to the application phase. There's 1 provisional license that has been issued by the commission. And then, of course, as you noted, there's 5, I believe, on your agenda for today. Advancing downward here on the slide, or in the table, excuse me, similarly on the point I made for marijuana cultivators is that 164, there's a similar volume on the marijuana product manufacturer, which is 120. So again, that does represent a supply chain opportunity. 7 pending applications for marijuana research facility. You may recall that since we've reopened that application and made it available to the public, we did have some pending applications that were held really in abeyance until we could re-release that application. We've reached out to all of those folks manually. We did issue a request for information to allow them to update that application. So in other words, holding them harmless and not wanting them to get into this new queue. And so obviously we're eagerly awaiting their responses. Advancing downward again, marijuana retailers is 176 that have commenced their operations. But again, 165 with provisional licenses, which does, of course, represent those future retail outlets that could be available here in the Commonwealth. This slide, as well as the next, are recently new. The next one is brand new. This one I was able to present to you last month. It does represent cultivation based on indoor versus outdoor. And so what I wanted to call your attention to is that to date, we have 8 marijuana cultivators that are outdoor grows, in addition to the 54 that are indoor. We also have 151 provisional licenses that are indoor. So again, those are folks that are hard at work building out their facilities and getting into a compliance phase that they can demonstrate compliance. But this does break it down based on indoor versus outdoor. This slide is brand new, so I'll spend a little bit of time trying to demonstrate its significance to you. I believe it was Commissioner Roy, you might have requested that, is there a breakdown based on tier? And so we do have that information available, and the pertinent information I do want to call your attention to is, you see the volume here as really spread throughout the entire spectrum of tiers, including 15 that are tier 11 provisional licenses, tier 11 being the largest we offer, which is up to 100,000 square feet of canopy. But a good chunk of those applications are actually smaller cultivation tiers, including 31 that are tier 1, which is up to 5,000 square feet, 43 that are tier 2, which is up to 10,000 square feet of canopy, and tier 3, which is up to 20,000 square feet, has 41 provisional licenses. So that's the prospective and pending queue that could hit our supply chain. This information was a little surprising to me, to be honest. I had expected folks might come in with larger tiers, of course, then start to confront the operational components of that and the build out costs and expenses, and perhaps come in and seek to relegate those tiers downward. But a lot of folks are coming in with smaller proposals.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Roy, for requesting this slide. It's fascinating. Go ahead, please, Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, just curious, Mr. Executive Director, and thank you so much for putting this slide together. It's highly informative. How is there a percentage, a guesstimate of how many have graduated up in tiers?
Sure. The honest answer I can give you is that none would have qualified likely yet, or none have requested and secured it. Based on, to graduate upward, you've got to demonstrate over the course of, I think it's the previous year, the previous 6 months, a percentage of sales, or excuse me, percentage of wholesale transfers out of your facilities. You have to demonstrate a need there. And a lot of folks just don't have that timeline behind them yet to demonstrate that. Some folks have chosen to come in and relegate, and we do allow that, but going upward does require a demonstration of need. Not in a, I want to be careful, demonstration of need is certainly a healthcare phrase that has significance, so it's more represent that those transfers have occurred. I think this threshold is 75%, but I could be mistaken on that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo, please.
Yeah. First of all, thank you. This slide is great. Nice job, Commissioner Roy, in requesting this slide. I'm curious, Mr. Executive Director, moving forward, if we're going to continue to use this slide, which is a great slide, I'm also curious about how many economic empowerment and or social equity licenses are in this PowerPoint. in this,
sure.
In this right here, yeah. Not you don't have to answer today, but I think it would be interesting to know moving forward.
Yep, I think that's information we have, so we can certainly, I wouldn't want to guess today and certainly be inaccurate, but it's information we can absolutely gather and probably denote somewhere. So we'll take that under advisement and figure out a way to best present it. Because again, this is dense and I want to make sure it's not, it might just be that we break it out in a different slide.
Sure.
The denser the better, as far as I'm concerned. Commissioner Roy.
I just want to make a comment and a special recognition to Justin Credible out in Western Mass, minority-owned cultivation, who innovatively are using QR codes to try with more information. And I think that could be the way of the future. And I just want to give them a shout out for that innovation. Many of us during COVID have used QR codes, whether it's scanning a menu. So it just provides more information readily available. So I just wanted to recognize Justin Credible for that innovative move that they did.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments before the Executive Director moves on? Go ahead, please, Sean.
Sure. So I just want to leave you with a note here that there's actively commenced operations 1.79 million square feet of canopy that is, again, actively available for growth and development here in the Commonwealth. The provisional license number is almost 4.5 million square feet of canopy that is prospectively available. So I think that's that's a powerful number that left an impression on me as being just the sheer size and volume of available canopy. And it is something that our investigators do actively measure when they go out and inspect these facilities. What we count is the table or square footage of active available space. So it's not so much your roof span or anything of that nature. It's the actual growth availability inside the rooms themselves. So.
Great. Thank you.
This slide here is a bit about our medical use of marijuana program. So a few points I want to leave you with are that there's 87 licenses that have commenced their operations. Those licenses being vertically integrated, it does represent a full sustained supply chain. So a license allows for cultivation, product manufacturing, and dispensing to patients. A note that I went back and looked up historically just to see comparatively, to your point, Mr. Chairman, having accepted the medical use of marijuana program and transferred it successfully from the Department of Public Health to the Commission back in the waning months of 2018, December of 2018. The December 2018 number of active MTCs with commenced operations was 49. And so our number today being 87 represents an increase in that time span of 38 licenses that have now commenced operations.
That's great, and it's something I really, as I said, most of the conversation in the public is about the adult use industry, but I really want to make sure that people understand we're just as focused on the medical industry, and we're making enormous strides. I mean, that's almost doubling in the couple of years that we've had the program. So, congratulations to you and the staff for that. I think it's really important.
And I thank you. I think it just shows that it demonstrates the Commission's sustained commitment to the medical program, of course. On the right-hand side table, similar data that I pulled from December of 2018. As you can see here, as I noted earlier, there's 97,881 certified active patients. And the distinction there between certified patients and certified active patients is those certified active patients have gone into our medical use of marijuana system and confirmed their registration status and actually finished that process to the point where they are now registered with the program. They would receive a patient card and have the ability to go into a dispensary and purchase their medicine. In December of 2018, that patient count was 58,920. So that represents for us an increase of 38,961 patients during the lifespan of our responsibility for this program. So again, I think it shows the growth of this program. Certainly COVID had a lot to do with that. We saw a massive spike last year in the month of, I think it was March and April. But we've sustained that growth as well and continue to serve patients with both additional dispensaries as well as having those additional certified active patients. So just wanted to call your attention to that lifespan though.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I was wondering maybe in a future meeting we could see a map by county to see where the MTCs are located to make sure that there is adequate access for patients and there are no areas where it is completely devoid of MTCs. Just out of curiosity, if we could see that geographically.
I think I can commit to producing that. I'm sure the staff will have something to tell me about it, but I think that's easy enough. We have that data, so absolutely.
If we ever get back into our offices, I've always wanted to have a map exactly as you requested, Commissioner Roy, of where all the facilities are located, both adult use and medical. So hopefully if we produce for a meeting, as soon as we get back into our office, we can blow it up and hang it on the wall.
Our objective is to have that map as stale as possible as soon as it's hung. So we want folks to continue opening and continue getting through their process. So we won't print it. We'll just update it periodically with thumbtacks or something.
Well, we could just use technology and make it a live map, and we can constantly update it.
We are proud of our technology capabilities here. So I believe that concludes the data portion of our slide here. So the next item on my agenda portion, my portion of the agenda was reporting to the Commission on progress toward the calendar year 2021 goals. It's hard to believe that it's that time of year, that time of season. So thank you for, I guess, your support throughout the year, as well as not that long ago. Again, it feels like not that long ago, having supported these goals for me and, of course, through me to our entire agency. And I first want to just leave you with that comment and sentiment. That is, I did none of this work alone. This was the result of a lot of hard work on behalf of the entire agency. The same is true for the data presentations that you just heard me go through. Is the work behind those numbers is done by our staff. And again, if there's successes in sprinkled throughout my goals here, it's really because of the work of that team. And if there's work that still needs to be done, it's my responsibility to continue prioritizing it, focusing on it, and giving them the resources they need to be successful here. So I just wanted to go through, as you may recall, there's 11 of these. And so I will go through them as efficiently as possible, but also as completely as possible, and attempt to provide some context as well where necessary. So the first goal was to maintain and improve the FY19 and FY20 levels of constituent service and support. I believe I determined you'll see that I use essentially 25% intervals in progress. I didn't want to get too cute or too specific about the presentation here. So the reason I think it's 75% is for a number of factors. One is we should never be satisfied as far as constituent service is concerned. We should always be striving and aspiring to do more and be more available, more responsive, and more complete in our responses. Our staff, though, however, does, I think, a fantastic job. And this year we've seen an influx of both human support, human capital, as far as adding to the ranks of our constituent services associates. My responsibility now is to support that human talent with the services and technology and other components that they need to be successful. That includes things like a rollout of a constituent service or constituent management platform. We have Dynamics. It can be a portal and a tool that we use there, as well as additional, I think, telephone enhancements, so that we can have better insight into how many people are on hold currently. Is there more resources that we can put toward that? Are there certain hours of the day that we're seeing a higher volume of calls, and just get smarter with those resources and invest them wisely. But again, I just wanted to note that we've restructured basically that constituent service operation. We're continuing to add support where I think it's necessary, and that's why I've declared this at 75%. Part of that, though, is because I just don't think we should ever rest on our laurels and consider this a done or completed task. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if you want me to stop after each one, just blow it through.
I'll, I think, pause for a second, see if there are any questions, but I don't see any hands raised right now. So are there questions on or comments on goal 1? Then let's go to number 2, please.
So number 2 is complete rollout of Dynamics, as I had mentioned Dynamics earlier in the first goal, across all of our departments with 100% staff compliance on data entry. So here again is 75%. The reason I'm saying that is Dynamics is rolled out. We successfully deployed the Dynamics tool. Where it still needs work is where I think that that 25% comes into effect, and the staff compliance is there. The tools that they can use within that system, they are actively using. Information is available. They're using it to assign work out. They're using it to leave notes to each other, so that way we're all on the same page. And it's really replaced what otherwise was keeping manual sheets. So we're very, as I mentioned earlier, and not in jest in any way, we are very proud of our technological capabilities. But in some instances, I don't want to be overly reliant upon it or too manual about it. So our licensing staff having the ability to log information and make sure that investigators can view it. Our investigators leaving notes and updating, uploading files that the Enforcement Council can then have immediate access to and review. And it shouldn't matter who has it in their email or as an attachment or on their desktop. That's the value ultimately of Dynamics. Having rolled it out, of course, there's still going to be those quirks and those adjustments that have to get made. And we are actively making them now, to the point where we have a consultant working with us on what I would describe as a punch list equivalent of things that just need to get done. One aspect of that is commissioners need access to this information as well. You deserve to have it at your fingertips. And that way you can see the workflow and workload that our staff is managing and dealing with and capably managing on a day-to-day basis. So to look at the technical language here, Dynamics is rolled out. I think we can check that box. We have a lot of work left to do in making it, enhancing it so that it's most effective for our staff and for commissioners for that matter.
Thank you, John. Any questions on number 2? Okay, number 3, please.
This one, this goal here, I kind of describe as a bit of our open data backbone, and commissioners probably won't be surprised to hear me talk about open data. It's something I'm quite proud of and something that I think we can certainly demonstrate the value and utility of. I'm putting this at 50% based on where I think we are right now and the work that remains. You'll also see here that this goal, which is expand data collection and organization throughout the agency and fully integrate into aspects of commission functions. including policymaking, licensing, enforcement, social equity programming, researching, hiring, through a robust and expanded open data model. Because of that laundry list of things that it includes is where I think the 50% comes in. We're proud of our open data work. We're proud of our culture, that we believe in data, we collect it as often as possible, and we try not to sit on it or hoard it or selfishly keep it to ourselves. We want to broadcast it to the world and anyone that wants to have access to it. We also want to use it for ourselves and be smarter about some of the operational decisions that we're making. One of the things that we're doing, though, is we're shifting platforms actively live right now. And that work has largely gone on behind the scenes. And soon enough, I think we're going to be in a position to roll out a new, I think more dynamic in some ways, but also I think more digestible format of our data. And that work is really, I give Marianne Sarkis, our data analyst and data manager, a ton of credit within our IT department for just allowing us to organize and think more clearly as it pertains to open data. We are using it internally. We're using it to learn about a lot of the work that we're doing. You see products of that as far as the data presentations I can share with you at monthly meetings, but we're not done. And I think what we deserve and what we owe to the public is more additional information in a cleaner, more digestible format. And I think Marianne and the team are capable of doing that. I also appreciate and grateful for your consideration at this meeting, the role of a data director. That speaks to this goal, and also I think our long-term vision of setting up with the right type of infrastructure and the right type of priorities. So 50% here, I think, is an honest assessment that we can always do more. And I think that integration, that transfer, and that migration is really going to help us, allow us to do that. So
that was very smooth, the way you kind of started a commercial to approve the job description coming up later in the agenda. I'm very impressed.
I'm always hard at work.
Yeah, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Mr. Executive Director, do you have, can you give us an anticipated timeline on when you think this particular goal will be completed by?
You'll see that it carries into next year. And so as far as, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but as far as the calendar year 2022 goals, this is one that for me is a bit like the constituent service aspect, where I hope we're never done pursuing, but that migration in particular, that shift, and full disclosure, we're shifting to a Tableau system. That I think is relatively imminent. I haven't consulted with Marianne yet, so I don't want to get too far ahead of her. But I've seen enough of the kind of mock-ups visuals that I know that she's got at least some portions of it. So I would say probably early calendar year 2022.
Thank you.
Any other questions on number 3 or comments?
And Marianne's head might have just exploded if I was wrong, so I'm sorry in advance.
Okay, thank you. Please go on to number 4.
Sure. So this one is a pretty straightforward task ultimately, which is the agency-wide job classification study, ensuring that we continue to implement a proper structure, identifying similar roles across the agency within departments, and that we're built for long-term organizational success. This goal is underway. We have a consultant, Ernst & Young, in-house working with us today. They've been with us for a short period of time now. There's a few things I think I want to just leave you with on this goal. We're doing it. We're actively doing it. And I think you're already seeing some of the results of just our frame of mind and our thinking here. The job descriptions that are before you, again, I guess I'll pitch and sell as the opportunities present, but they're consistent with this work. So you're seeing things across the agency where we've realized a lot of success, we're starting to mirror that organizational structure. So we're really proud of the work that our licensing team does. They're led by Kyle Poppin, your director, but they've also got licensing managers and licensing specialists, and that structure is really successful. Similarly, you have really a mirrored structure over on the investigation team, where you have Noam as our director of investigations. You have a series of investigations managers, and then investigators compliance officers kind of falling within that, the rest of that structure. We're starting to mirror that throughout the agency, and another example being the constituent services operation. You have Kathy as your director, constituent services manager, and then the constituent services associate. So we're trying to bring that work already prior to, so we haven't gotten a final report from Ernst & Young yet. That work still remains, but some of this is somewhat predictable, and we're trying to live that expectation already while this other work goes on in the background. So that's why I've declared it at 50%.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah. Mr. Executive Director.
Uh-oh.
So you and I have talked a little bit about this one in particular, and I would love to hear a little bit about how does this, and I see it's at 50%, so obviously there's work to do. My concern is that I know that we didn't have a performance management evaluation process for staff before. And I know that we have, yearly raises and cost of living. Does that all factor in here? And we'd love to hear where that's at in this 50%, but then also where would it be afterwards in terms of progress?
Sure. So the performance management system was actually a goal. Setting it up and establishing it was a goal for calendar year 2020, and that's really when a lot of that work had begun. And it actually begun prior, to be completely honest. And so part of it coincides with our growth. And I think we're now an agency that is still, despite what feels like a long time in existence, we're still maturing. And I'll touch on a bit later as far as we've added staff this calendar year. So we're building our ranks. And as we get bigger, one of the things that kind of identifies and reveals itself is something going on with our structure. And that's where I think this work really comes in. As far as the performance management system, some of that actually harkens back to our engagement work and listening to our staff and asking them how are things? How are you feeling? What questions or curiosities do you have for us? And give us that feedback. So we survey our staff often, and some of the feedback we had gotten was, I don't know what's expected of me, or what is some of the priorities are continuously shifting, and so how am I supposed to stay focused, or where do you want me focusing my time and energy? And performance management as a system and as a concept allows for that clarity, both on expectations as well as the priorities that are then declared. Your work here today and previously with me, as far as setting my goals, allows for further clarity, because my goals should cascade to each department. And if the staff are not focused on my goals, it certainly doesn't bode well for my success, but it does allow for some chaos to creep in as far as the agency is concerned. So your declaration of goals for me sets, I always describe it to our staff as kind of, it points the ship. And my job, of course, is to get it underway so that we can get there in a timely, efficient way. So as far as I wouldn't count this goal in particular as being a performance management necessarily. I think the structure is really vital, but then performance management folds into that structure of who's supervising my work, who oversees my work. It also frankly allows, and this is I think important to me, and I think the commission agency-wide, for folks to kind of view across the entire agency, what does upward mobility look like for me? What is my career ladder that's available? And ideally, we want it to be here with us. We've been really successful in, I think, recruiting and attracting talent. We want to keep them here. And I think the more opportunity they see to grow and mature, and the more that our performance management system aligns with that of, if I meet my goals, I have a long-term future here. I have a home here. And as well as the opportunity to grow financially as well. We want to create those incentives.
Yeah, no, and I thank you for saying that last part, because I think the key part here is that folks grow, but that they're also growing financially, right? I think
That's right.
this is no lie here. I mean, I've been here 11 months. I've worked in state government. I've worked in corporate. I've seen folks, I've seen staff. We have an amazing team. You all have done a really good job of diversifying our staff, and the expertise that is at this commission is remarkable. And I want to make sure that we keep folks and that we are financially compensating people for their expertise. So thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Executive Director, I just want to thank you also for, as we build out, being mindful of the medical side of the ledger. I had the opportunity to meet 4 new constituent services navigators when I was at the headquarters, and we'll be onboarding or interviewing for constituent services manager. And as Mr. Chairman said at the beginning of our meeting, we're almost at 100,000 certified registered medical patients. So I want to thank you for your attention to the medical side and continued attention to the medical side as we need to.
Okay. Other questions or comments on number 4 before we move on? Go ahead, please, Mr. Executive Director, number 5.
Sure. So we're almost halfway through, so I will bear with me. This next one I think is relatively straightforward. I can surely describe it as build and then go get a budget that allows us to continue meeting our operational needs as well as strategic goals. And then once that budget is secure, spend accordingly. And the FY 21-22 budget cycle is a bit unique, and we've talked about some of those circumstances that we managed as well. I think we managed them as responsibly as we could, which is particularly as the FY 21 budget was unfolding, it was in the midst of a pandemic. There was not a lot of certainty as to what that financial situation would be. We were ultra conservative in our approach, and I will admit and confess to that every step of the way, because it was a responsible thing to do. Not having a budget scenario in place from the legislature, because they were still, I think, trying to reconcile what revenues were going to amount to. We operated with a not quite worst case scenario aspect, but a what is realistic as far as if we are level funded and don't get an additional dime available to us. We were then very fortunate that our advocacy was successful and there was an infusion of resources late or mid fiscal year. As a result, an entire year's worth of enhancements came to us, and it would not have been responsible to spend that much money in that short amount of time. We did end up reverting as a result a good amount of money. The legislature recently reverted back to us or sent back to us with a prior authorization continued to us about $500,000, which does give us a bit of a cushion for this fiscal year. To me, what that represents, I think, is confidence in our budget making, as well as confidence in our stewardship of taxpayer resources, as well as our ability to generate that revenue back to them, knowing that our non-tax revenue as well as the excise tax revenue far exceeds what we cost as an agency. So within that, I did declare this as 100% because as an agency, we continue to grow. As an agency, we continue to pursue our mission. And I think in every step of the way, we've been responsible stewards with the resources granted to us.
Thank you. And you know, while we're talking about your current year goals, I think it's important just to reflect back that this has been a true statement for our entire history. Every year we have secured from the legislature what we've requested for operations, and we've spent carefully within that budget. And so, you know, this is 100% done for this year, but also want to just make sure that people understand it's the history of our commission that I think gives the confidence that you were speaking to about the legislature and how they have that confidence in us. Thank you. Other questions or comments before we move on? Okay, let's go to number 6, please.
So similarly, number 6 is continuing to anticipate and meet all legislatively mandated deadlines for filing and reporting. To the point you just left us with, Mr. Chairman, is that we continue to do this as well. Historically, we've done it. We continue to do it. It's something that's a source of pride of us. We don't miss deadlines, and we're really proud of that fact. And we also are sensitive to them with trying to leave enough lead time and advance notice that we're not scrambling to meet deadlines. And certainly during the early days of the commission, I think we lived in a state of scramble and trying to get a lot of work done, but we also did it. And we learned from those exercises as well. So this is something that's certainly a source of pride for us. Historically, it remains that way, and something we'll continue to do moving forward without a doubt.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Okay, number 7.
Number 7 is that we continue to meet and exceed all the mandates relating to research studies, and that we develop mechanisms to share those findings and expand public awareness with that broad coalition of policymakers, researchers, regulators, and the public, including hosting research conferences or summits. Here, I think we have always historically been, and we continue to be really proud of our research work. It's a small but mighty department that I think puts out a lot of really compelling, thought-provoking information. And I think it's also developing both a combination of first in the nation and best in the nation research. And I think that as a result, we're able to share it certainly across the country with our colleagues and our peers, as well as policymakers, both at the State House, as we've presented and developed those statutory mandates, as well as the general public that might just be curious about certain topics related to cannabis. I think we have produced information that is compelling about cannabis and about the work of implementing and instituting the industry, as well as migrating that medical program over. So we've tried to move the needle as far as research is concerned. My assessment is I think we've been successful, especially around provoking thought. and informing discussions. So my hat's off to Julie and her team. I certainly can't take a ton of credit with this, aside from just giving them and trying to create the space they need to be effective at doing their work. And so that here, the 75% is that there's still more work to be done. I would imagine Julie certainly would agree with that, because I know that she intends to do more work. And as far as the research conferences and summits, the challenge there, of course, is the in-person component. At the same time, through the Cannabis Regulators Association, which we were proud to be part of founding, we're doing that work to create that space to allow all of us to share our research and talk with one another. So that's coming up in December, and something that we'd be excited to host and looking forward to. So I guess it's tardy for today's meeting as far as it'll be done in December, but maybe that's why it's 75%. I'm also a pretty hard grader myself, so.
Thank you. Questions or comments on this, Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I just gonna make a quick comment. Sean, kudos to you too here on this one. I know you have it at 75%, but I know that you're doing a lot of outside work with legislators throughout the country. So kudos to you. Even though you don't talk about it or invite us to any of the meetings, I know you're doing it.
Thanks. Commissioner Roy, did you have a comment? Nope. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sean, am I understanding that where you talk about statutory mandates relating to research, and just confirm that our last report, I think it was on THC concentration, fulfills all of our obligations for research reports in the statute?
That is correct.
Okay, so this kind of essentially frees up Dr. Johnson and her department to continue to be innovative, I guess, in this space as it relates to this goal?
It does, and however, I think what Dr. Johnson and others would argue is that periodic updates are still necessary. So as we collect data, we were the beneficiaries when we assumed the creation of the agency. The Department of Public Health had done a pretty broad baseline study, and I think the fact that we have that baseline will allow us to now track progress year over year. And I think that's exactly what Dr. Johnson intends to do. What that relief will provide, though, is now, I think, a scalable, manageable pace to this. And that's exactly what she's thinking about. And I think that's the right way to go about this. And she's also looking at how do we manage some of that work in-house as far as her department, and who can we partner with on other things, which obviously brings us the credibility of their work, but also extends our reach a bit further. So for instance, data collection is not something that a lot of people are equipped to do. And I'll touch on later as far as external review. And that's something that having experts that you can call upon to give us perspective and share some of that work with is going to be really valuable. So my goal is that she continues that work ultimately and just adds the additional context year over year to it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. Recognize also the work of the Special Commission that was statutorily mandated, and recently their language was refiled by the governor, or in the process of, for the Trooper Clardy bill. So I want to just recognize the Special Commission for all of their work.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments before we move on? Okay, number 8, please.
We're almost there. So this next goal is a 3-year strategic plan to begin the development of a 3-year strategic plan for our social equity program that includes measurable goals and metrics, combines with a robust data collection and tracking of participant success and satisfaction, and then the ability to identify and engage with participants thereafter. So I put this at 50%. A lot of the work that has gone on to do this has largely been behind the scenes, and that work is really certainly developing and building out cohort 3, but also assessing the vendors that we've been able to work with and alongside during cohorts 1 and 2, as well as the participants of cohorts 1 and 2. And so a lot of the work that remains here, and I'm proud of the work that Kevin Sibley has done in his short time with us, and that Cedric Sinclair has done his oversight of that program and that department. The work that we're doing now is really the mechanisms to do that data collection and the ability to collect the tracking of the participant success and satisfaction. So one of the things that we're developing, this is imminent, I would say probably within the next month or two, probably even less than that, is a survey. That survey being of SEP participants, of licensees as well. So we have a lot of licensees that have promised. So we're also looking a bit beyond the social equity program and more to the broader topic of equity. A lot of our licensees have declared their interest in participating. The commission also requires, as part of their positive impact plans, that folks think about this. And so surveying licensees, their principals and owners, as to what their reflections are, in addition to policymakers, then policymakers in this instance being you, commissioners, that is really going to, I think, be a key milestone. That's the sharing of that survey, but also the results that we're able to obtain through it in setting up this planning process to allow us to complete the planning process. And of course, knowing that's phase one, ultimately. We have a lot of work to do thereafter. So again, as I noted, a lot of the work has been behind the scenes. So as a result, it's tough to kind of demonstrate that progress, but I also acknowledge that work still needs to be done. So I've declared this at 50%.
Questions or comments? Commissioner Camargo and then Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Sean, thank you for this. And I think you and I have had conversations. Like you said, so much has happened behind the scenes. And as a sitting commissioner in the social justice seat, I am really excited about this, this number 8, and looking forward to that 3-year strategic plan, because the market is getting saturated. And we need to be able to think a little bit bigger, think a little more long-term, and how do we get there and how do we support our social equity applicants? So I'm all in on this. I know I'm a commissioner, not a staffer, but I'm in it. So looking forward to it.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. So I had a quick question, just in terms of the goal once this data is collected. Is the idea to then release this on the open data platform? Who will have access to the information?
So we're ultimately going to selfishly use it to frame our thinking and identify things that we don't know at this point. So I think the first thing I want to do, and that again, Kevin and Cedric are leading this charge, is ask the questions of what don't we know? And so give us that feedback. Tell us, what do you want to see strategically? Where do you think it should be going? What resources do you need? If you had to do it again, what would you do differently? And so gathering that perspective, I think is going to be valuable for us to just, I think, take that step back and realize that we live inside of this space. So in a way, the risk there is that there might be some blind spots for us. And so I think that's why we also want to survey, yes, commissioners, yes, cohort participants, as well as the vendors themselves, but also licensees, knowing that we want this program, this is the program itself, the social equity program, to be successful as a pipeline for folks to identify talent themselves, as far as if you're interested in working in the industry. Our ability to do that is, how can the program serve those needs as well? Ultimately, we want to broaden the scope, and you'll see in my draft goals for 2022, I think this should be bigger than just the social equity program itself, though. And so I think that survey is intended to really guide. I describe to our staff as kind of training our eyes on a bigger horizon of, let's look up and think about how can we establish equity in the industry. So the survey results, I don't know if it would be right for an open data platform. I think it's certainly compelling from a public interest standpoint, though, of what do we know?
I think at the very least, in terms of measuring success, it will be helpful to know the number of participants who are operating and have, are licensed and operating. I think that data set, I mean, without going into the other elements of the data that will be collected, that's what would be helpful.
Yeah. And also really quickly too, even the ancillary services, right? We've been talking about this since we first got here. So I think that, we're not even there yet with ancillary services. So I think being able to track that and see where folks are at, because not everyone's going to come into the industry opening up a retail space or delivery or a lab. There's still room in the ancillary services. So I think it'll be great to see that.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Executive Director, can we move on to I guess we're on number 9 now.
Sure, and just to close the comment on it, and Commissioner Camargo, I agree with you that, so tracking success is, we have data today. We can track if an SAP participant becomes an agent. We can track if an SAP participant becomes an owner or licensee. That ancillary component is massive, and I think that's why the surveys are really powerful, of knowing that success is really subjective for some people, and I think we want to be sensitive to that. So number 9 also speaks to a point you had made earlier as far as the performance management process and that cascading goal. So I put this at 100% because we are in the midst of, we've rolled it out. It is deployed right now. I conduct this process for the staff that reports to me. They conduct that process for the staff that reports to them. It does include things like the setting of goals, setting of departmental goals, as well as the setting of personal goals, also the setting of professional development goals. And that is really a mutual discussion between the manager and the employee. Where do you want to go and how can we help you get there? It also includes things like a mid-year check-in. Where are we at? What's our progress? Do we have to reassess some of this? Did something else come up as far as the priorities that allowed you or disallowed you to actually tackle those goals? So I find it to be really engaging. I find it to be really productive. And at the end, it does have that incentive process of performance increases as well as COLA. So I think it meets all of those objectives. And it's something that we have successfully rolled out. We're also in the middle of our first year, so there'll be iterations to this and we'll learn from it. But I think this is something we've sincerely embraced, and I give a lot of credit to our HR department, specifically Erica White, our Chief People Officer, for pulling this off and getting the agency lifted in this direction.
Thanks, John. Commissioner Roy.
And I apologize, Mr. Executive Director, but my question is back to number 8.
Sure.
When you send out those surveys, I'm hoping we can also include a survey about what's working in the PIP plans. So if we could survey whether it's mentorship program, expungement clinics, incubators, mentorships, if we could get a grasp on what has been working in the PIPs, that would be of interest to me to hear that.
I will bring that to the team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments on number 9 or questions on number 9? No, it's all right. I have no problem with going back to number 8, but let's go to number 9 now. Okay, let's go. I think you have 2 more, Sean, if I'm correct, 10 and 11. So
Yes, 10 and 11. So these are the final 2 slides, or final 2 goals, excuse me. So number 10 is utilizing the results of our employee engagement survey to look at structural change, if necessary, organizational change, strategic change. And the operative phrase I've put here is where necessary, because I was ultimately very pleased with the results of our first employee engagement survey. It revealed that our staff they enjoy the work that they do. They find meaning and value in that work. And so I don't always look at change as being necessary, or in fact, it could be preservation of an environment. It could be preservation of a culture. And that too requires work. So it's not as if just take it for granted and don't do anything. Instead, it's then let's fight and scratch and claw to maintain what we have, especially as we continue to grow and introduce new personalities, new people into that culture. So here we've done some of those things. I think one of the ultimate findings was what is required of me, what is expected of me. Performance management assists with that. What does upward mobility look like for me? This feels somewhat flat. I don't know where I can go with my career. The job classifications that I think is responsive to that. So I declared it 75% because, again, I think kind of harkening back to my earlier comment around constituent services, employee engagement for me is something that lives. It's not something that we ever consider done. So again, I may be too harsh to myself. I don't want this to reflect the work of staff. It's me trying to hold myself accountable for preserving this and fighting for it.
Thanks, Sean. I agree with that, by the way, and thank you for that mindset. Any questions on this goal? Okay, and move on, please, to number 11. I will say, actually, Sean, I'll take you off the hook here. I don't know that you should grade yourself. I think we should just ask the commissioners how they feel that you did against this one.
To your point, Mr. Chairman, I guess this might sound arrogant, but I think we've successfully onboarded the 4 brand new commissioners we've introduced this year. We've welcomed this year. The fact that you're logged into the meeting and able to participate, I think, is what I use to check the box on this one. That said, the area that I have focused on, because I think the onboarding process, for starters, I think 3 of you joined the commission in relatively short succession, and I think our staff was excited to welcome you and really try to get you up to speed and share with you all the work that they do here. And I think they're all very excited by it. And then Commissioner Roy, we were able to welcome you shortly thereafter as well. And it allowed us to, I think, learn from that first exercise, make targeted improvements on things that the feedback from the previous 3 commissioners, we evolved that process. And I think we also did it in relatively short order just because the commission does meet monthly. And so we wanted you to be active, full participants in these conversations. The piece that I tried to focus on was really on my management of the staff and allowing them and allowing for that collaboration to occur. It was actually based on feedback of departing commissioners saying, I wish I had more opportunity to engage with our staff. I wish I had more opportunity to collaborate with our staff and really be part of that team. At times it felt like there was just this firewall. And in some cases that's absolutely appropriate. I've really tried to get out of the way in some instances and make sure that staff are readily available to you, allowing you, I think, first off to see their talent and their expertise, but I think also facilitating that collaborative environment and spirit, which is ultimately back to the employee engagement process of what's our culture here. So I tried to focus less on the onboarding machinations and more on the collaborative spirit. So hopefully you found that. But again, I don't want to be too arrogant. I did put it out 100%, but the fact that you're here and there's
Do I hear any counter offers on what the grade should be? Commissioner Stebbins.
Well, first of all, I appreciate the executive director setting the bar pretty low to get himself an A, but I do want to just commend him for really, as he just pointed out, about breaking down those walls, breaking down those barriers of communication between staff and commissioners and the team and commissioners. I'm still trying to encourage some staff to save some typing time and not type out my full title in a Teams chat, but we'll get there. But I definitely appreciate the opportunity to work with everybody deep into the teams, just not with department heads, but obviously with members of the team throughout the organization. So if that's a measurement, I would certainly give him an A in terms of helping to break down those barriers.
Commissioner Roy.
I'll even give him an A+ because
Sean's head is already quite large, in case you can't tell from the screenshot. And now you're.
Oh, honestly, I can say personally, the onboarding experience was everybody was amazing and welcoming and full of institutional knowledge that they were willing to share with me and their expertise. And the staff is really incredible and hardworking and dedicated. And then I'm going to give a shout out to Celia Williams, who called me late in the wee hours. She was up working late and I was up working late. And so we have a really dedicated staff. And I just want, that's a testament to Sean's leadership.
Thank you. Other comments? Commissioner Camargo. Oh my gosh, she's got that smile on her face, which means she's about to toss a bomb, I think.
Wow, listen, you got to be careful because perception becomes reality. No, I want to say, and this is really for the viewers, I've said this in public events, there's no manual to being a commissioner. The training and the onboarding that we have received as commissioners has been very helpful. And I just want to say, again, Sean, thank you, because I ask a lot of questions. I am not shy. I'm very vocal. And I feel like that's how I've been able to sort of understand the commission, understand this job, and to be able to put policy forward. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to, echo Commissioner Stebbins's comments about sort of breaking those barriers, because I've been in places, and this is a different role for I think a lot of us, but being able to have that direct contact with staff, building those relationships has been very hard because of the pandemic, right? So I think that being able to just break those barriers, have conversations, when we did our diversity guidance group, it was the first time that for me as a commissioner, I think Commissioner Stebbins, we were able to learn how staff functions, learn what's on their plate, what is their capacity, what is their expertise. And it's really important for me as a commissioner, I think everybody will agree here, unless we know staff's expertise and capacity and how to manage and how to interact with them, we can't do our jobs. So I want to just say thank you to you for allowing that and us having those open lines of communication. And one thing I would say, and this is to the public, is I've said this, if anyone is interested in being a commissioner, because we won't be here, we all have 5-year appointments, right? Let us know. I have now 4 people who are interested in being future commissioners. And I'm going to send all of them a Robert's Rule of Order as part of our onboarding. But there's a lot to learn as a commissioner, and I really, really want to say if there is anyone out there who's interested in being a commissioner 4 or 5 years from now, please reach out to us. We are happy to give you details on how to do this, because the onboarding that has happened here has been amazing, remarkable, and I'm very grateful. And just thank you, Sean. I just wanted to say that it's our last meeting, so I got to get it out.
Commissioner Concepcion.
I'll sort of just add on to a lot of what's already been said, but to start off, becoming a commissioner is one of the steepest learning curves I have experienced. But the team here, the executive director, have been phenomenal, and we're continuing to learn. I'll speak for myself. I feel like every time, every month, every week, just about, we're learning so much new information, but we have a staff that are experts, that know what they're doing, are very competent, and always available to assist. So I just want to thank the team here, because, you know, just preparing for today, yesterday, I think I had about 8 different meetings with different staff members, and they were just really, really helpful. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to argue against the 100% A plus. I mean, I think there's a little bit of grade inflation going on here, but I'm not going to argue against that. I will, however, point out I am still waiting for my onboarding, and I'm just curious if that's going to happen at some time, Mr. Executive Director.
I believe when you were appointed, the comptroller was the staff of the agency at that point.
Comptroller's staff was the staff of the agency, correct?
Right. So I would advise you to take it up with them.
Thank you.
We do have the materials. I'm happy to send them.
Just for context, so good. I'm sorry, Commissioner Camargo, did you have another comment?
No, I said send them a book.
I said Robert's Rules of Order, right? So for context, later on this meeting, we're going to do 2 things that build on what Sean just went through. One is start the dialogue about Sean's goals for the coming year, 2022, and we've got a draft to discuss, review. We can either, if we're comfortable with it, take a vote on it today, or perhaps there's some suggestions we'll make and ask Sean to go back and take another iteration. But we'll start that process today, and then based upon the leadership of Commissioner Stebbins, we'll also articulate and make a decision on how to conduct performance reviews for Sean. I mean, I think he, in goal number 9, said the process for performance management is in place for the entire staff. That is true, except for Sean. We've had kind of an ad hoc approach to this in the past. I think, again, with the leadership of Commissioner Stebbins, he's got a proposal to make that far more disciplined and consistent with the performance management process that we have in for the rest of the staff. So that'll be on the agenda later on today. Mr. Executive Director, how much more time do you think you've got? You've been going for over an hour. I wanted to see whether you needed a break. How much more do you have covered, do you think, in your report?
I've got just a few additional slides relative to organizational-wide updates, which I can get through in pretty short order.
It's up to you. Would you like to take a break, or do you want to just pass through to the end?
I'm content to motor through if you're
Go ahead.
So thank you for that. I think allowance just to go through that process. Few updates here that I just want to call your attention to, and I'll start with not one of the items that's on the bullet points here, but just to provide context to the work of the agency and the work of the staff in particular. The staff didn't just focus on those 11 things. And I think that's obvious. I think that's pretty clear. I didn't focus on just exclusively those 11 things. We did a lot more throughout the course of this calendar year, in particular, and again, kind of coinciding with the timeline of these goals. And I just wanted to call your attention to some of those things, if you'll just give me a quick moment to do that. I noted that we hired and onboarded, it was actually 19 full employees, including some chief and director level roles, including introducing a new Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, the Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach. So those are roles that we brought in and introduced to the agency that I think are already paying dividends and folded into the fabric of what we do. A key task and charge and project that I did not note in my goals, because it certainly wasn't included in there, that's not to suggest it should have been, it's more just absorbed by the agency, is we implemented the regulatory change that was promulgated in January. We also posted those regulations in Spanish and Portuguese to make them more accessible to folks. That included adult use deliveries, which did not exist the year prior. Now we have couriers and a micro business that's operating. We also introduced 84 additional adult use retail stores, 40 more cultivators, product manufacturers, micro businesses, and transporters. We've onboarded and commenced the operations of 5 independent testing labs, as well as 13 medical marijuana treatment centers. Behind the scenes, we were subject to 2 different audits, actually 3 total audits, 2 of which were complete and identified 0 deficiencies. One was by the Comptroller's Office for our use of procurement cards, and one was by the FBI for our use of the fingerprint access. And we're still having the State Auditor's Office work through and assist us with our agency, and we're under that review right now. But to find no deficiencies is something we're certainly proud of. We launched our new website, which does include the open data components, but also we think is more responsive to patient and constituent and licensee needs, and just organizes all that work better and more completely. We worked with MDAR and hemp, as later on in your agenda you'll see. That certainly was not anticipated at the time, but it's something we just reacted to. Some other behind the scenes things I think we tried to do were a new licensing certificate that now merges the adult use and medical use programs. We brought in and revised guidance documents, including guidance on hemp, diversity plans, municipalities, equity and host community agreements, which is before you today, as well as the testing protocols were updated. We drafted FAQs for delivery, the social equity program, the medical program. And we standardized, we think, at least the public meeting process that we're experiencing now and all the other COVID related things. That's a very condensed list. The list is actually much longer of the accomplishments, so to speak. But I just wanted to add context of, it wasn't as if we sat back and worked on 11 things. We did a whole host of other things as well, and we're really proud of it. But again, that's the work of your staff that they've done, and something to be proud of. So thank you for the allowance to tangent a little bit, but that context I think is important for you.
Thank you.
More work, which is that our license applications are now available on the Commission's website. They have been historically. I think the work I want to call your attention to is that since January, this year, we've added, I think it's about 1,500 license applications to our website, which is the disclosure of those applications and all the application materials. It's something we do at renewal as well as the provisional license phase. We are up to date through September's public meeting. We expect to be up to date, period, by January. So the work that goes into that is ultimately producing those applications. We think it's valuable from a public disclosure, public interest standpoint. We also, for us, it's something that's responsive to, we want to make this information available to the public. They shouldn't have to submit a public records request for that information. So we want them to proactively have it accessible to them. So the work of our staff, particularly our licensing department, as well as our legal department and our communications department, in collaboration there. So just want to call your attention to that update. It's something that they've been working on for a number of months to just get up to speed and up to date on. The advisory board was able to meet on Monday, October 25th. It was a general update. We had some new members that we introduced, and it was certainly great to welcome them to the advisory board. We'll meet again after the first of the year. We're trying to meet quarterly as a good habit. And certainly we're asking the advisory board subcommittees to meet in between and conduct their business, and also really grateful to the commissioners for your liaison approach to those subcommittees. This is an FYI, I just wanted to call the public's attention to it. I was speaking recently with our constituent service associates, and one of the questions I posed to them is, what are people calling about and what are people asking? And they flagged this issue for me, so I wanted to just call your attention to it, but use your meeting as a platform to speak to the public. When you're renewing your registration with the medical program, there's 2 steps. One is to certainly update your certification with your provider, your healthcare provider. So it could be a doctor, a nurse practitioner, or a physician assistant. After you're done with that, the provider may communicate with you that you're all set. See you next year. And there's a natural human reaction to that is, then I'm all set. There's nothing left for me to do. But in reality, you must go into the medical use of marijuana program or software and renew that registration as well. And so some folks are not taking that second step because as they hear that they're all set, they can leave the provider's office, they make an assumption. And what they'll find out shortly thereafter is when they go to present at a dispensary, their registration has unfortunately expired. So then they call and they talk to us and we can reconcile and work them through it. But I just wanted to be proactive and offer them an FYI that you do have to take that second proactive step. And we'll work on other ways to communicate this to patients and providers to update that language, and also make sure that providers are able to advise patients properly as to what next steps are in fact required. I just wanted you to know about it, and also for patients and providers to be aware of that circumstance. And lastly, Commissioner Roy, you mentioned this, I had the privilege of chairing the Special Commission on Operating Under the Influence and Impaired Driving. We did report back at the waning days of 2018, and I think we actually reported on New Year's Day of 2019. And Governor Baker recently refiled that legislation based on that report as of last week. So grateful for him to raising that issue again and continuing that effort, and just wanted the commission to be aware of that development as well.
Thank you. Okay.
Again, just trying to give you some insight into what is going on around the agency. We have a request for information, an RFI out there on seed to sale tracking. As you know, we use Metric today. They're our vendor. We did put out a request for information to learn as much as possible about that marketplace and seed to sale tracking, how the market has evolved in our now 4 years in existence when we first procured that vendor and that software. So this RFI it's not a binding procurement. It doesn't intend to contract at the end. It's really a learning exercise for us to understand capabilities, asking the market to help us learn as much as possible. So that does close on December 13th, and we'd be grateful for any information that folks are able to supply us. As I mentioned in the context of Julie, Dr. Johnson's research and her ongoing desires to get into a more routine, predictable, manageable pace, we are looking for an external review panel, someone that we can assemble to review our research and give us that ability to outsource some of the review to make sure it's sound. And we're especially looking for a diverse set of practitioners that we can rely upon. So that provision, that bid closes on January 14th of the new calendar year 2022. The next few slides are about the social equity program. So as I mentioned, we have 817 applications for cohort 3. That deadline closed on the 15th. The extended deadline closed on the 15th. We will review those applications, and once you're accepted, all of those benefits, including access to license types, that accrues to you immediately. So as it's a rolling basis, as we get through your application, if everything's there and we can process it, once you're accepted, you are in. Congratulations. And we will then introduce you to all the benefits that come along with it. Of those, Commissioner Roy, I believe, has a question.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Roy, I missed that. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Could you just share with us how helpful it was that we extended it as a commission by 2 months? And did you know, I don't know if you have a number or a guess of how many more applicants we were able to get in that extended window?
Sure. The best guess I can give you based on the month-to-month breakdown is it probably resulted in several hundred additional applications coming in. The value, though, that I think also extends there is of that initial, let's say we started at 500 prior to the extension being authorized. Some of those applications were also reopened because they were missing information. It allowed us to conduct several workshops. It allowed us to bring folks in and help them perfect their application to the point where they, absent that workshop, they might not have been approved. And so hopefully we're able to move the needle on not just getting applications in, but improving the quality of those applications such that we could actually accept them into the program. So it's really a two-found: volume plus the quality of that application. And they were able to do that in several instances. And the other point I want to leave you with for that period, how we used it, speaking to the agency and the quality of our staff, our licensing specialists are experts in systems and process, and they were able to come over and help Kevin and several others in processing those applications and lending a hand, so to speak, in that process. And they're still there doing that work today. And so it's something I'm obviously grateful for their willingness to do that, but also I think it just speaks to the camaraderie of the agency too.
So just to piggyback on that, so then as a commission, should we consider keeping that size window open moving forward?
I think that's a fair consideration. Sure. I think at this point, once we tackle those applications, I think there will absolutely be a Monday morning quarterbacking or a postmortem on how was this experience, what did we learn from it. We've done that after each cohort as well. So I think that's a fair consideration, absolutely. And the other aspect is just making sure we get those workshops scheduled and coordinated in a timely way. So, which we did here, just a process enhancement we provided.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, just quickly, I just want to also just, this is not an endorsement of any company, but I also do want to thank outside partners, Elevate Northeast, who helped us with workshops and community outreach. Prince LaBelle actually set up a website specifically for people who needed help in filling out their application. So I've heard a lot of really positive feedback. And I believe the folks at Vicente Cedarburg were part of the workshop a few weeks ago and were really able to answer a lot of questions for many participants online. So, you know, we've always said that this is gonna be the CCC plus partners. And, you know, we're grateful for, you know, partnerships and those who want to help on the outside. So just wanted to mention that.
So I'm going to apologize to my fellow commissioners in advance for doing this, and to Sean as well. I'm just cognizant that we have a really long agenda.
Sure.
And so if we can get through the last part of your presentation relatively quickly, obviously, if any commissioner has a question or comment, please feel free to do so. But if you could kind of help us out in terms of trying to get through this so we can get to the next parts of the agenda, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead, Sean.
I can do that. So I guess, Matt, that's also a message to you to be ready for quick advancement here. 2 items here. 519 have been reopened for additional information. 276 have been approved. So that 519 is likely to decrease with the approval picking upward, hopefully. So this is a breakdown of total applications. So of the 817, I believe it was, 434, 53% identify as Black African American, 138 or 16.8% identify as Hispanic, Latinx, or Spanish, and 18% and 154 identify as white. The vast majority, 649 or almost 80%, are seeking the entrepreneur track. Again, total application breakdown based on gender, 67% identify as male. Farmer status, the large majority, 92%, do not identify as farmers. And again, similar, 773 or 94% do not identify as a veteran. This slide here is of the approved participants, so that smaller number. 50% identify as Black African American, 13% identify as Hispanic, Latinx, or Spanish, 25% identify as white. 85% are pursuing the entrepreneur track. And again, that's the approved participants in the program for cohort 3. As far as gender breakdown, 72% identify as male, 92% do not identify as a farmer, and 95% do not identify as veterans or as a veteran.
Thank you.
That's the SAP.
Any questions on those data before we move on? I think this is the last slide we've got, John, is your hiring.
Yes. Yep.
Any questions on the demographics of the social equity of the 3rd cohort? Thank you. Then please go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
Sure. So this is the last slide, as you indicated. This is the hiring update as far as activity and where we are in the process. So we were able to onboard and welcome a new associate enforcement counsel earlier this week as of Monday. We are in the final stages of identifying an executive assistant here at the agency. We are screening and interviewing for the roles of constituent services manager, desktop support analyst, and director of testing. So those are in the interview stage. And we have 2 active postings right now on our website, which is another associate enforcement counsel, which closes on the 29th of November, as well as the investigations and enforcement assistant, which closes, I believe, tomorrow. So those are posted. If anyone's interested, if you know of anyone that would be interested, I would encourage anyone to apply, and we look forward to assessing their ability to join our team.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. Let me ask, are there questions either about hiring or any other questions or comments that you, my fellow commissioners, have for the Executive Director before we move on to the next agenda item? Then I want to thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I think that might have been your longest report, history to date. So thank you. I thought it was incredibly informative. The new slides I thought added extraordinary value. So I appreciate your work and the work of staff to get those done. So thank you very much. I'm going to suggest it's 11:31 before we start the next part of our agenda, which is the licensing part of the agenda. Why don't we take a 14-minute break, if that works for everybody, and we'll reconvene at 11:45. Is that all right with everybody? Okay, then we are in recess until 11:45 a.m. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Grant Smith here. You can see the commission's on recess until 11:45. They happened to go on recess as I was getting some water, so forgive me. We can go back to looking at a little bit of a preview of what the commission's going to be up to after the break, and I think that it is in some ways important to understand what exactly the commission's going to be talking about, because this is going to be a long meeting. This is Grant Smith Ellis talking, by the way. I'm going to switch over to myself on screen in a second here, just lagging a little bit on the computer. But it's important to understand what the commission's going to be talking about. So the commission just finished its executive director's report. Now, that was the longest report that we've seen all year. And the reason for the length of that report is, of course, this is the last Cannabis Control Commission meeting of the year. So I'm going to take us back in the agenda packet to show what the commission's going to talk about after its licensing section, because if you watch these commission meetings a lot, the licensing portion of the meetings tends to be the longest. But what happens right after the licensing portion ends, licensing being changes of ownership, renewals, provisional, and final licenses, is the regulatory policy discussion. This month's regulatory policy discussion is actually extremely important for a number of reasons. One, it's the last regulatory policy discussion of the year. And two, the topics being discussed are all really important, and they actually need some updating based on feedback from the public. So, first, a review of what we saw so far in the meeting. So, as always, the commission begins its monthly meeting with an overview from the executive director. This month, the executive director provided a really good insight into not only the regular topics of discussion, licensing data, chart breakdowns of where applicants are in the licensing process based on type and equity status for a number of licenses, but because this is the end of the year report, the executive director also went in depth on his metrics for measuring his success towards his goals over the past 12 months. Now, this executive director's report is the same as every year. I think it's normally at the November meeting. For those of you who do not know, there will be no broadcast next month because the commission does not meet in December. So this is actually the yearly wrap up, and you'll have to forgive me, those of you who are watching since the pre-show. I did not actually mention that because we dove right in to the discussion about the guidance and other really important topics when we began today's show, or broadcast, that is. But it is important to note that the commission's final meeting of the year is today. And so the reason why we all just watched an extended, almost hour-long executive director's report is because the executive director was spending time conveying information in depth about his metrics over the past year. Now, metrics in that regard in particular refers to the agency's ability throughout its many divisions to implement its strategic goals. And you may have saw, if you were watching closely, that those strategic goals are measured across 9 categories. And those 8 to 10 or 12 categories always have room for improvement. So not only is the executive director being measured on the ability of the agency as a whole to meet progress towards those goals, which I highly recommend looking into, but commissioners also have the ability to shape those goals throughout the year, and those discussions can oftentimes be some of the most fruitful that the commission engages in. For example, very famously or infamously, it was Commissioner Jennifer Flanagan in the summer of 2020 who got into a protracted debate with then Commissioner Title about whether social equity goals should be in the executive director's yearly goals. And the commission did end up voting to keep those equity goals within the executive director's analytic framework for his yearly report. However, there was a protracted discussion where Commissioner Flanagan vehemently opposed having those social equity goals in the executive director's report. That's one example of the type of policy debate that can sometimes play out in the context of the executive director's monthly report. But then there's also opportunities for commissioners to add metrics for the executive director and the agency throughout the year, and for commissioners to amend the language surrounding what it is that they're measuring the executive director doing. Now, this ties into kind of a larger operational framework that the commission sort of operates within the different divisions and departments. But the reason this sort of comprehensive executive director's report with the breakdown of tasks and all of that is so important is because otherwise agency staff have reported in internal surveys, you may have heard Executive Director Collins talking about this, that they're not getting direction as to how to appropriately respond to a rapidly changing and dynamic set of commission priorities. And as anyone who follows all of this these regulatory hearings may know, the commission may 1 month take up a very, very important sort of policy discussion or a guidance document. And so that means that the staff that month is not only working to process hundreds of license renewals and applications and license decisions and dealing with enforcement, then there's also sort of an interagency working group that is helping to develop these updated guidances and workshop them and propose them. And I think what folks forget a lot of the time is what makes operating within this commission structure so difficult is that commissioners cannot actually meet in more than groups of 2 any time outside of a public meeting. In fact, they can't even really have communication through email or otherwise about commission business in groups larger than 2, which is due to the public meeting law. On that note, I think it's very interesting that the 3 branches of the Massachusetts government are all exempt from the legislature and other components of that body, being the House, the Senate, and things like that, are not subject to the public records law. There's actually a really interesting talk later today, sponsored by the Harvard Public Policy School and I believe the Boston College Law School's Public Policy Center, featuring State Senator Diana DeZoglio. I think it's moderated by Shira Schoenberg, who's an excellent journalist in this space and the government space in general, about that very issue, which is the fact that the open meeting law applies to commissions, local bodies, and other such agencies within the Commonwealth or public bodies within the Commonwealth, but it does not apply to our legislature. And this results in situations where bills that are voted on in committee and things like that aren't even reported with a roll call of how our representatives or senators on Beacon Hill voted on a given bill in committee, the yeas and nays. It's a very strange process, but tying it into what we're talking about here, it does hamstring the functionality of the commission, and it also makes the work of the commission staff crucially important because they're the staff members, and this is a very big agency with a $21 million operating budget per year. They bring in $27 million per year in fees and fines, if you're wondering. But with a $21 million budget, these staff members are the glue that facilitates the policy work that's being done by the commissioners, as well as the licensing work, as well as the enforcement work. So I think that the executive director's year report this month, more so than any other month, highlights, if you're really interested in the nuanced inner workings of the Cannabis Control Commission, exactly what that is. So if you're looking to make effective regulatory change, you do not need to pay a consultant. The Cannabis Commission actively looks for ways to engage with stakeholders, and you do not need to have some person who appears like they have inside access. Those people, I promise you, are just trying to pocket your money for something that you could be doing yourself. So please don't pay those people. And I don't care how much they don't like me for saying that. It's not a business model to charge people for access to regulatory policy. That's shameful if you do that. Shame on you. Not that I know anyone who does anything like that. I have no one in mind when I'm saying that. in any event, the point is engage with the commissioners, engage with the staff, look at 500, 830 under 935 CMR, submit a regulatory petition. This is public policy that belongs fundamentally to you as citizens, and you can engage with it completely for free and make substantial change so long as you can understand the nuance. And there's no better way to understand the nuance than following these hearings. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you all for watching. I somehow did it again. The commission will be back from break in just over 2 minutes. So if you're looking for a reason to distract yourself during the break, I hope my somewhat cogent commentary provided that distraction. I did also say I'd talk a little bit about what the commission was going to talk about when they were coming back, but first I'll tell you, you can find more information from me at grantsmithellis.com. You can also follow me on Twitter at grantsmithellis and on Facebook at grantsmithellis. I mostly broadcast these hearings every month. As we mentioned earlier, there is going to be no broadcast next month, so if you've been enjoying these hearings, I hope you enjoy your time off next month, and I think the commissioners and the staff will certainly benefit from that time off as well. I mentioned the commission's going to come back and do its licensing sections of the agenda, and as we talked a little bit about earlier, the licensing sections of the agenda tend to be quite extensive. We are seeing the chairman coming back. They're probably not going to go live for another minute. But I will turn us over to the commission as soon as they're back. The licensing sections tend to be quite extensive. And the reason why is that there are a lot of licenses on the agenda today. So whether you're getting a provisional license or getting a final license or change of control, that's all about to happen. And then about an hour and a half after that, we will see the full regulatory policy discussion as we went over. And yes, so I'm doing a little early preview of the slides, but it's a little cut off. So I'll turn us over to the commission. They're going to begin in about 30 seconds, and I will see you all at the next break.
Commissioners Concepcion and Roy, are you both back? You're on mute, but welcome back.
Thank you. Just had to grab some more tea.
You're getting some hot tea to help your vocal cords?
Yes.
I can see
I know it's a long meeting, so.
I can see the steam coming up from your cup. Or is that coming from your ears? Are you angry about something? Commissioner Roy, are you back?
It is so nice outside. I took a walk for 10 minutes. So beautiful.
You know, since we're doing this remotely, why don't you just take your computer outside?
I will sit in my car later. Don't worry.
Okay. Commissioner Roy, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. It is 11:45. Matt, can we go back we're back in session at 11:45. The next item on the agenda is licensing, and the first category of licenses are changes of ownership. Ms. Defoe, are you here with us?
I'm here.
Welcome. It's so nice of you to continue to come back every month. I keep, hoping that you will, but not sure that you will, but thank you. It's nice to see you.
You too.
So as I mentioned, the first order of business is to go through, I think we have 7 changes of ownership. If you could start, please, with Delta 420 LLC.
Okay. The licensee here is Delta 420 LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license. They're requesting to add 6 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. Are there questions or comments on this change of ownership application? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Delta 420 LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Delta 420 LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Ms. Defoe, next up is 4 Trees Holyoke LLC.
Yes, the licensee here is 4 Trees Holyoke LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses. They are requesting to add 2 entities and 2 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. Are there any questions or comments on this change of ownership application? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for 4 Trees Holyoke LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for 4 Trees Holyoke LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Ms. Defoe, next up is Holistic Industries Incorporated.
The licensee here is Holistic Industries Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 4 adult use licenses and 2 MTCs. They're requesting to add 1 entity and 6 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. Are there questions or comments on this application for change of ownership? Then Commissioner Roy, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Holistic Industries Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Holistic Industries Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Ms. Defoe, Mainly Productions LLC.
The licensee here is Mainly Productions LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses. They are requesting to add one entity and 4 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request for approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Defoe. Are there questions or comments on this application for change of ownership? And Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Mainly Productions LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Mainly Productions LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, Proverity Laboratories Incorporated.
The licensee here is Proverity Labs Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership over change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses. They are requesting to add 2 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval to be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. Are there any questions or comments on this change of ownership application? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Proverity Laboratories? Commissioner Camargo? You're on mute. You're on mute.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please. You're still on mute. You got to say it verbally.
I know. I'm sorry. I was coughing, Chairman.
Okay. I'm sorry. Do you have some tea or something in front of you?
I do. Aye.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Proverity Laboratories Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Excuse me. Next up, Ms. Defoe, is the Hubcraft LLC.
The licensee here is the Hubcraft LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses. They are requesting to add 1 entity and 4 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. Are there any questions or comments on this license application for a change of ownership? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for the Hubcraft LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for the Hubcraft LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, United Cultivation LLC.
The licensee here is United Cultivation LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 3 adult use licenses. They are requesting to add 3 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. Are there any questions or comments on this application for change of ownership? Then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for United Cultivation LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for United Cultivation LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Ms. Defoe, are there any other changes of ownership for the commission to consider at this point in time?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. Let's move on now to renewals. So a couple comments before we get started. First of all, I'll reiterate, this is the largest number of renewals that I think we've ever had. 97, if my math is correct, adult use renewals and 22 MTC renewals. And again, I can't emphasize enough the hard work of staff going through what is a gigantic number of renewals. And our strong desire, since we are not having a meeting in December, to make sure that nobody falls through the cracks. And so I just again want to thank staff for the work that goes through this. I am not aware of any requests for conditions, so we'll do 2 rosters. We'll do the adult use roster and the MTC roster. Before we get started, Commissioner Camargo is asked to make a few comments on the renewal process. So please go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. So Chairman, I'll just echo your comments around staff, but I also want to give special thank you to Rebecca on the renewal team, who's been at this at least the time that I've been here, Sarah, who joined her recently, and Annie, who just jumped in this past month to make sure that we got all our renewals in time. So again, thank you for that. So just kind of, again, to the public, for me, it's very refreshing to read through renewals. We read through the provisional licenses and it's a lot of theory in terms of what folks are gonna do in their diversity plans and their positive impact plans. And then it's very refreshing to then read around renewal time what has really happened. So a quick shout outs, I kind of make my own awards here, but 1620 Labs, 80% of their vendors are local and women owned. And a review of their vendor list for 2020-2021 revealed that 42% of the company's vendors are either women-owned or minority-owned. So kudos to them. Gibby's Garden out in Oxbridge. I've I've actually visited there, and it was nice to see in their renewal outcome that they've opened their doors to over 30 different people and groups who have visited their facilities, and out of those folks, about 12 equity applicants. They've served as mentors, they've been coaches, they've really allowed people to come into Gibby's Garden and see what their grow facility looks like. So I really want to give them a shout out. It's nice for folks that are trying to get into the industry to be able to talk to folks that are already doing this. Good chemistry. Kudos to them. They provided some scholarship dollars to a cannabis culinary program hosted by Holyoke Community College. And in the summer, they supported a veterans and police officers fund for our fallen hero, Emmanuel Familia, I believe out of Worcester. So thank you for that support in the summer. Sanctuary Medicinals, they've created a program called Ready, Set, Go. And it's a training program to address tuition and other college-related needs to those underserved individuals from Fitchburg, Lowell, and Boston. And they themselves have put in about $5,000 to provide grants for this specific population. The quick last one that I have, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, but it's Temescal or Temescal Wellness. I completely butchered that.
It's Temescal.
Temescal? Okay. All right. Temescal Wellness. Thank you. I'm not going to go through their vendors because I don't want to sit here and endorse anybody, but I'm sure they're great vendors. They have really taken the ancillary services and supplier diversity to heart. A lot of their activities include changing one of their responsible vendor trainers to a minority-owned responsible vendor trainer. So I think Olivia will be happy to hear that. They have continuous contracts with a IT company that is minority-owned. They have a marketing and PR company that is women and LGBTQ owned. They have a cleaning company that is minority-owned. And they've engaged in services with a company that does cannabis compliance software that is also minority founded and operated. So kind of just want to, and a lot of folks are doing really good things. I just picked out a few, but I also wanted to give some folks some tips for renewals and for next year. When renewing when you're putting in your application, remember it's 60 days prior to expiration of the original issue date. Be honest about what you have and haven't accomplished throughout the year. No one's gonna shut you down. We just really want to know what you're doing and how we can be helpful in answering questions for you all. I would say keep it simple in your descriptions. I've read 24 pages, almost 30 pages per one applicant. It's great to see all the accomplishments, but try to keep it simple. I think sometimes less is better, right? Revisit your positive impact plans and your diversity plans every quarter to make sure you're on track. Understand the community you are serving and its community partners to increase your impact. And if making donations to local organizations, always ask yourself, does this promote and encourage full participation in the regulatory cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement to positively impact those communities under our law? Thank you so much, Chairman. And I will say that I did have some conditions, and after speaking to our staff and getting their point of view and getting some background information, I withdrew my my conditions, and that's a testament to the staff and them doing their work and also coaching me and allowing me to understand their thought process. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, my gratitude and appreciation for the focus you brought to the renewal process, and I really appreciate your leadership. For whatever it's worth, my opinion is that we should formalize your awards, and have the Norices or something. I'm not sure what the right name for your award should be, but I think we have little gold statuettes or something.
Well, I don't want to take credit for no awards. I will say that I believe there is, and Kyle is probably going to fall out of his chair, but this is something that we're gonna try to work on next year. There is awards in our regulations.
Yes.
And I did have a staff meeting with our director of licensing, Noam, and her staff. And I remember that one of her staff members actually brought it up, and it's something that staff is also looking at. So we're going to get there. For now, I'm making my own awards, but we're going to get there. And thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And I think we should do something along the lines you just suggested. So thank you. Mr. Defoe, before I ask for motions and votes, anything that you care to mention on the renewal process?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. So again, since there are no requested conditions, we will do two rosters. First roster is for adult use, and that, for clarity, is license A through quadruple S. I will ask for a motion second, but before I do, are there any questions or comments on that roster? Then I totally have forgotten who made the last motion. Was that you, Commissioner Stebbins?
It might have been, but you choose.
Well, I'm going to start with you anyway. Would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on renewals for the roster of adult use licenses A through quadruple S?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation on the adult use roster for renewals, licenses A through quadruple S, by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. I would next like to ask the commission to consider the staff recommendations on renewals for the MTCs on the roster. They are quadruple T through quintuple 0 or quintuple O. I will point out that that is the first time I've used the word quintuple in a public meeting, or frankly in my entire life, as far as I can tell. In any case, are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on renewals, licenses quadruple T through quintuple O?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please. I'm sorry?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation on MTC renewals, licenses quadruple T through quintuple O, by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Are there any other renewals at this point, Ms. Defoe, for the commission to consider?
No, there's not.
Thank you very much. Then let's move on to final licenses. We do this as a roster. However, Commissioner Camargo, I'm sorry, my notes are screwed up here. Is this Commissioner Camargo that has asked to be recused? Is that correct on 3 of these? So, the lettering here, okay, the lettering is better on this final version than my version, but I'm going to propose that we do a roster of E, F, and G, the 3 Commonwealth Alternative Care final licenses, and then we'll do a roster of the remainder. Those are the 3 that Commissioner Camargo has indicated a desire to recuse herself. So if you could shut off your camera, 1 second, please. I'll be with you in a sec, Commissioner Roy. If we could, if Commissioner Camargo, you could shut off your camera and your microphone, and then we'll go ahead and entertain a motion. But go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I believe it's C, D, and E, Mr. Chairman.
Well, no, the what's on the screen right now has the lettering correct.
Okay.
The original, no, same thing on my paper copy. An earlier version was incorrect. The lettering is on the version on the screen, so I'm going to use that if that's okay.
Yeah.
So the roster that I would like the commission to consider for final licenses, again, is E, F, and G, the 3 Commonwealth, excuse me, alternative care applications. Go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
So we have 18 final licenses, which includes 1 independent testing lab.
Okay. So on the E, F, and G, Commonwealth Alternative Care, are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then could I ask, please, Commissioner Roy, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to E, F, and G, 3 licenses for Commonwealth Alternative Care? Would you make such a motion, please, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please? Without mute being on? Commissioner Stebbins?
Sorry
Thank you.
about that. Second.
I pray for the day of our meeting in public in person again, but okay. Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to Commonwealth Alternative Care, E, F, and G on this roster by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo recused. Thank you very much. Commissioner Camargo, would you please come back on camera and mic, please? Thank you. I would next like to ask the commission to consider the remainder of the final license roster, just to be explicit, A through D and H through P. Are there, I'm sorry, H through R, I apologize. So let me just do that one more time. A through D. Can you go back to the previous slide, please, Matt? So, okay, A through D and H through, go to the next slide, please. H through R, thank you. I would like the commission to consider that roster. Are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Stebbins, would you make a motion to approve that the staff recommendation issue final licenses to that roster, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to the articulated roster by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Are there any additional final licenses for the commission to consider at this point? Ms. Bell?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Then what I'm going to suggest, let's get started on provisionals. We'll make it partway through before I think I'm going to need a mental health break, and then we'll take a lunch break at that point in time and get back to the remainder after lunch. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, so let us get going, and let me just get my notes ready. Let's go. Ms. Defoe, the first provisional license up for commission consideration is Advanced Cultivators LLC. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Advanced Cultivators LLC. The proposed location is 100 Phoenix Avenue, units 3 and 5, located in Lowell. They're seeking a cultivation tier 2 indoor license. The applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. I do not have any requests for additional conditions on this license, but are there? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I do have a blanket condition for.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Before we get started, I truly apologize, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy has requested the opportunity to recommend and have a vote on additional conditions that she wishes to place on all of the marijuana enterprises that are being considered for provisional licenses. Just to be explicit, that is A through double H. Commissioner Roy, please go ahead.
Yep, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remind all of our current provisional licenses for adult use and future licenses that being a responsible vendor designee is mandatory. It's mandated, and it has been brought to my attention that compliance has been very subpar. Very spotty, barely 50%. So I'm just going to read a brief statement, and then would you like me to read the condition, Mr. Chairman, or?
Please go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. The Responsible Vendor Training Program is mandatory curriculum for all employees involved in the handling or sale of marijuana. To date, compliance of this mandate is only at 50% within the Massachusetts cannabis industry. Less than 12,000 industry employees have completed the RVT Basic Core Curriculum. A recent data poll at the commission shows that this percentage may be even lower. This is a reminder that failure to maintain responsible vendor status is grounds for action by the commission. So therefore, in light of that, my blanket condition will be responsible vendor condition for all provisional licenses other than medical. Prior to final application for licensure, all provisional licensees shall ensure that all persons having direct or indirect control of the license and all newly hired employees involved in the handling or sale of marijuana or marijuana products successfully complete the basic core curriculum of the responsible vendor training program and subsequently provide a certificate of completion to the commission for each individual within 90 days of hire to be in compliance with 935 500-05 and 935 501-105.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So I think for administrative ease, what I'm going to propose is, first of all, to see if people have any questions or comments on the suggestion of Commissioner Roy to add a condition to all of the adult use provisional licenses. If there are no objections, then I'm going to suggest that every time we take a vote on the conditional license, it is explicitly with the intention of adding Commissioner Roy's condition. That way I don't have to repeat it 34 times. So are there any objections to, again, you're not voting on her recommendation, you're just explicitly accepting that every time we vote on a provisional license is explicitly with the additional condition just requested by Commissioner Roy. Are there any concerns or questions about that? Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Commissioner Roy brings up a great point, and as we kind of move forward, we won't go back and revisit it, but yeah, this is something that the commission should examine, especially as we go through renewals. But I appreciate her bringing it up, and it certainly doesn't hurt to remind people moving through the application period how how important we know the RVT training is for, and its requirement for all the employees who handle cannabis. So I greatly appreciate her bringing this idea forward, and happy to have it attached to the conditions for all the provisional licenses.
So again, I will not raise that condition again on each of the next 34 licenses, but explicitly Commissioner Roy's request condition will be part of our vote for each of those 34 licenses. Okay. Let's go ahead then. So thank you, Ms. Defoe. On the table is Advanced Cultivators LLC. As I said, I have no conditions requested by my fellow commissioners on this. Are there any conditions, questions, or comments on this license before I ask for a motion and a vote? Then, Commissioner, I think it's up to you, Commissioner Camargo. Would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Advanced Cultivators LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Advanced Cultivators LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Ms. Defoe, next up, Apical Incorporated. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yes. The applicant here is Apical Incorporated, doing business as Ember. The proposed location is 144 King Street, located in Northampton. They are seeking a retail license, and the applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foe. I have 2 conditions requested by my fellow commissioners. First, from Commissioner Camargo. The condition is prior to final licensure, applicant to submit a partnership letter from hiring organizations under program section number 3. From Commissioner Concepcion, the following is a requested additional condition. Prior to final licensure, the applicant shall provide an updated security plan stating that the appropriate law enforcement authorities and the commission shall be notified of any breach of security or other reportable incidents defined in 500.110 section 9 immediately, and in no instance more than 24 hours following discovery of the breach or incident. Are there any other conditions requested or questions or comments on this application? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Apical Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Apical Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion. By a vote of 5 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, is it BOT or I guess it's BOT Realty LLC?
Yes.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is BOT Realty LLC, doing business as OMG. The proposed location is 223 Lewenberg Street, located in Fitchburg. They are seeking a retail license, and the applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have requests from Commissioners, let's see, Commissioners Concepcion, Stebbins, and Roy for additional conditions on this license. So let me go ahead from Commissioner Concepcion. Prior to final licensure, review positive impact plan and provide an update on any strategy for outreach to the residents of Fitchburg, a designated area of disproportionate impact. From Commissioner Stebbins, 2 conditions, additional conditions requested. First, prior to final application for licensure, identify goals for positive impact plan with a focus on disproportionate impact and host community of Fitchburg. We'll come back to that in a second. Second, additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, provide second goal or more detail for strategies and diversity plan beyond hiring strategies. And then from Commissioner Roy, to positively impact the community of your marijuana establishment and prior to final application for licensure, please include the city of Fitchburg in your positive impact plan, in addition to the already stated communities of Walpole and Mansfield. So it seems like we have a little bit of an overlap there. Can I ask my fellow commissioners how you'd like to see? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I'll gladly withdraw mine because we have, they're so similar, but I just want to add, although we love the communities of Walpole and Mansfield, I Google mapped it and it's 58 miles from Fitchburg. So I think that's the reason why Commissioner Concepcion and Stebbins, we all have basically the same condition. So I will gladly withdraw mine. I just want to make that point that we need to positively impact the community in which we have our marijuana establishment or surrounding communities. So it's 58 miles, even though we love Walpole and Mansfield.
Spoken like a true politician. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, Mr. Chair, I was going to amend my first condition a little bit because I want them to consider a plan. But again, I got to express my disappointment with the application that they're going into a disproportionate impact community, and they did not even bother to include that host community of Fitchburg. So there either needs to be a new goal or there needs to be some clarification of a goal somewhere else, perhaps in their host community agreement, but that was kind of a disappointment that they missed that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
I will echo Commissioner Stebbins. Going through this application and understanding, and this is for any of the potential licensees that we have, if you're located in an area that we've designated as being disproportionately impacted, that is an opportunity to give back to the community where you are. So I just want others to keep that in mind. And also, there are some others who we'll probably get into later on. They're right next door to an ADI, but instead they reach farther away where, it just makes common sense says to go to that area that's closest to where you're located. In terms of my condition, I think I heard Commissioner Stebbins' condition, and I feel like that it includes the spirit and my intention, so I can withdraw mine as well.
Okay, thank you. So just to make sure I'm proceeding the right way. So right now, I'll ask for a motion to approve staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to BOT Realty with the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah, and I would just change
you want to edit that?
Yeah, I want to edit it if it's okay. I think we've.
Please go ahead. What I'm going to do, Commissioner Stebbins, is ask you to state your motion with the edits, and then we'll make that the motion and we'll act on it. So go ahead, please.
Sure. Prior to final application for licensure, consider goal or goals for positive impact plan with a focus on disproportionate impact in host community of Fitchburg. I think from our discussion, we've made it pretty clear what we anticipate. So I'm comfortable with that language if my colleagues are.
So what I'd ask you to do then, Commissioner Stebbins, is could you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation issue of provisional license to BOT Realty subject to the condition that you just articulated, as well as the second condition that you made with respect to diversity plans?
So moved.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all I need. I think that's all we need. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to BOT Realty LLC, subject to the two additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, there are two applications from Bada Bloom Incorporated that these are co-located. So if you could go through one summary and then we'll have separate votes, please go ahead.
Okay, the applicant here is Bada Bloom Inc. The proposed location is 44 Old Ting Road, building number 3, located in Tingsboro. They're seeking a cultivation tier 1 indoor and product manufacturing license. The applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request for additional condition from Commissioner Stebbins, and Commissioner Stebbins, this condition would apply to both licenses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. The condition requested is specifically, prior to final application for licensure, consider a goal for positive impact plan with a focus on employment opportunities for disproportionate impact community of Lowell. I assume that's kind of similar to the last conversation we had.
I don't believe they're located in Lowell, but they're I think Commissioner Concepcion's point, they're pretty close by. We just want them to consider it. Okay,
thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I just want to thank them. First of all, kudos to a very creative name. It brought a smile on my face, but nonetheless, I just want to thank them for their in their PIP for planning to work with and donate to our veterans.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions? Okay, again, we'll take these up, these two licenses up separately. So let's start with Bada Bloom Incorporated, MCN 283393. Can I ask for a motion, please, Commissioner Camargo, to approve the staff recommendation issue of provisional license subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Bada Bloom Incorporated, MCN 283393, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Excuse me. Next up is the second Bada Bloom application, MPN 282024. Can I ask, please, for a motion? And again, I've lost track of whose turn it is to make the motion. I think yours, Commissioner Concepcion, is that right?
That's
Thank
right.
you. So could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Battle Bloom Incorporated MPN 282024, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Battle Bloom Incorporated MPN 282024, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up is BVO LLC. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is BVO LLC. The proposed location is 4 Pioneer Drive, located in Oxford. They are seeking a cultivation tier 2 indoor license. The applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Camargo for an additional condition on this license. Specifically, prior to final licensure, applicant to resubmit a diversity plan to include more than hiring. Are there any other conditions requested or comments? Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, I just want to commend BBO. This is an example of what the commission looks for. They're located in Oxford, and they are working to hire from Spencer and Worcester, which are 2 designated ADIs that sit right on either side of Oxford. So this is what we look for, working with the surrounding communities.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments or requests for conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to BVO LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to BVO LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next is Cangrow LLC. Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is Cangrow LLC. The proposed location is Lot 4, Quaven Boulevard, Randall Pond Industrial Park, parcel 129-6, located in Orange. They are seeking a cultivation tier 7 outdoor license, and the applicant received expedited review based on the outdoor license type. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Concepcion for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final licensure, review positive impact plan and provide an update on how the proposed collaboration with the town of Orange will make a positive impact on areas of disproportionate impact. Are there other questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
I would like to offer another condition. I'm sorry I didn't include those in the notes earlier.
Just go ahead.
I would like to offer a condition prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. This is a case of, you know, my love for kind of cut and paste applications, but I noticed further down there are some similar diversity hiring goals. And I was a little disappointed to be seeing some of the applications in our provisional agenda this month that set pretty low expectations for hiring women. I'm not sure the reason for that, but it's why I'm suggesting that both Cangrow and a couple of others go back, review their diversity hiring goals, and provide us any updates.
Thank you. So we have a request for additional condition from Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Stebbins, would you explicitly state the condition you're looking for on this license?
Sure. Prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then I think it's your turn, Commissioner Stebbins. Could you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Can Grow LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please? Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Can Grow LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, Canna Testing LLC.
The applicant here is Canna Testing LLC. The proposed location is 241 Route 20, located in Chester. They are seeking an independent testing laboratory license, and the applicant received expedited review based on their license type. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. I'm not aware of any additional requests for conditions on this license, but are there questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I just want to say I'm happy to see another independent testing lab.
Yep, I think we've got 8 operational and a few more. So I think that's great. I agree with you. And just for history, that was hard work. We were struggling to get enough labs when we first got started. So it's very, very gratifying to see that. Thank you for mentioning that. Any other questions or comments? And could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Canna Testing LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Canna Testing LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Ms. Defoe, is Canna Bionics LLC.
The applicant here is Cannabonics LLC. The proposed location is 642 Patriot Road, located in Templeton. They are seeking a cultivation tier 3 indoor license, and the applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. I am not aware of any other requests for additional conditions, but are there comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
It's not a condition, just a comment. I just want to commend them. In my previous career at the Sheriff's Department, I had the fortunate opportunity to work with the Southwest Neighborhood Improvement Corp, known as SWNC. They do God's work. They do wonderful work in Worcester in a DIA area. So I just want to commend them for picking that organization.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments on this licensure? Or ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Roy, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Canna Bionics LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cannabionics LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, Clovercraft LLC. Let me just emphasize this is a marijuana delivery operator.
The applicant here is,
No, I'm sorry. Please go ahead. I promise I'll stop. I will now stop talking over you, Ms. Defoe. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Clovercraft LLC, doing business as Budsy. The proposed location is 17 East Street, located in East Hampton. They are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license, and the applicant received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Roy for a additional condition on this license. And I do want to point out, Commissioner Roy, that your list of conditions was out of alphabetical order.
I just noticed that. My apologies. I know.
That's okay. I'm struggling enough when things are in order.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman.
Nonetheless, we will still consider your request for an additional condition, even though you violated the norms.
Sorry.
So Commissioner Roy has expressed or requested the following additional condition on this license. Specifically, prior to final application for licensure, the applicant shall ensure compliance with 935 CMR 500.050 Section 7C, namely not providing direct or indirect compensation to independent testing laboratories in the execution of its plan to positively impact, disproportionately harm people as a condition of licensure.
Yes, and may I just add a comment that
please go ahead.
In no way is it to demean what they're trying to do with pro bono services and to help other equity applicants, but in the regs, there can be no financial gain given or services given to an independent testing lab because they are the ultimate arbiter of the quality of the product. So it's not to minimize what Clovercraft is trying to do. It's just to safeguard the whole process.
Yep, thank you. I think it's a good catch and I appreciate that. Are there any other questions or comments, requests for additional conditions on this license? If I'm correct, I think it's up to you, Commissioner Stebbins. Could you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Clovercraft LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Clovercraft LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy by a vote of 5 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, these two Darkstream applications are co-located, correct, Ms. Defoe?
Yes.
Thank you. So we'll have one summary and then two separate votes. Please go ahead. Darkstream LLC, 2 applications for provisional license.
The applicant here is Darkstream LLC, doing business as Days Cannabis. The proposed location is 116 Davis Street, located in Douglas. They are seeking cultivation tier 2 indoor and a product manufacturing license, and the applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition, and that condition applies to both of their licenses. Is that correct, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. The condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins is as follows. Prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals based upon statistics of community and region and not just based on overall state statistics. Are there any other comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions on these 2 licenses? Okay, then we will go ahead and do them separately, starting with Darkstream LLC, MCN 283887. Could I ask, please, Commissioner Camargo, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Can I have your vote, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Darkstream LLC, MCN 283887, if I'm correct. Yeah, 887. Subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Could I next ask, please, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Darkstream LLC, MPN 282042, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins. Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the. Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Darkstream LLC, MPN 282042, with the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, debilitating medical condition treatment centers. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Debilitating Medical Condition Treatment Centers. The proposed location is 3 River Road, located in Watley. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. The applicant received priority review based on their MTC. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested on this application. Are there questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions? Commissioner Roy?
Not a condition, but a comment. I had mentioned in past meetings the importance of community colleges, the majority of them falling in areas of disproportionate impact. So I just want to give a nod to this licensee for their partnership with their local Greenfield Community College, and they will focus on farm and food systems curriculum, plant and soil science curriculum, and other farm and food curriculum. So I just want to recognize them for reaching out to their local community college in partnership.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Roy. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation, issue a provisional license to debilitating medical condition treatment centers?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to debilitating medical condition treatment centers by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, Elevation Retail 2 LLC.
The applicant here is Elevation Retail 2 LLC. The proposed location is 240 Bridge Street, located in Fairhaven. They are seeking a retail license and they received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins to add 2 conditions to this license, additional conditions to the license, and then I also have a request from Commissioner Roy for an additional condition. Starting with Commissioner Stebbins, 2 additional conditions requested. First, prior to final application for licensure, applicant shall review advertising strategies on social media in compliance with Commission Regulations 935 CMR 500.105 Section 4 and confirm with CCC Licensing Division. Second condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. From Commissioner Roy, I have a request for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensures and to achieve your stated diversity goals. Please update your diversity and inclusion plan, namely under measurement sections, bullet number 1, to include veterans. Are there any other conditions on request on this license, or questions or comments? Okay, then can I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve staff that recommendation to issue a provisional license to Elevation Retail 2 LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the Commission approves staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Elevation Retail 2 LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Let's go on, please, Ms. Defoe, to the next one. Flower and Soul Incorporated.
The applicant here is Flower and Soul Incorporated. The proposed location is 894 Plymouth Street, located in Halifax. They're seeking a retail license, and the applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals based upon statistics of community and region, and not just based on overall state statistics. Are there additional requests for additional conditions or comments or questions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Flower and Soul Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Flower and Soul Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. I have a few more in me, I think, before I need a break. So if we can just, we'll get about halfway through this, and then I think it's time for a break, and we can have a slightly lengthier break and have some lunch, if that's okay with everybody. So let's do 3 more of them, I think, or let's do 4 more, and then we'll take a break. So next up, please, Ms. Defoe, is Grass Ventures LLC, which is another marijuana delivery operator. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Grass Ventures LLC. The proposed location is 45 Congress Street, located in Salem. They are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license, and they received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for 2 additional conditions on this license. First being, prior to final application for licensure, establish hiring goals for residents of ADI communities separately from the host community of Salem. Second, prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners' eligibility to support your activities. Are there other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I just want to recognize Grassip for not only being a marijuana delivery operator, but a woman-owned. So I want to recognize them for that, and also to thank them for incorporating in their positive impact plan a veterans group, the New England Veterans Alliance, and also, this is the first I've seen, is outreach to the Veterans Affairs Office. So I just want to commend them and thank them for that.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation issue a provisional license to Grass Ventures LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Grasp Ventures, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Or did I take a vote actually there? I think I need a break, but did I actually miss the vote there? Can we just do, just for completeness, the motion was made by Commissioner Concepcion, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Can now I have your vote, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Grasp Ventures, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. I think I can make it through 3 more, but I'll do my best. Next up, please, Ms. Defoe, Hall Road LLC.
The applicant here is Hall Road LLC. The proposed location is 40 Hall Road, located in Dudley. They are seeking a retail license and they received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have requests from Commissioners Roy and Concepcion for additional conditions on this license, starting with Commissioner Roy. Specifically, consumer education compliance condition. Prior to final licensure and upon receiving a commence operations notice, the applicant shall ensure full compliance with all consumer education material requirements applicable to its license type in accordance with 935 CMR 500.140 section 6, and will include the addition of current omitted subsections C, D, E, F, G, and J. That's from Commissioner Roy. From Commissioner Concepcion. Prior to final licensure, review positive impact plan and provide an update on any strategy for outreach to residents of nearby Southbridge, a designated area of disproportionate impact. Are there any other questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Do you need a break, Mr. Chairman? I'll keep it really brief. I just want to remind our retail licensees that they're required under 935 500 140 section 6 to have consumer education readily available, which has subsections A through J. And what I'm finding is some are cherry picking some subsections. It needs to have all of them. So just as a nice little friendly reminder.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that. Are there any other questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Hall Road LLC, subject to additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please. I'm sorry?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Hall Road LLC, subject to additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, Heart of Gold LLC, which is a micro business.
Yes, the applicant here is Heart of Gold LLC. The proposed location is 1141 Worcester Road, located in New Braintree. They are seeking a micro business, which includes cultivation and product manufacturing license. The applicant received expedited review as a woman-owned business and based on their license type. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Defoe. I'm not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there any comments, questions, or requests for conditions on this license? Then let's see if I'm correct. I'm up to Commissioner Camargo. Would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Heart of Gold LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Heart of Gold LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Let's do one more before we take a break. And before you get started, Ms. Defoe, Commissioner Concepcion has asked to be recused from this consideration. So I see you've already turned off your microphone and camera. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe with High Hawk Farm LLC.
The applicant here is High Hawk Farm LLC. The proposed location is 80 Main Street, located in Rutland. They are seeking a retail license and they received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, separate and provide clearer details about community outreach and diversity training as part of a second diversity goal. Excuse me, as part of a second diversity plan goal. Are there any other questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to High Hawk Farm, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to High Hawk Farm, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins, with a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Concepcion recused. Okay, that's all I can do right now. It's 12:57. If we take a break till 1:30, will that work for everybody?
Yes.
Okay, then we are in recess until 1:30. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Grant Smith Ellis here. I hope you've all been enjoying the first 3.5 hours of today's Cannabis Control Commission meeting. I can almost certainly assure you that it is going to go for at least another 2 to 2.5 hours. As Chairman Hoffman just mentioned, the commission right now is on recess. So you're going to actually see commission staff. This is an unofficial live stream, by the way. You're going to see commission staff put up the commission is on recess slide right below me on the screen, and we will hang out until 1:30. There it is. And what's also fun about having that little picture-in-picture is that we'll know the second the commission comes back from break. So I think that's a nifty little feature. You'll also have to forgive me. I got a little distracted there at the end of provisional licenses. I was listening to a song on my phone by Bowling for Soup called High School Never Ends. I don't know why I was listening to it. It's a really good song, though. I highly recommend it. But yes, so thank you all for listening. It's coming up on 1 p.m. It's November 18th. For those of you who tuned in late, this is the last Cannabis Control Commission meeting of the year. So those of you who are watching and have been watching, I hope you enjoyed a 12-month streak of Cannabis Control Commission meetings. This has obviously been a tough year for a number of reasons, but one of the most interesting developments of the past year has been remote public access to public regulatory and legislative and other deliberative bodies throughout the country, but in particular, in this case, as to the Cannabis Control Commission. And one thing to talk a little bit about this remote access, there's actually there was a bill passed about 6 months ago, right as sort of the pandemic was going up and down when the second variant hit. And the Massachusetts legislature really wanted to provide access to public hearings to people who are unable to get out of their home. And so the commission's ability to continue having these remote meetings every month is actually a byproduct of an accessibility scheme that the legislature implemented. The problem is, unfortunately, that scheme's going to run out in April of 2022. So it is sort of an imperative on the legislature to take up, the Massachusetts legislature, to take up that sort of remote access and enable it for a longer period of time. There are some concerns about the impact that's going to have, especially if there's a mandate for remote access on smaller towns who don't have the same access to broadband internet and other infrastructure that maybe larger cities or towns might have. But I do think that that's something our lawmakers are working on actively. So those of you who have been enjoying remote access to the commission's meeting, in particular, if you think it helps with accessibility, I encourage you to talk to your lawmakers about those bills as they come up towards April 2022. There are, I believe, 2 proposals, one in the House and one in the Senate in Massachusetts, to extend remote accessibility to public meetings beyond April of 2022, and it really is important. But those of you who have been watching, I hope you enjoyed the first half of the hearing. As we talked about a little during the first 15-minute break, today's hearing is going to be far longer than most hearings, and so that's why the lunch break is only 30 minutes. The commission has a lot of work to get through. But as a quick recap, in the first half of the hearing, we got the expanded executive director's report that covered the past 12 months of agency work in the different departments, the work that's really done by staff, although commissioners are obviously overseeing and sort of finalizing and implementing all of the good work by the staff. And what's really interesting about the commission, and I'm sure folks who follow this stream will know this, is that the commission actually takes time to thank individual staff members by name during their hearings, which is something I've always found really touching. It demonstrates the real human component of this agency, and it really shows that this is kind of a unique regulatory agency. One, it's a regulatory agency that the public pays attention to in a way that it does not with other agencies, and it's also a burgeoning, a growing, a novel industry, which is itself sort of a fascinating topic, because there are not a lot of industries that are left to emerge in the United States. Most of the regulatory arena is in the context of established industries that have been around for decades, if not centuries, whereas this is an emerging regulatory arena, which is really a sandbox in a lot of ways for people to experiment with engaging in intentional structures that are designed to benefit, in this case, people who are harmed by the drug war, but in general benefit everyone rather than a consolidated group of companies. So that's really why it's so fascinating to look at the emerging sort of regulatory framework surrounding cannabis, and why it's also so easy to be involved. So that's really what I was driving at there. Just by watching this hearing, by actively participating, by keeping an eye on what the executive director is having staff work on over the course of 12 months, and then seeing his progress and the staff's progress towards achieving those goals, is one way of providing a check and balance on representative government. And those who do that kind of work in the cannabis arena in particular really help to protect the integrity of the market itself, the sanctity of the lawmaking and regulatory framing process, because without that cogent participation on behalf of folks like yourself who pay attention to these hearings, when it comes time for public comment on regulatory changes, or when it comes time to go to the legislature, the individuals who are paying attention and can speak the language of regulatory and legislative policy are going to be the ones who can provide the most impactful testimony and input to our lawmakers and other public officials. And that's really that's how the lawmaking and regulatory process works. Regulatory writing, the people involved tend to be subject matter experts because they tend to be appointed like commissioners for specific purposes to agencies that work on specific things. But even those folks need input from stakeholders, from people on the ground, from everyday people, or their ears are going to get filled with corporate nonsense, and they're going to get manipulated by astroturf groups who take money to appear to be acting and operating in the public interest, but in actuality are operating on behalf of corporate forces and selling that public-facing persona to those corporate forces. And it's very easy to pick up on when someone's doing this. If someone's like talking about how much they dislike corruption in the cannabis space, and then they're taking money to advertise corrupt dispensaries, in particular dispensaries that are subject to community boycott, it's one way to figure out what someone's up to. Another way is there are oftentimes and it's really scary, but a lot of people interested and involved in public policy will at the same time be working as headhunters for like investment firms. And I'm not going to name any of them because they know full well. I know exactly who they are. I know what their names are, and I know what they're doing. I'm not going to name them, but I'm going to talk about the behavior, the trend, the pattern. So if you go around representing yourself as someone interested in public policy work, and in actuality you own some like predatory vulture capital investment firm, and you're actually using your public policy work to headhunt looking for, in particular, equity applicants, that's shameful. You should be open about it at the very least and let people judge you based on what you're actually doing. And it's the same thing for people who headhunt for a lot of these sort of monopolized corporate cannabis interests. They have a few tactics that are just so blatantly obvious, and it's really scary. But one of them is front groups. And I'm not going to mention any particular names, but there's a group that goes back years and years in this state, and there's groups in multiple other states that act in ways which raise questions that have resulted in newspaper articles, in-depth analysis, because of the fact that there is an incentive within the American lawmaking system for groups to represent themselves as interested in public policy while in actuality taking money from corporate forces to undermine that public policy in the pursuit of a market oligopoly. That, I think, is the most sort of disgraceful manifestation of this perverse form of American sort of capitalism. And I think free market systems are wonderful, but I think when there's an incentive to engage in regulatory capture to undermine free market competition in the pursuit of consolidated market power so that companies can sell inferior quality product for higher prices, the system itself has fundamentally broken down. That's a reflection of, unfortunately, a systemic failure on the part of us as the public to hold these systems to account. And I do think it's starting to change more so than ever before. Imagine going into the banking industry and trying to attend, a Securities and Exchange Commission hearing and bring 75 people to testify about why, the SEC should take up some policy. They would laugh you out of the room because that's an entrenched system. But here, in front of the Cannabis Control Commission, in front of the lawmakers, the Joint Cannabis Policy Committee, there is an opportunity for an informed person who just happens to enjoy consuming this information on, in the furtherance of the public good to actually make a real impact. And that could revolutionize the American market economy and break up some of these consolidated trusts who try to undermine the free market in order to consolidate control. And I was talking about this. This is actually directly related to what brought this all up, which was why following along with things like the executive director's report or some of the guidances that are going to come up after the break that we'll talk about a little bit, why following along can actually give you an opportunity to change something that could have a very serious and deleterious impact on the world at large before it actually rolls out and becomes entrenched policy. And I really do think that one thing the executive director did today that was very interesting was there was a new slide in the licensing data portion of his presentation. And every month, the executive director presents the licensing data, the most up-to-date licensing data for different license types in the adult and medical use industry. And one of the most interesting slides is always what's called the pizza chart slide, which shows every license type: micro business, craft co-op, outdoor cultivator, indoor cultivator, retailer, etc. All of them. And then it shows every step of the process, application packet submitted, application packet awaiting RFI, provisional license stage, etc., etc. But there's never been a chart that's shown a breakdown of the canopy, the cultivation canopy, indoor and outdoor, in the Commonwealth. And for the first time, the executive director actually showed that slide today, and we've seen it 2 or 3 times. But if you have a chance, it's on my social media as well, on my Grant Smith Facebook. I'll try to tweet it out as well. If you have a chance, take a look at that slide, because it really is an embodiment of something we were just talking about, which is if you look at the cultivation canopy in the Commonwealth, it is highly centralized. Hundreds of thousands of square feet of canopy in the hands of just a few producers. That's changing. It's a little bit difficult right now because outdoor cultivation standards are such that it's almost impossible to produce outdoor cannabis flower that will be compliant with testing standards in Massachusetts. It's something that's being worked on, though, and a credit to the people who are doing it. There's a number of initiatives going on right now to try to level that playing field, but the point is the same. Even among cultivators, if you can obtain a cornered market, you can use that market position to do really, really malicious things. And one example would be, and hypothetically speaking, say you were a vertically integrated cultivator and retailer, and you had a tier 11 under your control, which is 100,000 square feet of cultivation canopy. You have a retail store, and you really don't like this new delivery operator license. By the way, 5 provisional delivery operator licenses are going to be approved within the next hour or so. 3 of them are already approved, 2 more yet to come. Congrats. But say you're a brick and mortar retailer and you really don't like the delivery operator license, which is a license that's directly competing with you and going to cost you, substantial amount of your market share over the next 10, 20 years every year. I don't know how that happened. It was a fluke of history. But anyway, so say you really don't like that delivery operator license. Well, if you control a large amount of the canopy, and your friends control a large amount of the canopy who also own brick and mortar retailer stores, you could technically, hypothetically, go around saying to them, hey, what if we went around telling people that we're not going to sell to delivery operators and that you shouldn't either? Is that an antitrust violation? Is that a violation of, what is that? Is it price fixing? Is it the goal of winning in the American regulatory system? I'm not really sure. Does anyone have an answer to that? I don't know what our system thinks about people who behave that way, because unfortunately we have a system that incentivizes consolidated control. But for the input of the public and regulators and lawmakers who are willing to listen and do things not just in the interest of a few consolidated companies and their artificial representatives. I'm going to have to start being nicer with the term I use. I love the word front group, but artificial representative sounds a lot better. And I think that's why it's so crucial. So that was a long way of me saying thank you to those of you who watch this, not because you're watching me, but because you're staying engaged with regulatory policy in a way that actually enables the legitimacy of the lawmaking process rather than handing it over to corporate forces. So often, grassroots policy can get lost in the sort of ebb and flow of daily life. We're human beings. We're social animals. It happens. But the thing that corporate forces hate more so than anything else is an informed public able to cogently participate in the lawmaking and regulatory process in a way that wards off their nefarious behavior. And so, yes, it's coming up on 1:15. We only have 15 more minutes, as you can see on the slide right below me, until the commission returns from its lunch break. There's always a pattern in these long commission hearings. There's a 15-minute break in the morning, a 30-minute break for lunch, and then there's inevitably one more 15-minute break, normally around 3 p.m. So if you are watching and you are going to be with us for the whole 8 hours, it could be that long today, maybe 6 to 7. Do anticipate that we will go until at least 3 p.m., 2:30 if we're lucky, but probably 3 p.m., could be 4 p.m. So it is indeed the last hearing of the year, and to wrap things up on that, what I thought the commissioners did a great job of doing was pointing out that they asked the staff, and the staff did fulfill this request, to make sure that because the commission is going to take next month off, no one who was needing a renewal, provisional, whatever it may have been, was left to fall through the cracks. I've never seen so many license renewals. I think it got to like quadruple R, which means on the renewal portion of the hearing for the licensing votes, there were 150 minimum license renewals, and every single one of those license renewals requires staff to prepare a recommendation, requires commissioners to go through all of their documents, their PIPs, the positive impact plans, diversity plans, to look at compliance. And if you note, if you follow this each minute of the hearing, you can't get away with anything if you're an applicant. The commission will read your plan and then look at who you're hiring and your contractors. They'll look at who you're paying to clean your building, to wash your windows, whatever it may be. They're looking to see if you're in compliance with what you're promising to do during renewals. And I want to say, I think that is perhaps one of the most impressive elements of the commission's work. For applicants that are submitting a license to the Cannabis Control Commission, when they first submit their provisional and final license, they have to agree to do a certain number of things. Create a positive impact plan that indicates how they're going to positively impact their local community, in particular, communities that were impacted by the drug war. Specifically, I should say. Then there's a diversity plan, which has to do with their hiring processes and committing to ensure that they're hiring people who are Black, Brown, Native American, disabled, members of the LGBTQ plus community, whatever it may be. Those plans are not mandated by the commission to be structured any certain way, but they are mandated to exist. And therefore, the only way the commission can enforce compliance, because the companies are coming up with these plans as part of their license application, is for the commission, when the license comes up for renewal every year, to look at what the company said it was going to do as its positive impact plan or diversity plan goals and compare it to what they actually did. And that is a monumental undertaking. To prepare for a meeting like this and consume that volume of material is a heroic undertaking, to actually keep these companies, on the level. And there are a lot of companies doing a lot of good things and living up to their positive impact plans. I'm sure you heard Commissioner Roy point a few of them out, Commissioner Camargo, Concepcion, etc. But at the same time, you may have heard a repeating critique from Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins, and otherwise, that some of these plans are not only being carbon copied, they're not being lived up to. So there is sort of a fine balance that an applicant in front of the commission has to take between submitting a plan that they know the commission is going to approve, something that has been approved before or something like that, while at the same time not copying anyone else directly, and actually making sure they're willing to live up to it, because that will determine if your license gets renewed. All of that is to say, this has been a very long meeting, and the commission and the people watching deserve a lot of credit for the fact that every application gets the same level of scrutiny. So, and I'm sure you can see it if you watch closely, because the questions that gets asked about applications can be as direct and nuanced as, what town will you be engaging services in? Maybe the town that the company identified is not a town that was an area of disproportionate impact. So the commissioners will even say, well, we can't make you change the company or the nonprofit you're going to help, but maybe you should consider helping a nonprofit in an area of disproportionate impact that is located near you. And that happens routinely over and over again. So, at long last, we can talk about what's up on the screen. We talked about it a little bit during the last break. I Didn't know there was going to be another break, but that makes sense. So when the commission comes back, we're going to finish up provisional licenses. I think we already did final licenses. If not, we'll do those I think they're done as a roster. And then we'll move right into commission regulatory discussion. There's going to be 4 topics or 5 topics before we get to this guidance. Those are going to be job descriptions. I talked about them earlier. If you're interested in working for the commission, there's a wide array of positions, one under the equity department, one under the government services department, and then one data position, and then one other position, all going to be made available for posting, I think, after today's meeting. So keep an eye on that if you're interested in working for the agency. And then there's going to be 4 other really important discussions. The first one is a guidance for municipalities. We're not going to go through this whole thing because it's extremely complex, but if you are an applicant and you want to know what your city or town is going to think about your application and how they're going to approach it, you're going to want to read the next 2 documents. The first one starts on page 228 of this month's public meeting packet. I'll try to post a link to it. And as you can see, it's a standard commission document. It has an index. What's fun about these indexes is that sometimes you can click them. So you can actually click, for example, on 3, and it will jump you down to 3. So that's a nice feature of their documents. And you can see this is a very in-depth overview. We're not going to go through it now. The commission's going to talk about it in depth, I'm sure, as soon as we get to this portion of the meeting. And then there's a second guidance document. We talked a lot about this during the pre-show. I may have gotten a little riled up about how the language related to explicit language related to cities and towns being able to create equity priority periods when giving out HCAs was removed and replaced with language that I felt was a lot more general and a lot less helpful. But I'm gonna try to contain myself because I think that there is a chance to fix it, and I know that there are well-meaning people who are trying to do the right thing, working on very complex problems, and sub-regulatory guidance documents are not simple things. And I do think people need an opportunity to hear feedback on it. So I do think that feedback is important, and I do thank the people who have already been providing it. So you can see that the one thing that this guidance is, this is the second guidance document on HCAs and equity, is thorough. It's a substantial document that covers a lot of topics in depth. We did talk a little bit during the pre-show. We'll review it one more time about how after the break the Commission's going to talk about the guidance on hemp. This completes the implementation of the Hemp Survive and Thrive Amendment, which was originally H4001, for those of you who had a fun time coming to all those hearings back 2018, 2019. But in any event, this is the final step. This now completes that process, and CCC retailers can now sell finished hemp products. Of course, hemp flower is now included in the definition of finished hemp product. So if you are an MDAR hemp farmer or an MDAR hemp processor manufacturer, you can sell your hemp flower directly to CCC dispensaries, who can now sell it as an accessory, which is a lot easier than putting something in through the full compliance. So that's great. It still needs to meet all of MDAR's standards and all of that, which is great. But it's very easy to sell it as a CCC product. And then, so that's of course consumer ready hemp products. You can see that in the guidance. And then the second part of the guidance is processed hemp products. And this is where the CCC confirms that hemp products like CBD extract can now be sold to a CCC license holder and then made into an existing THC product. The only thing a CCC license holder cannot do with their hemp extract is make it into a product that contains only CBD. Because that would actually be making a hemp product, and then you'd need an MDAR license, and you can't have an MDAR license and a CCC license at the same location, from what I understand. So to get around this, what the solution was, and it's genius, I don't know who came up with it, but kudos to you, whoever you are out there, mystery person. I actually don't know who it was. So whoever figured this out in the MDAR and CCC liaison process, kudos to you. But they figured out, the agencies figured out that the solution to this problem, and it was a roadblock for 3 to 4 months, was to simply allow CBD extract, hemp extract, to be infused into an existing THC product, which is genius. It's one of those microcosms of how simplicity can be sublime when it works out like that. And I've heard the chairman talk a little bit about it, and the way his eyes light up when he talks about how that solution sort of allowed them to overcome that roadblock, you can tell the chairman, and I'm sure all of the commissioners and staff, care a lot about local hemp farmers. And for those wondering why this regulatory guidance is so important, it just single-handedly increased the price of hemp biomass in perpetuity in Massachusetts. So it may allow people to survive and thrive. And I don't know who came up with the name of the Hemp Survive and Thrive Amendment, and I absolutely do know who came up with it, and she knows who she is. So kudos to you all who worked on that. As I said during the pre-show, it's great to see this document come out, and I hope there's celebrations abound today for all of you. And congratulations to Laura Beener in particular on the birth of her children. That was extremely touching. And congratulations to you, Laura, in a number of ways. And thank you all for making that change a reality, because that is another example of how a small group of well-meaning people can change the world through cogent implementation of legislative and regulatory policy, even if it does take 3 years. Coming on to the most important part, I think, of today's discussion, there's a State House update. And first, there's an update on how some of the commissioners have been meeting with lawmakers, what they've been talking about. And that's not the part that is interesting. But the part that I'm interested in is the commission is starting to provide these nice overviews of legislative proposals, especially related to equity. And on today's agenda, you can see that there's this overview of all the social equity related bills. The loan fund, the trust fund, the acts to promote equity, the training and assistance fund. I happen to myself think both a loan fund to facilitate ownership of cannabis companies for equity applicants and a training and assistance fund are crucial. Just telling equity applicants that they should work for large non-equity owned MSOs is not good enough. People deserve an opportunity to be owners in this new industry, and we can and should ensure that those ownership opportunities are facilitated by virtue of existing excise tax revenue. And I think it's crucial that, as with the Technical Training and Assistance Fund, there are also funds appropriated for the purpose of providing no interest loans or grants to equity companies to be able to own businesses in the sector. I think a failure to do that would be an abdication of the duty to ensure that the mandate related to equity in the statute is met. And I hope the commission takes it up, which is why we're going to hear an important commission discussion right at the end of the hearing about the proposed structure for outreach regarding equity that the commission's going to take up. And the commission's going to, as you can see on this document, they're going to go into detail about how they would take what's called a position of recommendation. There's a specific term for the commission putting out a statement of commission policy, basically, and that allows them apparently to sort of work to achieve the ends that are being identified as breakdowns on the legislative side to achieving the equity mandate within the commission. And we're going to learn a lot about that. I think it's an absolutely crucial topic. I think the fact that they're doing it is excellent. I think what bills the commission talks about and where they work and direct their energy is as crucial as the structure. So we want to pay close attention to that as well. But it's coming up on 1:30, and you can see Chairman Hoffman popping up on the screen. So I will see you all at the next break, and thank you for hanging out with me for our monthly lunch.
It is a beautiful day outside.
It indeed is. Hey, Commissioner Roy, welcome back.
Mr. Chairman, I managed to let the dog out.
And my dogs are outside just lying in the sun, luxuriating. They look incredibly content, so I'm not disturbing them.
I sat in my car.
Did you?
Yeah, just got some sun. Saw my neighbors mowing the lawns.
Yeah, my buddies just sent me a text with a picture of them on the golf course. And they said, wish you were here.
Those are not your friends. Those are not your friends.
They claim to be, but I think you're right. You got a point there.
Yeah. Tell them you will be there soon enough.
Well, it's unfortunately probably March is going to be the next time. I mean, it's rare this time of year that you can get out in the golf course. So in Boston,
You can go to Florida in December.
I could. We'll see. We'll keep that option open. Okay, it's 1:30. So I see all four of my fellow commissioners. I see Ms. Defoe. So we are back in session at 1:30. Thanks very much for allowing me to take a break and hopefully get my mind working again. So we're, I think, a little more than halfway through the provisional. So let's get started again. Next one I have up is I&I Rose Garden LLC. Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is I&I Rose Garden LLC. The proposed location is 22 Birch Street, located in Boston. They are seeking a product manufacturing license and they receive priority review as an economic empowerment participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. I do not have any requests from commissioners for additional conditions on this license. Are there questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I just want to say a comment that I appreciate their creativity in their PIP. They have a paid volunteer program where current employees are given paid time off to volunteer up to 20 hours a year with nonprofits and service organizations that support formerly incarcerated individuals. So I thought that was pretty good.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Other questions, comments, or requests for conditions? Okay, since I have no idea where we ended up, I'm just going to start again from the beginning. So Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to I&I Rose Garden LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please? I'm sorry?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to I&I Rose Garden LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up is Jolly Green Incorporated. Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is Jolly Green Incorporated. The proposed location is 246 Suffolk Lane, located in Gardner. They're seeking a cultivation tier 3 indoor license and receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Roy for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure and to achieve your stated diversity goals, please update your diversity plan under program section, namely bullet 1, to also include veterans in the stated language and posting quarterly employment advertisements. Are there any? I'm sorry, go ahead.
If I just may add, I am grateful that they have such a lofty goal of 30% veterans. This isn't meant to ping Jolly Green, it's just to help them achieve their goal, because I noticed in the language when they are doing their advertisements for employment opportunities, they left out the word veteran. So I'm just trying to help them achieve their goal that they set out.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Roy. Are there any other questions, comments, or requests for conditions on this license? Then I could ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation, issue a provisional license to Jolly Green Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
Moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Jolly Green Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, we have 2 applications from Milkmen Cultivation LLC. They are co-located, if I'm correct, Ms. Defoe?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. We'll go ahead with your summary of both, and then we'll have separate votes. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
The applicant here is Milkman Cultivation LLC, doing business as Milkman Cannabis. The proposed location is 75 Green Street, Suite 3, located in Clinton. They are seeking cultivation Tier 2 indoor and product manufacturing licenses. The applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for 2 additional conditions on this license. First, prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and any strategy for outreach to residents of nearby disproportionate impacted designated community of Fitchburg for employment and applicants' educational programs, and provide any updates. Second, prior to final application for licensure, provide updated partnership letter from Last Prisoner Project, Massachusetts offices, and agreed upon engagement strategies and purpose of donation. Are there any other conditions, questions, or comments on this license? On these 2 licenses, excuse me? Commissioner Roy, could you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Milkmen Cultivation LLC, MCN 283474, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
Vote.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
I'm sorry?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Milkmen Cultivation LLC, MCN 283474, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up is the second Milkmen Cultivation license application, MPN 282065. Commissioner Stebbins, could I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Milkmen Cultivation LLC, MPN 282065, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, is MJ's Market.
The applicant here is MJ's Market. The proposed location is 405-409 Middlesex Road, located in Tingsboro. They are seeking a retail license and they received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins, this time for 3 additional conditions. First, prior to final application for licensure, provide updated partnership letter from Cultivated requiring organization to send report outlining how contribution was used in previous year. Second, prior to final application for licensure, review marketing strategies and compliance with 935 CMR 500.105 Section 4. And then finally, prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners' eligibility to support your activities. Are there any other questions, comments, or requests for conditions on this license? Could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to MJ's Market subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins? Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to MJ's Market, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. We are next going to Northeast Alternatives. These are two licenses that are co-located, if I'm correct, Ms. Defoe?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Northeast Alternatives Incorporated. The proposed location is 310 Kenneth Welch Drive, located in Lakeville. They are seeking a cultivation tier 6 indoor and product manufacturing license. The applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lowe. I am not aware of any additional conditions being requested on this these two license applications. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Or is everybody ready to vote on these two license applications? Let me be explicit. I'm sorry, did you raise your hand, Commissioner Concepcion?
I did not.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins?
All set, I believe.
Okay, Commissioner Roy? Commissioner Camargo? Okay. Then could I ask for a motion, please, Commissioner Roy, to approve the staff recommendation? Can I ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Northeast Alternatives Incorporated, MCN 282112? I think I'm up to Commissioner Roy. Would you make that motion, please?
Moved.
Pardon?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins? Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion? I'm sorry?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Northeast Alternatives Incorporated, MCN 282112, by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up is a second license application from Northeast Alternatives Incorporated, MPN 281868. I would like a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license. Commissioner Stebbins, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion? I'm sorry?
Oh, this is weird. Aye.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at my notes, not the screen, which is why I just need you to speak out as loud.
Microphone is going in and out, so my
Okay.
apologies.
No problem. Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Northeast Alternatives Incorporated, MPN 281868, by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Rolling Relief LLC, another marijuana delivery operator. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is Rolling Relief LLC. The proposed location is 370 Wareham Street, located in Middleborough. They are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license and received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, review product purchasing strategies and determine if they meet or align with diversity plan goals. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then I think we're up to you, Commissioner Stebbins. Would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Rolling Relief LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Rolling Relief LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Excuse me. Next up is Safetiva Labs LLC, and to your point earlier, Commissioner Roy, another independent testing lab. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is Safetiva Labs LLC. The proposed location is 109 Apremont Way, located in Westfield. They are seeking an independent testing laboratory license and received expedited review for its license type. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I have no requests for additional conditions on this license, but are there questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions from any of the commissioners? Okay, then Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Safetiva Labs LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Sorry. Thank you. Commissioner Roy? Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation, issue a provisional license to Safetiva Labs LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, is Shine Delivery LLC, another marijuana delivery operator. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Shine Delivery LLC. The proposed location is 119 Washington Street, located in Plainville. They are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license and received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and any strategy for outreach to residents of nearby disproportionate impact designated community of Taunton for employment and programming, and provide any updates. Are there any additional conditions requested on this license, or questions or comments? Okay, then I think if I could, Commissioner Roy, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Shine Delivery LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
Moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Were you making a comment by that? Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
I know. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to approve the, to issue a provisional license to Shine Delivery LLC, subject to additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, is Smoky Leaf.
The applicant here is Smoky Leaf. The proposed location is 45-49 Bank Road, located in Greenfield. They are seeking a retail license and received expedited review as a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Concepcion for an additional condition on this license. Specifically, prior to final licensure, the applicant shall provide an updated security plan stating that the appropriate law enforcement authorities and the commission staff shall be notified of any breach of security or other reportable incident defined in 500.110 section 9 immediately, and in no instance more than 24 hours following discovery of the breach or incident. Are there any other comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Smoky Leaf, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Smoky Leaf, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Concepcion by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Can we move on to the next slide, please, Matt? Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, Sun Grown Alternatives LLC. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Sun-Grown Alternatives LLC. The proposed location is 0 Progress Avenue, located in Westfield. They are seeking a cultivation tier 3 indoor license and receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for 2 additional conditions on this license. Specifically, prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for individuals with disability and LGBTQ residents. Second, prior to final application for licensure, identify specific outreach strategies for diversity plan educational trainings. Are there any other questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sun-Grown Alternatives LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sun-Grown Alternatives LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Defoe, there are 2 license applications from Trava Incorporated. They are co-located. If I'm
Yes.
correct, please go ahead with your summary for both, and then we'll take separate votes. Thank you.
The applicant here is Trava Incorporated. The proposed location is 3119 Cranberry Highway, located in Wareham. They are seeking a cultivation tier 2 indoor and product manufacturing license, and they receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on both licenses, specifically prior to final application for licensure, consider and identify any specific outreach strategies for diverse and local vendors as highlighted in the company's application documents. Are there any additional conditions, requests, or comments or questions on this these 2 applications? Okay. Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Trava Incorporated, MCN 283495, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please? Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Trava Incorporated, MCN 283358, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, if I could ask Commissioner Roy, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Trava Incorporated, MPN 282069, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Trav Incorporated MPN 282069 by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Ms. Defoe, TSC Delivery LLC, another marijuana delivery operator. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is TSC Delivery LLC. The proposed location is 7 Kane Industrial Drive, located in Hudson. They are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license and received expedited review as a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have no requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions? Okay, then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to TSC Delivery LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to TSC Delivery LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. We have 2 more left, both vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment centers. The first is Deerfield Naturals Incorporated. Ms. Defoe, please go ahead.
The applicant here is Deerfield Naturals Incorporated. The proposed cultivation, product manufacturing, and dispensing location is 10 Greenfield Road, located in Deerfield. They are seeking a medical treatment center license, and additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a medical provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thanks very much. I have a request for an additional condition on this license from Commissioner Stebbins, specifically prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for veterans, individuals with disabilities, and LGBTQ residents. Are there questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Deerfield Naturals?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Deerfield Naturals Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, another MTC, NSAJO Holdings LLC. Please go ahead, Ms. Defoe.
The applicant here is NSAJO Holdings LLC. The proposed cultivation, product manufacturing, and dispensing location is 20 Authority Drive, located in Fitchburg. They are seeking a medical treatment center license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a medical provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I have requests from Commissioner Stebbins for 3 additional conditions on this license. First, prior to final application for licensure, provide better confirming support and acceptance of financial contribution from Massachusetts Opportunity Council. Second, prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals based upon statistics of community and region and not just based upon overall state statistics. And finally, prior to final application for licensure, clarify and limit positive impact plan goals for the host community of Fitchburg and pending provisional application for Fitchburg operations. Do I have any other questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Just a comment that for those that are watching, if you notice, we have 2 medical licenses and almost 30 adult use, and I'm glad to see now patients in Fitchburg and the Deerfield areas will have another option for access. They have enormous build outs. They are vertically integrated. So it is an enormous undertaking to be an MTC. So I just wanted to point that out, that patients will have more options and access in the Fitchburg and Deerfield once they are able to commence ops. And that's the reason why you see so few medical versus adult use.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to NSAJO Holdings LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to NSAJO Holdings LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. At this point, Ms. Defoe, are we done? Are there other provisional applications for the commission to consider?
There are not. I just wanted to make a comment.
Please go ahead.
On behalf of the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, I want to thank our departments, licensing specialists, investigators, compliance officers, enforcement counsel, program coordinators, and testing and laboratory analysts for all their efforts in working together to make this month's recommendations to the commission.
And thank you, and our appreciation to that group as well, and to you specifically, Ms. Defoe, for all your work and your willingness to sit in front of us during these meetings. We certainly hope to see you back in January.
Actually, it'll be Derek Chamberlain's turn.
So in other words, you're done with us? You want nothing more to do with us?
I would love to stay with you guys, but hey, I gotta share the wealth.
Okay. Well, I'm hopeful at some future meeting we'll see you, but just since it sounds like we won't see you for a while, I just want to thank you for what you've done over the several months you've been doing this. Really grateful, and you've done a great job. Thank you.
Yep, and I'd like to thank all of you for the opportunity for the professional growth in presenting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Defoe. I think you're off the hook for the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are done with the licensing part of our agenda. I'm sorry, Commissioner Roy, did you have your hand up?
I want to thank Suko. She did a fabulous job, and I want to echo her sentiments and thank all the departments for their hard work with compliance and licensing and investigation. And I want to thank all of our provisional licensees and MEs for in advance. I'm going to thank them for doing the RFT basic core curriculum, and I look forward to seeing those certificates come in. And it's 4 hours of their time, and we are grateful in advance for them being in compliance.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, let's move on to the next part of our agenda, which is several topics for commission discussion and vote. So first, as I mentioned when our executive director went through his self-assessment of his performance versus goals for the current year, I pointed out that was the beginning of a process where he would propose goals for the coming year that we could discuss and review and perhaps vote on, or ask him to go back and make some modifications. But I think to give that conversation context, it's going to be useful to talk about what we're proposing for a performance management process for the executive director. And I want to thank Commissioner Stebbins for his leadership on this. As I said, we've done this kind of on an ad hoc basis up to this point. I think it makes perfect sense to be more formal about it and to make sure that it is consistent with the way we're conducting performance reviews for the entire staff. So thanks again for the time and leadership you've shown here, Commissioner Stebbins, and please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to draw your attention. I got some remarks I'll make, and I'll be happy to answer questions. I want to draw your attention to some of the items that were provided in your packet to assist with the discussion this afternoon. The first was a memo from our General Counsel, Christine Bailey. General Counsel Bailey was of tremendous assistance in reviewing any process refinements with an eye continued compliance with the open meeting law. So I want to thank her for her help. The second is a memo with me, and I could not have pulled it together without input from our COO, Alyssa Stack, as well as our Chief People Officer, Erica White. Thank them for their help over the past few months. Their input, their ideas, suggestions, and some patience and overview on how the ED's performance review aligns with the performance management system being implemented across the commission. There is a challenge within our structure of how 5 people evaluate one employee, and that's our executive director, and comply with the open meeting law and make that procedure productive and valuable to us as commissioners and the ED as an experienced professional. I can tell you in my previous position, we also tackled this challenge because of our similar structure. Hopefully we can make some decisions on the process being proposed and work to meet the deadlines and requirements hopefully we're setting for ourselves. Let me discuss some of the key important elements of the proposal before you, and these aren't in any particular order. First, this performance review process suggestions allows our top HR person within the commission, the Chief People Officer, to play a critical and appropriate role in managing the process, compiling feedback, creating an executive summary of the evaluation, and offering support to the commission to help us keep compliant with the open meeting law. Secondly, this plan allows us to offer a performance review of the executive director using an evaluation tool used previously, so we will not be changing kind of the game as this year winds up. But the proposal would also allow our Chief People Officer to create a new and expanded performance review tool to be approved at the commission meeting in February, hopefully early enough in the year to be helpful for the year ahead. Third, another proposed revision is to incorporate a mid-year goal update by the executive director at our July meeting. This mid-year update mirrors the mid-year review each member of the commission team undertakes with their managers. Next, we're proposing to revise the process to, I think, allow the ED to engage with the commission more actively to review a compiled performance review and engage in discussion about his or her salary. The use of executive session limits our ability to have that engagement with the executive director. One option for us to consider is tasking one commissioner to work with the Chief People Officer to review that performance document and discuss salary directly with the ED. That effort, again, helps the commission comply with the open meeting law while allowing the executive director to engage in his or her review process and the salary discussions. I want to be clear, the revisions in the process, I don't think diminish the active role commissioners can take to offer their views on the executive director's performance. An assessment tool will continue to allow each of us to weigh in on the executive director's performance equally. That compiled performance review can be shared with the ED as allowed by the open meeting law, but the open meeting law doesn't allow a public body to consider or provide a performance evaluation in executive session. Open meeting law still allows us to meet in executive session in case we had to discuss what I would deem poor performance issues, but providing an executive summary in addition for discussion at a public meeting, I think can also help us offer some transparency to the entire process. So just to wrap it up, in September, the commission voted to take the first step, which was kind of updating the performance review, and that was to use the November meeting for the ED to submit goals for the following year and for allowing us to discuss them, consider them, and vote to approve them. Again, this key step allows the executive director to begin working with his or her direct reports and departments to set out those strategies and timelines for meeting the goals in the coming year. So hopefully you've all had a chance to read the open meeting law memo from the general counsel as well as my memo, and I think our COO and Chief People Officer may be listening in if you have questions, but with that, I'll kind of throw it open to my colleagues.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Commissioner Stebbins. I will allow, obviously, our colleagues to ask questions or make comments. But could you, just for clarification, what action, if any, are you looking for from the commission today?
Sure. I would like for approval or support for the schedule as we've kind of laid it out in the memo. And if we feel we've had appropriate discussion, to consider what's in the memo, either option 1 or option 2, whether to continue with again, the executive session process that we've previously used, which again, I personally feel we have some limitations to, or option 2, which would allow a tasked commissioner to work with our chief people officer to go through that review with the executive director and have some conversations about salary.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll come back and I'll ask you to make a specific motion once we've had an opportunity to raise some questions and have a discussion. Are there questions for Commissioner Stebbins or comments? Commissioner Roy.
I just want to thank Commissioner Stebbins. Not only is he the commission secretary, but he took this project as well. And I want to thank him for all of his time and effort. It was very well thought. I just, again, want to thank him. And I'm in agreement with the timeline. And if whatever option the commission chooses, if it's 2, I would be more than happy to fill that role. If the commission decides as a body that they choose option 2, I would be more than happy to help in that way.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Other comments or questions for Commissioner Stebbins? Commissioner Camargo, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Commissioner Stebbins, I like to call you the professional commissioner because you served on the gaming commission for many years. But it seems like in your expertise and having served in another commission that the second route seems to be more feasible route for us here. I mean, obviously you laid it out in your memo, but I don't know if you had any other last comments or thoughts around that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I can tell you from my previous experience, we did use the opportunity to task a commissioner, not with necessarily negotiation of performance and salary with the ED, but we use a tasked commissioner to go out and screen candidates for the executive director's position, or to undertake some tasks again on behalf of the group of 5. It will be an interesting process to watch, and I would almost suggest leaving open the opportunity, as I'm thinking through this, we could still all engage in executive session because that still allows you the ability to have discussions around salary and contract negotiation, but to use that perhaps to, again, have a discussion and then to go task that one commissioner with some instructions to sit down with the executive director.
And do you think that having only one commissioner task is a good route, or do you task 2 commissioners with the process? Your expertise.
Sure. No, it's a great question. I do believe the open meeting law only allows us, and the general counsel helped me out with this, only does allow one commissioner to have that role. And certainly for us, we could do that on kind of a rolling obligation. We don't want the executive director to butter up one commissioner during the process. So we could certainly each kind of take that
Sean wasn't talented enough to butter all 5 of us up, so I'm not sure that.
But General Counsel Bailey, am I correct that when you task one commissioner, it really can only be one individual?
Yeah, so if the commission wanted to task more than one commissioner, it would be a delegation to a subcommittee, and that would be subject to the open meeting law. So you certainly can do it, but it just complicates the ability for those 2 commissioners to, say, meet with the ED and the CPO. I'm sorry, with to meet with the ED and the CPO without complying with all the requirements of the open meeting law. So the division is tolerant of one commissioner being tasked with that, and with the understanding that, of course, materials at some point will make their way to the commission, the full commission, in an open session and in an executive session as needed.
Got it. Thank you so much. Good seeing you, Christine.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure. I just wanted to thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for taking this on. It really seems like there was a lot of time and effort that was put into this. And I also want to really thank our General Counsel, Christine Bailey. I had a similar question to Commissioner Camargo, and she's been working with me in preparation for a few things for this meeting today. And that was one of the things that she was able to explain and kind of give me a better understanding of the process at hand. So thank you, Christine.
Thanks. So let me, I'm not going to try to foreshorten this conversation. We'll have as lengthy conversation as we need to, but I do hear some sentiment that option 2, tasking an individual commissioner, is the preference. I think that's Commissioner Stebbins' recommendation. I think I heard Commissioner Roy support that. I think I heard Commissioner Camargo support that. If that's the case, if there's universal sentiment that we go with option 2, then what I'd like to ask Commissioner Stebbins to do is make a motion specifically including option 2. Is that all right with everybody?
Yeah, and
go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you. I'm like, Sean, I don't think you have any too much say in here, but I would like to hear from you.
Thank you for that. I think you're right. It's our vote, our decision, but certainly I'd want to make sure that Sean was comfortable with the process. So thank you very much, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, and I always say this too, right? And Sean knows I say this all the time, Mr. Executive Director. You know, we're also thinking the next 3 to 5 years, right? So Sean, you need to be comfortable with this, or give us some feedback, right? We need to include you in this process.
Thank you. I really appreciate you doing that, Commissioner Camargo. Thank you for bringing that up. Please go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
Sure, thank you. And Commissioner, because you reminded me I don't get a say in this, I don't know that I'll be buttering you up in this process. But nonetheless, thank you. This is a process that I fully support. I appreciate that it aligns really well with our existing performance management system. And I think what's attractive about that is it subjects me to a similar process that we're asking our employees to grow with and confront, and it allows for me to have direct and honest feedback from commissioners. And so our process to date, I think, is one of those. It's worked. It is absolutely given me feedback, but I also realized and expect that I get live feedback on a pretty regular basis from all of you. So if I'm surprised or discover something through this process, then that alone is pretty revealing. So I appreciate the professional approach to this. I do respect and I'm grateful that it's aligned with a system that we've now deployed across the agency. And I think it holds me accountable to the things that you are entitled to hold me accountable to. So, and that cascading sequence of timing is really important, because it then allows me to segue and cascade those goals to our staff and our departments. And so the alignment, I think, is what I'm most attracted to, combined with really having a clear directive from the 5 of you. So
thank you. So then again, if it's okay with everybody, please raise your hand if it's not, but if it's okay with everybody, I'd like to ask Commissioner Stebbins to make a motion for the commission's vote, including specifically option 2 that as he outlined. Are everybody okay with that? Commissioner Stebbins, then would you go ahead, please, and make that motion?
Sure. Mr. Chair, I move that the commission approve the memo on executive director performance management process and included schedule and process in the selection of option 2 for the performance management review of the executive director.
All right, thank you. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show that the commission approves the motion by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. And thank you again, Commissioner Stebbins, for your leadership on this.
And thanks to the team for all their help. Greatly appreciate it.
Okay, so as part of the, just a slightly different part of the same overall discussion, Sean is going to lay out his proposal for his goals for calendar year 2022. Just to be explicit, I think we have two options here. Perhaps there's a third I'm missing. One option is to, if people are comfortable, make a motion and take a vote on what Sean proposed. A second option is if there are thoughts that we want Sean to go back and incorporate, or additional goals, or maybe taking one of the goals out. If there's any changes that we're looking for, I think we need to make those suggestions to Sean and then come back and revisit this topic with a discussion and vote in January. So, I think we'll just see how it goes, and then we'll go down one of those paths based upon how the discussion goes after Sean makes his presentation. So, Sean, if you'd go ahead, please, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to your point, these are draft, so I certainly welcome and invite any comment or certainly questions as well to clarify what I may intend by them. You'll notice that there are similar goals proposed for this calendar year that we discussed earlier in the meeting, what seems like yesterday, but discussed earlier in the meeting today relative to calendar year 2021. And that's because I think goals should be multi-year and strategic in their formation. So I think if the work was not done, we ought to continue it to allow us to stay on track for the strategic plan that we have put ourselves within. So that in mind, you'll see that there's some similarities, and I think that's ultimately a good thing. So there's a total of 7 of them. Just
for expectation setting, Mr. Executive Director, how many are there that you're proposing?
Sure. So I just noted there's 7 of them. So it's a few fewer than last year, although I'll touch on where I've combined some. So it's really I think the substance is equal or similar. The volume may be fewer though. The first one I think is responsive to some of the conversations that we've had both internally during the onboarding of commissioners and the introduction of new commissioners, but also during some of these meetings. And I hope it reflects an observation that I've made, which is what is our plan? Where are we going? What is our 5-year strategic plan for this agency? And so the goal is to create that plan, develop it within the requirements of what is a cost neutral operation. We are now a 4-year-old agency that is growing, but at some point we will be established and should settle into what is a steady state, as well as those other statutory requirements. So I look at this as combining the secure a budget, live within your means, meet all statutory deadlines and requirements, but do so within the context of a 5-year strategic plan of where are we headed, what are we doing, where are we going. So that's my proposal for the first goal. And again, I guess I'll take the same tact of I'll pause and see if there's any questions, but can certainly continue as well.
Okay.
So the second goal here is, in collaboration with commissioners, establish a foundational, durable, and manageable governance model for the agency that properly delineates policy matters and administrative functions consistent with statutory requirements. This can really be boiled down to establish and settle on a governance model that works for all of us.
Questions?
Number 3 is refine, define, and report on efforts to create a best practice model, world-class agency that empowers staff to maintain innovative and responsive government. So here I'm really folding in certainly a lot of buzzwords, but also I think a spirit that is, we've talked about it today a few times. We have a really talented staff that have come here for a purpose and with reason. And I think are invested in building agency and government that just operates different and operates in an efficient, responsive, collaborative way. And how do we do that? How do we look at our process, refine it? How do we actually define some of that work? And then how do we share that practice with both the public as well as our counterparts across the country and also our counterparts throughout state government? So it's broad, intentionally broad, because I also want our staff to help me empower this and breathe some life into it.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Mr. Executive Director, you're very modest at times, and could you just share with us the number of states, without necessarily naming the states, that have looked to our agency as a model, as guidance for them as they come online in the cannabis industry. And I know Commissioner Camargo had even mentioned it, that you spend a lot of time in meetings with other states and stakeholders. And if you could just share with us, on average, who looks to us for guidance?
Sure. I can give you an order of magnitude. I wouldn't want to count it up. That said, it's certainly the most frequent lately has been our Northeast neighbors. So New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maine. And I talk to them probably on a weekly, several times a week basis. But I think we actively speak to, on average, I look at the work of the Cannabis Regulators Association. In order of magnitude, that's about 30 states and territories on a regular basis. And our staff does as well. It's not just me, it's the agency as a whole. And we are looked to as a model. And we're also, I think, very honest and responsive in that sense of, if we could start over, this is what we do differently, or if things could be different here in Massachusetts based on some legislative tweaks here and there, this is what we wish we could do. These are the tools we wish we had. So I'd say order of magnitude is probably 30 or so, plus or minus.
So, Mr. Executive Director, I have a question on this one. I admire this goal, and as I told you when you and I were talking about this a little while ago, if you ever get bored of the current job, you now qualify to become a management consultant, given your mastery of buzzwords. That being said, I like this goal, and I absolutely endorse the spirit of it. My question to you is, how do you measure performance against the goal?
Thank you for the question, because I think it presents an opportunity to talk about how these goals become tasks for the various departments. And so the next step, not assuming anything, but the next step after you were to approve any goals, we would then I would work with my direct reports as well as all of the department heads throughout the agency, and think about how my goal in developing these particular proposals for you was to think about how can I encompass as many departments as possible into each of these goals. So here I look at technology as being a driving force. So I think this cascades to an open data platform. I look at HR as an opportunity here. We're building a world-class agency that empowers staff. So how do we convene our staff in the diversity, equity, and inclusion groups that we've established throughout the commission here? The ability to define and report on things includes a government affairs element to it. Reporting to the public includes communications and how do we present information on our website that establishes a best practice world-class model. So I would take these goals and I think cascade them down in individual tasks, which is why there might be some intentional vague terminology here on my part. But my goal would be to really disseminate this across each department in some way. Including how do we report information to commissioners as well. I think that we have to be responsive to you, and getting back to that dynamics work we talked about earlier in the meeting. So I think this touches a lot of the different departments.
Okay, thank you.
But through individual tasks as opposed to a broad concept.
Thanks. Any other questions on number 3 or comments before we move on? Okay, number 4.
So number 4 is a continuation of that strategic planning process relative to equity. The goal you'll see is modified here though, which is I've now expanded it beyond just the social equity program, and that's intentional. It's also described as completing the 3-year strategic planning process. So it puts a time window to it and actually requires the implementation of that to begin. So there's now a sense of urgency as well as again that accountability there. However, it's expanded for all equity programming that includes those measurable goals and metrics, the data collection and tracking of their success, as well as the licensees' equity goals and progress. And that last clause is new, and I think important because I heard a lot of your commentary today relative to provisional license applications and the diversity as well as the positive impact plans that licensees have proposed, and wanting to hold them accountable there as well. They think they can play a part in ensuring that this industry is as equitable as we all want it to be. And I want to make sure they're part of that discussion and folded into our goals.
Questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Is it possible to make that part of the renewal process for equity licensees upon renewal, just to get their input and their feedback of best practices, challenges, barriers, PIP plans, what's working, what's not, part of the renewal process.
It could be. It might have to be manual, simply because they exist as a licensee, not as an equity licensee. And so the system may not capture them as any distinction, and I don't know that it should necessarily. But I think it's worth exploring. It might just be that it's a manual exercise for our staff to just remind ourselves periodically to check in with those licensees specifically. But I wouldn't want to treat them any differently in the renewal process.
Other questions? Number 5 then, please, Sean.
Sure, just bear with me as I jotted a note on that last goal there, based on Commissioner Roy's comment. So number 5 is develop and propose initiatives in order over the next 5 years to double levels of economic empowerment, social equity program, disadvantaged business enterprise, farmer, and veteran participation in the industry. So this goal, I think, speaks for itself, which is set a 5-year window and then double it. And that really sets, I think, a tangible goal, as opposed to increase, which I think is pretty subjective and objective. Double, I think, is just a standard. The challenge with this goal is that we're not entirely ourselves responsible for it. So our success is not going to be solely up to us. At the same time, we are asking a lot of other folks, including licensees, to do more. And I think we want to hold ourselves accountable there as well. So I think us putting some of that skin in the game is important. And I think it's worthy of trial, and let's roll our sleeves up. And the other thing I would propose here, or that I did propose here, is the goal itself is to propose initiatives. It's not to make that change ourselves. Again, we can't, I think, Mr. Chairman, you say it quite often, we process the applications that come through. We can't bring people, we can't force folks to apply, but we can propose initiatives that are supportive of this concept. And I think it's worthy of attempt. So I propose it with that as a conversation starter more than anything else, but I'd be content to live with this goal and pursue it.
Okay. Questions? I think it's admirable what you're proposing to do here, Sean. Okay, why don't we go to number 6, please?
Sure. So these are the final 2 that are proposed as drafts. And it's ensure that commissioners and the public have access to data and evidence-based publications to support internal decision-making, public dialogue, preservation of patient access, public health and safety, and impact on disproportionately harmed communities from the regulated marijuana market. I see this as being open data based, but also the research work that we do contributing to your public policy considerations, and allowing for us to make good, smart policy decisions, informed policy decisions that have all of these criteria in mind when doing so. So again, that public dialogue is something the Commission has historically done and I think been very proud of. We've also, as I noted earlier today in our meeting, patient access has not only been preserved, but expanded on our watch. I think public health and safety is a paramount pillar to what we do here. And then the impact on disproportionately harmed communities is not only statutory, but mission-based for us. And so putting data to that and putting evidence-based research and publications to that is something that it is what we do. I just want to make sure that we continue to do it, we focus on it, and that it's of value to you as you make your decisions.
Thanks. Any questions or comments? Okay, number 7, please.
This final goal here is kind of all encompassing of some of those, which is that we continue to establish ourselves as a standard bearer for the nation. I think we have largely in a lot of different areas as well. I'm certainly proud of the work that we've done, that the staff has done. I think you, from a policymaking standpoint, have really set a mark for the nation to follow. I want to continue to do that work, especially as it pertains, though, to evidence-based policy development. And I describe this here as broad stakeholder engagement, because if I gave you the laundry list of who we would consider to be a stakeholder, there'd be many more slides. And so from my standpoint, if someone considers themselves to be a stakeholder of the work that we do, we want to engage them and find meaningful ways to do that. So in a way, it's somewhat subjective of who considers themselves to be a stakeholder, and how can we go about better engaging them when you're developing and considering any of the policy that you'd like to institute. So broad here, but intentionally to make sure it's as inclusive as possible.
And if I could kind of make the same point here, I laud this goal. I don't know how it's measurable.
Sure. So I think here, again, the tasks that I would see coming from that is when we're thinking of a step or a project or anything that we may be considering, including some of the work around research, including some of the work around data, including some of the work around, we're having a lot of early conversations amongst our investigations and enforcement team around how do we build out and staff and support what we don't know might be coming through the door for licensure. Sharing that first off, gathering and establishing that information, but then sharing it certainly with commissioners and anyone else. How do we make sure that we're considering and managing engagement? And so I think those tasks that come from that, again, the measurability of it is really going to be, and Mr. Chairman, you and I have spent a lot of time talking about what are KPIs and what are the commission's KPIs. Here, I see that as being those specific tasks and department goals around stakeholder engagement. Standard bearer for the nation, I think, is a bit subjective. It's one of those things we either feel it or we don't.
Right.
But to me, it's that engagement piece.
Yeah, so I agree that underneath each of these are pretty broad, high-level goals, which I endorse. And underneath each of them are going to be a bunch of specific tasks that I think you're absolutely right, kind of cover the entire agency. Pretty much every one of these requires tasks for every part of our agency, and I think that's great. But let's just play act a little bit here. So it's June under Commissioner Stebbins' proposed timeline. It's June or July of 2022, and you're giving your mid-year report card on how you've done versus goals. How are you going to grade yourself on whether we've continued to establish Massachusetts as standard bearer for the nation? I know you can say, well, here are the things we've done in terms of tests. Absolutely. But in terms of this specific goal, how do you grade yourself, or how do you expect to be able to grade yourself?
And my hope is that we leverage the process that's there, where I also get feedback from you on, do you agree as well, as far as
Sure.
do you concur that?
I'm not sure how I'd rate it any more than how you would rate it.
Fair enough. But I guess what I would look for is, what is our level of engagement with stakeholders? And again, I think stakeholders intentionally broad and vague there, intended to be inclusive. And so I know that we have plans to do a DIA stakeholder work around the state and to bring that conversation to a broader audience. I know that we also have plans to further engage through the different subcommittees of CANRA and our staff serving as leaders there, and bringing their policy work and their expertise to bear for that. And so I think I would look at those different opportunities, and also for assessing the engagement of commissioners. How are you getting around the state? How are you getting around to different communities? And if that work is not possible for any reason, that work is not being done, or it's being stalled, or you're finding that there's a struggle to make that happen, then I think that would deem this to be probably unsuccessful in pursuit of. If it is happening with more frequency, and it's happening with more staff support and staff engagement, or the staff themselves are doing it, I think that would bode well for success on this goal. So I see that as being, are we putting our head down and doing the work and not talking about it and not sharing it? Or are we doing that work in a public way, in a broad, and with a engaging, or I hate to keep using the word engagement, but in a public, transparent way. And so that's where I would probably bring you back those specific tasks and say, in support of this goal, here's all the work that's been done.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Roy, please go ahead.
Sean to be able to grade himself. To your question, Mr. Chairman, they say imitation is the biggest form of flattery. So we can look to other states to see who has imitated us, whether it's the social equity mandate. If we can quantify, he can quantify those areas that those 30 states that have looked to our guidance have emulated us, and as a standard bearer. So that is a way that Sean could be able to quantify us as a standard bearer by these 30 other states copying different areas of our regs and looking to us for guidance. And as you continue to offer guidance, Mr. Executive Director, I would hope also that while also helping them get off the ground, you would share best practices in investigations, enforcement, compliance, and testing. We have the most stringent testing in the nation, and really proud of that. And if we see other states coming online with the rigors of our testing, then that's another way to quantify us as a standard bearer. Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins. I'm sorry, Sean, did you want to respond to Commissioner Roy? Go ahead then, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a question for the executive director. And I do like, I think, Mr. Chairman, this was the point you were making. We're moving away from more task-oriented goals to larger, broader overview goals. Again, I think that help engage the rest of the team in trying to figure out strategies, projects, and initiative tasks that are going to help us, meet the goals as you've laid them out. I'm assuming you're envisioning that either come next July or next November, when you're giving us an update, that your scoring system is not going to be the same that you just shared with us earlier in the day of 25, 50, 75%, or 100.
I think that's a great point, and I probably not, simply because I don't know how that metric works against these broader, I don't want to call them lofty, because I think the tasks that we did do and the goals that we did pursue are indeed lofty. But I think it just doesn't lend itself to that criteria. So I would also look to explore different ways to determine, because what I think you do deserve, though, is some metric to gauge performance. So it shouldn't just be a similarly vague answer as to success. It really should be, here's the work that we did in pursuit of that goal. And then ultimately you would be the final arbiter of that success as well, not me. So, but I think that's a fair point as far as the metric, how to actually engage.
Yep. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, Sean, I had like a similar question, which is like, how are you, how do you carry the stuff that you're not done with from this year over to next year and include it into this? Because I know there's 7 here. Maybe by the time we're done, there'll be some more, but how do we not lose that in, on paper, but also in the work?
That's a great question. So some of them just came over substantively. So I think the 3-year strategic planning for equity is a really good example. The goal is now broadened, I think, to include equity as a concept as opposed to a program. The other stuff that was not complete this year, I think, is encapsulated through some or several of these goals. For instance, the job classification study I indicated was about 50% complete, because the substantive work is still ongoing, not because of any lack of attention or support for it. But I think it folds into an earlier goal relative to the best practice model, world-class agency that empowers staff to maintain innovative and responsive government. But then it also fits into the 5-year strategic plan for living within cost-neutral operations and statutory requirements. So I think a lot of these goals can capture and absorb that previous work. And that's where the tasks and the departmental goals would really cascade well from these. And so in developing these, and also to be clear, I didn't develop them in a vacuum. I worked with staff and posed the questions, and I think tried to have a thoughtful conversation around, where do you think this ought to be going? And where do you think, based on your work with commissioners, this should be going? So I really tried to pull those goals that were not complete forward into 2022. But also I tried to listen to the 5 of you collectively as well as individually. I think the point I would make to all of you individually is, if there's something that you and I spoke about during the course of your onboarding or your tenure here, and it's not reflected in these goals, then that's not a good indication of my ability to listen. So I think hopefully you find it to be reflective in 2 parts. One is pursuit of previous year's goals, as well as listening to your onboarding and your feedback to date.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah. Other comments or questions? If not, I would like to make a proposal, and I will plead guilty if people think I'm trying to, kind of drive this conversation to closure so we can move on to the next agenda item. I would like to postpone a vote on this until our January meeting, put it on the agenda absolutely for our January meeting, and make a mutual commitment to get to closure on January, in our January meeting. And I would like to see two things happen between now and then. One is for each of us to give whatever feedback we want to Sean. Maybe everybody's comfortable with it and there's no need, but give feedback to Sean. But and I'm going to just reemphasize the point I made, and I think that it's pretty much the same point that you made, Commissioner Stebbins. I am uncomfortable approving goals if we don't know how we're going to assess our performance against those goals. And specifically, Commissioner Stebbins, you said, how are you going to rate yourself? And Sean, I think appropriately, you said, not the same way I did this year. I think we need, my personal opinion is, I think we need to give some thought to how we're going to assess performance versus goals. And I don't think we're there yet. I don't have an answer, which is, again, one of the reasons that I don't feel comfortable voting right now on this. I'd like to give it some thought, work with Sean. I'd like each of the commissioners to have the opportunity to sit with Sean and work on that and anything else that they want to give him feedback on, and ask him to come back in January with whatever modifications, if any, to these goals based upon the conversations that he has, but also to incorporate other feedback and incorporate some thinking about how, if we're not going to measure performance the same way we did last year, previous years, how are we going to do that? I don't think we know the answer. I certainly don't have an answer to that right now. And I don't feel comfortable, as I said, voting on goals when I don't know how we're going to measure our performance against them. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, so I guess my only question, Sean, maybe this is to you. January is January. We come back to the January meeting. We have this discussion. Hopefully, if we go that route, it gets voted on, you continue. But is that going to put you off in terms of planning for next year? Because I'm also inclined to think of a way of moving forward, but still getting the information that the chairman's talking about. I don't know about any other commissioner. I feel like we've had a lot of discussions around this. I think you've gone around with individual commissioners to talk about this. So I guess I'm just curious for your own timeline, because I feel like your performance evaluation has always been delayed and off track. And then your goals are not on calendar. We're trying to get you on a calendar schedule so that then that cascades to the whole commission. So I just want to know from your perspective, where does that put you?
I would have to work making some assumptions, which I think is possible. What I don't want to do is assume that I don't get the sense, based on the discussion, some of the questions, that I'm way off track as far as the scope here. So I think I can reasonably rely upon some of this to begin the discussions, the closing out of 2021 goals for staff, and then embarking on a new process starting in January. So I don't think it totally derails anything. I think but it will be based on some assumptions, as opposed, I don't want to take for granted that there's a chance you will not vote. So I don't want to assume too much as far as things might change, but I don't see them changing dramatically.
Yeah,
I could be wrong in that assessment, to be fair.
Well, I thank you for that. I can only speak for myself, but I welcome comments from the other commissioners on that. Yeah, I personally don't. I'm personally very comfortable with the direction of this and with at the high level, these 7 goals. So as far as the assumption that you say you're going to need to make, you can certainly, from my perspective, that assumption is valid. Again, speaking for myself, not for the other commissioners. I'm also willing to do everything I can to ensure that we're in a position where we can take a vote in January and not delay it any further than that. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
I have a question for Commissioner Stebbins, actually. So it sounds like we're comfortable with the goals, just not the measurement of the goals. And I was wondering if Commissioner Stebbins knew of any, since the gaming is a similar in structure, any best practices over there on goal measurement that he would be able to share with our commission.
Sorry about that. I didn't want you to hear the canine doorbell. No, this is, I think, to the chairman's point, I like the goals. There isn't anything that jumps off the page to me is unreasonable. And again, I appreciate that some of them I think are really aggressive. Commissioner Roy, to your to your question, my previous experience, I would say some of the goals were more perhaps task oriented. So some of that measurement question was always addressed, but I think to the chairman's point, and Chairman, correct me if I'm misrepresenting what you're saying, I'm comfortable with these goals and don't necessarily see anything that causes a major change. But having the opportunity to also look at what else we use in the performance management system as a way to to track and address the performance of all the commission team might be something that we look at during this intervening period. Again, I'm comfortable with the goals, but I think, Mr. Chairman, if I hear you correctly, I think we can do a quick look at what we're using for the rest of the team, as well as some other suggestions to make sure that, come next July, come next December, that we'll have a reporting mechanism that will help the executive director demonstrate success.
Yeah, I guess that's more or less what I said. So I'll go with that. I agree with you though on one specific point, Commissioner Stebbins, which is I think that we can collaborate and get and have something that I think addresses my concerns and do that well within the time frame that we have between now and getting ready for our January meeting. And again, give Sean, as I stated, the assurance that directionally we're very comfortable as a commission with these goals, so he can make the assumption in terms of his own planning. But I'm quite confident with some some collaboration and creative thinking we can address the concern that I've raised. Commissioner Roy?
And forgive me because I'm the newest commissioner of the group, but why is Sean have to self-grade? Why don't the commissioners, it's a difficult task to grade yourself, in all honesty. Why aren't we grading? I have a hard time grading myself. So I don't understand why it's, you can enlighten me on it. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, at least I'll give you my perspective on that. First of all, Commissioner Roy, first of all, the year-end performance review that in the process that Commissioner Stebbins outlined, that is what we do. We grade Sean again and perform, among other things, but against performance against goals. That's one of the specific parts of that. So we do grade him. I actually, from my private sector experience of many years, it's a great exercise to self-grade. Every time I do a performance review, whenever I used to do a performance review, and I did it with Sean when we were doing the now discredited ad hoc, non-timely, what other adjectives were used? But when I conducted performance reviews for Sean under the old ad hoc process, my request to Sean was, here's the form. I'm going to ask each commissioner to give me input into that form so I can give him a consensus review. But I asked Sean to self-evaluate against that. And it goes back to something actually Sean said a few minutes ago, which I completely agree with, which is that when he gets a formal performance review, nothing should be a surprise. Everything should be, things that he's gotten feedback on over the years that's been discussed between, each commissioner and Sean. Nothing should be a surprise. One of the benefits of doing a self-evaluation is you can see if there's kind of, a lack of alignment in terms of, understanding of the facts. So I think it's a good exercise. I don't think it absolves us of our need to give him feedback and to assess his performance versus goals. I just think it's a really good exercise. And Sean, do you find it painful or unpleasant or not useful?
No, as I noted earlier, I think I'm a very tough grader, and so I may use that against me, which may be against my self-interest. But beyond that, I find it to be a reflective process. But also, as I noted too, it's what's awkward about it is taking credit for the work that the staff does too.
So, Commissioner Stebbins, then Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Stebbins, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to jump in, Mr. Chairman, something you said kind of helped me reflect on Commissioner Roy's question. My previous service on the gaming commission, the executive director worked with kind of individual commissioners, sometimes based on what their interests are. I think the executive director obviously works with each of us kind of within what our respective seats are. So sometimes there is information or engagement that you're privy to with the executive director that I might not be privy to. So doing that self-assessment was really helpful in terms of me understanding everything that the executive director was doing that maybe I wasn't aware of. So to the chair's point, the self-assessment sometimes provides information that I might decide to take into consideration as I'm thinking of the overall evaluation of his or her work.
Thank you. Commissioner Quota?
Yeah, I just want to be a couple of things, just mindful of what we mean when we say sort of like the metrics and the performance kind of rubrics, for that matter, because then does it end up being where Sean is then again sort of being evaluated on tasks, right? So I want to be mindful of that, and then also making sure that we're able, him as the ED is able to defend the success of some of these higher level things. And some of the stuff that he's put into play now is very high level, very complicated. The last one here, number 7, Commissioner Roy, I heard your comments, and I agree with it, but we also can't judge number 7 on how many states he's talking to or how many people are looking at us in terms of the work that we're doing. So, I think we got to think about this metrics piece, and what does that really mean that it doesn't come back into tasks. I'm okay with I'm okay with these goals. I'm okay with voting on it today. But I also hear you all in terms of the tool that we need. I also don't want to delay the process of planning for next year. So.
Yeah, thank you. I just can I make just 2 comments in response to that? One is I've deliberately and carefully not used the word metric, because I don't think it should be, necessarily quantitative metrics, task-related metrics, but I feel strongly, very strongly, that if you have a goal and you can't tell whether you've met it or not, it's not worth having. And I don't know that I understand. Maybe I'm the only one that is troubled by this. I don't know how I'm going to understand in 6 months whether I think we've accomplished these goals or how close we are. I just don't know how to do that. So I'm not proposing metrics. I'm not proposing simple quantification, but I am proposing that we take a little time and talk and kind of come up with an idea about how we're going to assess how we're doing versus these goals. Because I don't feel comfortable that I have an answer to that right now, based upon Sean's response to Commissioner Stebbins' question about, are you going to use the same measurements you did last year? Sean said no. And I agree with that. So I just think we need to think that through, because I don't think goals are worth, as I said, I don't think goals are worth having if you can't how you're doing against them, but I'm not suggesting quantitative metrics.
Sure. And Commissioner Stebbins, I think we're all looking for you. We're all looking to you for some advice here, but I'll also say that I think Sean has proven to be very transparent when it comes to his, his report out, his self-assessment, where he's doing well, where he's not. I mean, a lot of us, have these one-on-ones with him. So I feel confident that if we did vote on it today, that we would come back in January and have some answers. But again, I'm looking to Commissioner Stebbins for some guidance on this.
Sure. Again, I'll just share you my personal opinion. There wasn't anything in the goals that jumped off the page as being something I don't agree with. So to that, and I think to the chairman's point, kind of, conferring to the executive director that there is agreement on these goals and going forward and beginning to work with the staff to think through some of these and approaches as they get ready for the new year. I'm happy to go back and look at how the rest of the team is evaluated, see if there's any suggestions we can pull with that, and work with the chairman on that to come back in January and hopefully be able to answer this question.
Commissioner Roy.
Of a metric, and I'm just throwing it out there. What about a SWOT analysis for each goal? So you can cite specific strengths within the goal, specific weaknesses, opportunities, and threats within the goal, which kind of drills down on each goal, if you will.
I that's one of the possible options we should consider, but I don't want to rush to a decision on this. I want us to consider it. I appreciate Commissioner Stebbins volunteering to do the work he just described. Certainly that's one proposal, but I do not feel comfortable personally making a decision right now without having done some more work led by Commissioner Stebbins on this, but I would urge him to consider your proposal. And I would assume, if I know Commissioner Stebbins as well as I think I do, that he's not going to go off and do this on his own. He's going to get input from other commissioners. So I think it's a good proposal, but I think we need some time to reflect on this. And I support the process that Commissioner Stebbins just outlined. Commissioner Concepcion, did you have your hand up? No? Okay. So are we okay with, making it, kind of it is the intent of the commission that directionally we're very comfortable with these goals, that we give Sean the not the authority, but the confidence to assume that these are going to be the goals that he needs to start working on to turn into tasks for his staff, and that we will come back in January under the leadership of Commissioner Stebbins, but with involvement from others, with some ideas about how we assess performance versus goals, and take a vote and commit that we'll do everything we can to be ready to take a vote in January, so we don't delay this any further. Is that okay with everybody?
Chairman, so moved.
Thank you. I don't know that we need to take a.
I know, I'm kidding. I know, I'm just saying.
Thanks very much, Commissioner Cargill. I appreciate it. Sean, go ahead.
Just if I may, I want to, just for clarity's sake, the process we use for our staff, the measurement progress is kind of a hybrid between a subjective standard of,
Sure.
of above target, at target, below target, but then at 10% intervals as far as the percentage of progress. Then other aspects are outstanding or fully achieved, partially achieved. And so we characterize it in that narrative form, but then actually do assign a number for it. And that's what our staff is subjected to, whatever that's worth, just for food for thought.
That's great. And I think that in my opinion, Commissioner Stebbins has done a great job of trying to align the performance process for you with staff. And I think that should be our objective in terms of measurement as well. But I still would like to see us think it through.
Sure, fair enough. And I can forecast that I don't know that I would ever declare myself as outstanding, so I can live somewhere below.
I could, with a high degree of confidence, agree with that. So let us, if it's okay, let's move on. Let me do kind of a time and sanity check. It's 3 o'clock. We have a few more agenda items, some of which might take some time. But I wouldn't mind taking a short break if we can do a really short break. And then get back in, and I would hope that this would be our last break, and then we can power through the rest of the meeting. Is that all right with everybody? So why don't we do this? It's 3:02. Can we just break till 3:10? An 8-minute break. Is that going to work for everybody? Okay, yes. Great. We are in recess until 3:10 p.m. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Grant Smith here. How'd I know there was going to be another break? I am omniscient, I suppose. No, I am not omniscient. I did know there was going to be another break, though. This is by far the longest meeting of the year, and it could go past 4 o'clock. We could end up going till 5 o'clock. So, if you're in for the long haul, welcome. These are always interesting meetings for a number of reasons. Now, I can finally say that the thing I have been previewing since the pre-show and since the first break is finally about to happen. The commission's finally at 3:10 going to come back. They're going to cover 4 job positions, and then they're going to get right into the regulatory policy discussions. There's going to be 3. They're going to be back to back to back. The first is going to be the guidance for municipalities. I don't think there's going to be a lot of debate about that. The second is going to be the guidance for municipalities on host community agreements and equity. I don't know how that's going to play out. If someone up there is listening, no pun intended, I hope that somebody points out the language that was removed from the original guidance, the original equity guidance, and how the language was stripped down. I'm really not comfortable with it. I'm quite concerned, especially because we've talked a little bit about how nuanced the fight at the appeals court was over 94G 3A1I, which is just my favorite section of MGL. I will forever love that the word cities and towns cannot prevent co-location of medical dispensaries with zoning ordinances or bylaws has been interpreted to mean that they can delay that co-location for the purposes of an equity priority period, and they need to know that. Municipalities need to know that, or they're going to be misled by predatory corporate interests who do not want local cities and towns taking equity into consideration. So, from my lips to God's ears, I hope someone, somewhere, is able to fix this and make sure that cities and towns have an understanding of the nuance of 94G 3A1I, in particular in the context of equity priority periods, which is what a sub-regulatory guidance document is supposed to do. It's supposed to provide non-legal advice to applicants, cities and towns, stakeholders to interpret regulations and laws. And if there's no clear-cut explanation in the municipal host community agreement and equity guidance about the potential of having equity priority periods, it needs to be explicit. If it's not there, no one's going to do it. The only reason Cambridge in the spring of 2019 even thought about creating an equity priority period was because former Commissioner Shalene Title went to an ordinance committee hearing. I watched it happen firsthand. I may have been there testifying myself. And she said to them, go read our sub-regulatory guidance document. Go read it. It says there can be an equity priority period. And the reason why it had to be done that way is it's a bit of a patchwork framework, but the influence of local cities and towns over the lawmaking process is more intense in some sense than even corporations. If you're not aware, local cities and towns actually have a lobbying organization that has a lot of influence on Beacon Hill. And the insight that I'm trying to make there about that sort of structure is basically that local cities and towns do not want a mandate to have to take equity into consideration in the way that the commission does. There is a proposed law, S72, I think it's from Senator Jalen, please forgive me. I'm forever going to call her Senator Jalen because the first individual who I met when I was introduced to her, he has a very thick accent. He's another senator, actually, and he calls her Senator Jalen, and I will forever call her that. So, but yes, Senator Jalen was on the Compromise Committee in the summer of 2017 when Question 4 was initially amended. So her host community agreement fix bill, I'm pretty sure it's S72. It might be S70. I always get those two bills conflated. It's one of those two. Section 7 of that bill actually creates a municipal equity mandate, but until that municipal equity mandate is put into law, the only patchwork framework that can really be deployed in an effective manner is this sub-regulatory guidance document on municipal equity. So it's absolutely outrageous, in my opinion, that that language was removed from the original guidance. And I haven't really had a time, and I will talk to staff and commissioners today and try to get an answer on this. I don't know why it was switched. I certainly wanted to find out more information because the old language was perfectly fine. It needed to be updated a little bit to take into consideration the existence of the social equity program and whatnot, but there was absolutely fine language there indicating the importance of local equity priority periods. And now it's been switched to language that says, you know, cities and towns can prioritize the review of equity companies. That's fine. I don't mind that. But where's the language about the equity priority period that Cambridge spent 2.5 years fighting through the appeals court to protect? By the way, when Revolutionary Clinics sued Cambridge, when Cambridge created that equity priority period, in one of their motions for summary judgment, Rev Clinics told the court that an equity priority period for HCAs that excluded non-equity owned medical operators would be racially discriminatory, which is tantamount to claiming reverse racism to try to undermine an equity policy. So shame on them. I don't care if you quit this CDA. I'm never going to forget that you wrote that in a court filing. And I'm always going to have that on the forefront of my mind, not because of how grotesque the argument was, which it was, but because you had the gall to use public policy as a plaything in an attempt to protect your own profit. So it is what it is. Coming up on 3:10, we can already see the chairman's back from his quote-unquote break. Commissioner Carmago jokes about his smoke break, so if she can do it, I can do it. Anyway, coming up on 3:10, I'm going to turn you back over to the commission. We'll see you all again at the end of the hearing, and thank you for listening to my insights.
How you holding up?
Great.
Glad to hear it.
How are you holding up?
I'm tired, but we'll make it through.
Cool. This is a big one.
Yes, well, and we knew that the December meeting was going to be a long one, just given, or January, or November, given that we're not having one in December. Hi, Commissioner Conception, how you feeling?
Hanging in.
Good, yeah.
The breaks to get, re-energized.
I gave Commissioner Stebbins the exact same answer when he asked me how I was doing. Commissioner Camargo, welcome back.
Chairman, that break didn't even give me the time to pop popcorn. That was
I'm sorry. It gave me the time to power smoke 2 cigarettes. So. Okay, Commissioner Roy, welcome back. Let's go. It's 3:10, so let's get going again. We're back in session at 3:10. At the risk of lengthening a conversation that I think we just finished, I wanted to say one thing that I just thought about with respect to the conversation about goals. While we're talking about Sean's goals, I think, at least the way I think about it, those goals are the commission's goals. And we should hold ourselves accountable in terms of our own contribution to those goals, as well as giving Sean all the help he needs to realize those goals for his leadership. And the reason that measurement is so important to me is that these are the commission goals. We have to hold ourselves accountable, not just Sean, but ourselves accountable for how we're doing versus those goals. And I just that's important to me that we not just set goals for Sean, but we set goals for the commission and hold ourselves accountable against them. And that just, I wanted to make sure that I just made that point. I'm happy with where we ended up, and I think we're going to end up in a very good place in January. Okay, just for those 85 attendees that are still with us, here's what's left on the agenda. We have 4 job descriptions that Sean will walk us through, and we have to vote on and approve. We have 2 municipal guidance documents, a general municipal guidance, and then a municipal guidance on equity. We have a guidance document on hemp, a draft guidance document on hemp. And finally, as part of our recently approved policy of legislative and executive branch outreach, we have a specific proposal for the commission to take a position with respect to a social equity fund. So that's what's left on the agenda. We'll take as much time as we need to on each of them, but let's get going. And Sean, it's back to you to go through these 4 job descriptions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as you noted, there's 4 job descriptions before you for your consideration. This is reflective of our planning for the remainder of fiscal year 22 and obviously out years continuing as we look to build our agency and build these various departments. So we recently welcomed Kevin Sibley as our Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach. And our goal is to obviously provide him with additional support within his role, but also start to build out that structural adjustment consistent with, as I mentioned earlier, that job classification work that remains ongoing and that evaluation that remains ongoing here at the agency. So the first role before you for your consideration is the Manager of Equity Programming and Strategic Partnerships. It would report ultimately to Kevin in his role as the director. It would really support that entire department in promoting our equity-based and diversity-based policies, as well as identifying strategic partnerships that we might be able to embrace, enhance, and leverage, and obviously in pursuit of our equity mission. It is not specific to the social equity program as a specific role, but obviously it would be a key part and component of that work. But it's also trying to bring in some of those pro bono partnerships and other external partners, and also working collaboratively as possible with other stakeholders, including licensees, for instance, that have expressed an interest in supporting that equity work and mission. So really adding a set of hands to Kevin's team, but also allowing us to build out that structural adjustment and change that we're looking to bring to most of our departments. So obviously would seek your approval of this role.
So Thank you, Sean. First of all, before I ask for questions or comments, Sean, do you have any problem if we do this as a roster?
I do not.
Okay, so then let's attempt to do that. But first, before you move on to the second, are there questions or comments on the first of these job descriptions? Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I have a question in regards to the entire roster and sort of our hiring processes here at the Commission. I wanted to know sort of what kind of efforts are being made to make sure that we're, attracting a diverse pool of candidates. How are we posting these? Where are they going, and how do we ensure that we're getting the diverse pool?
Yeah, it's a great question. It was something that we actively ask ourselves as well, usually in the context of any one posting. And so it's a combination for us too of making sure we're getting substantive and quality candidates as well. And so sometimes it depends on the specific role. Are there specific newsletters, outreach, or other things that we can do as far as trade publications or journals or even trade boards that may post or colleges that maybe have a specific interest depending on the level of the role. What we've also taken to do is, aside from leveraging those things that we directly control, including our social media, is trying to find, I think recently the Constituent Services associate posting was advertised in the Bay State Banner, for instance. And so we're trying to find just those opportunities that may not naturally occur to us or those that are kind of typically in state government as we put it on the state's website and on our own. So therefore we think we cast a net. But we'd also be open to any suggestions that folks might have. It's something that we strategically try to do, though.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, hold on a second, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Concepcion, do you have a follow-up? You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm mute to make sure I'm not coughing while people are talking. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Executive Director. So I just had a comment that I'll follow up with, and maybe you and I will have a conversation. I'll also talk with our Chief People Officer, Erica White, about just some ideas in terms of more engagement and who we can reach out to.
Please do. We welcome it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Executive Director, we all agree we have enormous, extraordinary talent at the Commission. And I know all the jobs are posted publicly, but if at some point you could share with the Commission promotions from within, and these are deserved promotions from within.
Yes.
At some point, if you could update us on that track.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great point. I think it's something that where we can do it, we want to. And I think it also does demonstrate to the remainder of the agency as well that there is a long-term career trajectory here and hopefully a long-term home for a lot of that talent that we've been able to attract. So thank you. I think sharing it with commissioners, sharing it with the rest of the agency as well is something to be celebrated.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, and there probably was no intention to this, but I'm looking through these jobs, and I know you'll share some of the responsibilities or seen them in our packet. But Mr. Executive Director, it sounds like some of these are tying back to some of your goals that we just discussed.
There's a chance, or I think if nothing else, this agency is moving in a direction, and we're certainly trying to be consistent about that, and it should. Some of these roles as well, I think to Commissioner Roy's point, we expect to be internal postings first, and I think that also reflects the work that's going on. It's also hopefully a lot of the goals that I proposed to you are consistent with, or certainly not misaligned with the work that we've historically been doing. So I also would want to argue that these roles are reflective of need too, as far as what we've observed, what you've observed, what I've observed, and also what our staff have been asking for as far as I need help in these certain areas. And so the reason they're coming before you now in this context is as we build out the remainder of fiscal 22, we've actually thought about some hiring adjustments. And is it important that we bring in the support that we've identified an area of need and be responsive to that. So where we're headed is where we should continue to build. And a lot of these are also, as I mentioned, in the context of the manager of equity programming, we're beginning to build out those entry level and other ranks of the agency because we've established good quality leadership in those different departments. So it's a combination of a strategic plan, which is great, but I think it's also hopefully responsive to where we want to be going.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Executive Director, let's move on if we could to Director of Data Analytics.
Sure. So this is actually an area where we've been growing in this department with a leadership role. The Director of Data Analytics will ultimately report to our Chief Technology and Innovation Officer. Since my arrival here at the agency, have prioritized open data. I see the value of it. I think it allows us to be smarter with the information that we have, but I think it also helps us build credibility outside the agency to the general public, as well as other states and researchers. And we also realize this is sought after information, so we want to share it and broadcast it. Also do so without ever scrubbing it or cleaning it, so to speak, in a way that is most favorable to us, but is instead just an honest publication. And so as we do that, and I mentioned earlier in the context of my 2021 goals, we're in the process of transferring and pivoting our open data platform to a different platform ultimately. And so this role is going to be instrumental in that. I do see this as being an internal posting for us. Will also allow us to build out that department in such a way that continues to support it in a long-term, durable way. The other thing that we've prioritized here in developing these roles is redundancy. A lot of our departments are sometimes departments of one person. And so in the event that someone wants to take a week's vacation, a well-deserved week's vacation, or if there's ever a transfer or a migration from that role, we want to make sure that there's redundancy across the agency and that we're able to build that pipeline of talent as well. So I see this role as being responsive here, and it would be ultimately responsible for our data analytics across the entire agency.
Thank you. Any questions on this particular job description? Okay, Mr. Executive Director, Budget Director.
Sure. The next role here is the role of our Budget Director. We are really proud of our budget process, our budget build, as well as our budget spend. We are very fortunate to have the leadership of Adriana Leon, who has been our CFO since our inception and our creation. She does a fantastic job. She brings a lot of strategic insight into the agency, as well as a lot of leadership. And she does lead our budget development process. It's important that she, in overseeing of the entire agency's fiscal aspects, that she has the support she needs in building out that budget forecasting and things like that, and ensuring that we're responsive to the legislature, to the administration, and that we're able to build our budget in as inclusive a way as possible. That includes ensuring commissioners' priorities are met, as well as the departments have the guidance that they need on a hands-on basis to start building an agency-wide approach as opposed to a department-based needs approach. So a lot of you, I think, have had the opportunity to meet with Adriana, myself, Alyssa, in developing our budget and get some feedback from us, as well as a bit of a vision of where we think we ought to be going. We've benefited from having your feedback as well. This would be the person I would like to be responsible for a lot of that work, thereby freeing up Adriana to serve as the leader that she is. And I think ultimately we know, as far as her workload, freeing her up to be the leader that she ultimately can be here.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this specific job description? Okay, Mr. Executive Director, Manager of Government Affairs and Policy.
You all have the benefit of knowing Matt and all the work that he does here at the agency. Matt Giancola, our Director of Government Affairs and Policy. Knowing the volume of work that he does, the quality of work that he does, I find it to be important that we bring him in some support as well. What I appreciate about especially the commissioners is that you have demonstrated, I think, an activeness when it comes to policy making. We want to make sure that you continue to have the support that you need to be successful in that advocacy work, as well as in that policy development work. And it's important that Matt is able to continue supporting you. It's also important that we as a staff are continuously able to support Matt in his capacities, knowing that government affairs has always been an important component to us. Adding the policy role when Matt assumed the responsibilities is something I'd like to see him obviously grow into and continue to develop, and making sure that he has the time and bandwidth to do that is something that I want to make sure we're able to support him in. So he does great work. It's important that we get some assistance in for him, thereby allowing him to continue supporting you and me and others, and so that the agency remains responsive to our sisters and brothers across state government, so and municipal government for that matter. I think this is timely. I think it's absolutely necessary, and I'd be happy to bring in some support from Matt. So that's our objective here.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Any comments or questions on this particular job description? Are there any additional questions on this process in general before I ask for a motion to approve this entire roster of job descriptions?
Mr. Chairman, these are budgeted.
I'm sorry?
These are budgeted for.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a while. I forgot, so how about the second question, Mr. Executive Director?
We would invite and welcome any attorneys that would be inclined to apply.
Thank you very much for that. So everybody's making requests for you for additional data they want you to bring into future meetings. I want to know the breakdown of lawyers versus non-lawyers on our staff at some point in the future.
That can be arranged.
Thank you. Any other questions before I ask for a motion?
Take
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Mr. Executive Director, Commissioner Camargo and myself had a great opportunity to sit in on the interviews for the executive assistant that will be assisting us. And I was wondering, more for the fourth position, the manager of government affairs and policy, would you consider bringing in a couple of commissioners towards the end of that interview process, since that position will be working with us so closely?
I think that makes a lot of sense. So absolutely. Yeah. And I believe, did you volunteer? Is that what that was as well?
She's
Not
volunteer.
Not necessarily. If anybody wants to do it, because I already volunteered for the other thing. So
I was going to say, Commissioner Roy, you volunteered for a few things today already. So
I'm not. If you need me, great. But if somebody else wants it, great too.
Okay. So Sean, rather than me put words in your mouth, could you articulate a motion that you would like us to consider and vote on?
Sure. So I guess I would seek the Commission's approval of the positions of Manager of Equity Programming and Strategic Partnerships, the Director of Data Analytics, Budget Director, as well as Manager of Government Affairs and Policy.
Thank you. Could I have somebody make that motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please. You're on mute.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show that the motion was carried by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Mr. Executive Director, you have what you need from us on this topic?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go on to the next topic. And as I mentioned, there are 2 guidance documents for municipalities, one a general guidance document and then one specifically on equity and host community agreements. I believe that we should treat these as separate documents rather than vote on both of them together. So let's go in order. So the guidance document for municipalities, are there any questions, comments, suggested edits? My intent would be to ask for a motion to approve, subject to staff being allowed to make ministerial changes, so we don't need to get into any kind of micro editing here. But are there comments, questions, or concerns about the first of these guidance documents, the guidance for municipalities? Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the guidance for municipalities document, subject again to allowing for ministerial edits by our staff?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the motion by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Let's move on to the second of the guidance documents, guidance for municipalities on equity and host community agreements. Can I ask, are there questions or comments? And again, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve, subject to staff ministerial edits as appropriate. Are there suggestions and or comments? Go ahead, please, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Chairman. I have some language that I worked on with our general counsel that I would like to propose as an amendment.
Please go ahead.
And so for context, this language was drafted in response to a substantial amount of feedback that the chairman and I recently received when we met with current and prospective delivery licensees. He and I are currently doing the work of reviewing guidance documents and regulations with delivery licensees in mind. The language, which has already been shared with each of you, reads as follows. Let me just pull it up so I'm not messing it up. So it begins, limits on municipal authority to restrict delivery licensees and associated retailers engaging in home deliveries. The Commission has established 3 delivery models, the marijuana courier, the marijuana delivery operator, and micro business with delivery endorsement, in part to promote and encourage the participation of social equity applicants in this emerging industry. Thus, municipalities should consider the economic impacts of such restrictions. As municipalities consider the operations of delivery licensees within their borders, they should also be aware that any bylaws and ordinances would need to satisfy the local control provisions under Chapter 94G, Section 3, and the applicable decisional law. For bylaws and ordinances, generally, a municipality can adopt a bylaw or ordinance imposing reasonable safeguards on licensing activities associated with delivery. This can include restrictions on the time, place, and manner of operations within its borders. However, the bylaw or ordinance must not conflict with the Commission's laws, including the delivery regulations, qualify as unreasonable, or be unreasonably impracticable, which means 1, there is an unreasonable risk, or 2, there's a requirement of such a high investment of risk, money, time, or any other resource or asset that a reasonably prudent business person would not operate a marijuana establishment. In terms of transportation, a municipality cannot prohibit the transportation of marijuana and marijuana products through its community. Thus, to the extent that a delivery licensee vehicle is engaged in transportation, the municipality cannot prohibit this activity. If it adopts a transportation-related bylaw or ordinance, it cannot be unreasonably impracticable as defined above. Municipalities should be aware that transportation and delivery are treated differently under the Commission's regulations. Deliveries by a licensee are geographically limited to the following: the municipality identified as the marijuana establishment's place of business, any municipality which allows for retail within its borders, whether or not one is operational, or any municipality which, after receiving notice from the Commission, has notified the Commission that delivery may operate within its borders. HCAs. Through the HCA process, a municipality can seek to impose conditions on a delivery licensee operating within its community, but cannot, through that agreement, set forth conditions on another establishment, for example, a marijuana retailer. Conversely, a municipality is cautioned against imposing conditions or requiring fees in its agreement with a marijuana retailer that impact the operations of a marijuana courier, unless there is also an HCA memorializing those conditions or fees with a marijuana courier. That HCA can also include fees on a marijuana courier, delivery operator, or micro business with delivery endorsement hosted by that community that relate to the operations of that licensee, so long as the following conditions have been met. The fee must be negotiated and agreed to voluntarily. The fee must be specific to a municipal service related to the MTC or ME and not other members of the public. All fees, including the community impact fee, shall be reasonably related to the specific licensee that is paying the fee and should not be a revenue generator or a fixed source of revenue in a municipality's budget. And the fee may not be renegotiated after renewal. Finally, municipalities can only impose conditions or requiring fees for delivery operators operating within their borders. Unless the delivery operator is hosted by the municipality, there is not an HCA through which it can impose conditions or require fees from that licensee. Chairman, you can let me know if at this time I should give the motion.
Let me ask you to hold off for a second and just ask for comments and questions from other commissioners.
Sure.
I'll start by saying thank you for doing this. Thank you for taking the leadership. As you pointed out, you and I were in a meeting where some of these issues were raised, much to my surprise, by some of the licensed couriers. I think the guidance that you're proposing addresses those concerns. So again, I'm grateful to you. I know Christine and other members of our GCU organization obviously were deeply involved in this, so my thanks to you as well. But I think this is an important issue, and I am very grateful for your raising it, Commissioner. Other comments or questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Just a comment. Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion, for taking this on, and the chairman. I know you guys had that meeting And I heard about it through some of the folks that were in the meeting and how well it was perceived from you all. So thank you for adding this. I think that, this is an important guidance document. It's an important piece. And, I trust our legal experts on our team, Christine, and I see Allie here as well. That's a part of our
Hi, Allie. Haven't seen you in a while.
So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Other comments or questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before our meeting started, we had this discussion, and I just want to repeat that sentiment. I want to thank both you and Commissioner Concepcion for your willingness to hold that roundtable, to listen to the couriers and delivery operators and their concerns and their hurdles and their barriers. And as a commission, we should do more of that, listen to constituents. And it's important for us to get feedback. Sometimes we try not to operate in a vacuum, but sometimes we do, and it's important for us to hear concerns that we might not know about. So thank you so much for your leadership on this and for your addition to our guidance document.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to just do a little commercial here. Thank you for saying that. It's really important to me because, from day one, I would say that we all agreed in the commission that we needed to be out there all the time as much as possible, listening to people, getting feedback, not being shy about taking bullets when people thought we were doing something stupid or wrong. One of the first things we did is a statewide listening tour as we were starting to develop our first set of regulations, where we went, I think, 10 or 11 places around the state and just let people have at us. And I learned an incredible amount during that, and it's reinforced in my mind that this is absolutely mandatory on an ongoing basis for us to be out in the community with all constituents, listening, getting yelled at, learning. So thank you for saying that. I think it's really important that we live up to that on an ongoing basis. Other comments or questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
It was such a productive conversation, and it was so informative. And as I mentioned, this is an ongoing process. This industry is a living, thriving, breathing thing. So it won't be our only conversation. And I really want to thank our general counsel and her team, because we've had a lot, as you can see by the agenda, there's a lot here. And yet and still, they were able to work with me and develop this. So I really appreciate you guys.
So if there are no questions, Commissioner Concepcion, there's two ways to do this. One is we can vote on your proposed amendment and then vote on the guidance, or and Commissioner Councilor Bailey, I appreciate your thoughts on this. The other thing that I think we can do is I can ask for a motion to approve the guidance for municipalities on equity and host community agreement with the addendum that was proposed by Commissioner Concepcion. Is that acceptable in your opinion, General Counsel?
Absolutely.
Great. So Commissioner Concepcion, would you mind making that motion?
Just to clarify, so the motion for this guidance.
For the municipal guidance on equity and host community agreements with the addition of your addendum.
Okay, so for the record, I'd like to make a motion to approve the guidance for municipalities on equity and host community agreements, subject to the changes requested by myself, Commissioner Concepcion, and further move to delegate to the Executive Director, General Counsel, and Chief Communications Officer authority to revise the guidance to include the change requested by myself, Commissioner Concepcion, and make any other changes needed to prepare the guidance for publication and distribution.
Thank you very much. Could I have a second of that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. And thank you, Commissioner Concepcion, again for your leadership, and to our General Counsel and her team. Thank you so much for this. Okay, let's move on. The next guidance document is with respect to hemp. And I guess, Sean, are you going to be leading this conversation, or is somebody else on the staff going to do that? Sean?
I'm happy to lead it.
I would appreciate it if you do so. And I'll wait to give thanks to you and the other members of staff that were involved in this. This is an important, complicated process, multi-agency. So there's been a lot of work here. One of the things I'd appreciate you if you would do, Mr. Executive Director, as you went through this, is could you highlight some of the members of staff that were involved in working on this with you?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that as well. So first, let me thank those staff members. We had representatives from a number of different departments. We had Haley, who is our office manager and receptionist. We had Colin and Tim from our investigative team. We had Allie DeAngelis, who joined us, Andrew Carter from our one of our associate enforcement counsels. And if I'm forgetting someone, forgive me. Let me just actually quickly go back and discover who those folks were if I am in fact missing anybody. Grace O'Day's also joined us. That's everybody. Matt Giancola, excuse me. Yeah. So we met as a working group in a lot of ways, tried to work our way through the new development, the new policy proposal that MDAR put forward relative to hemp and hemp farmers here in Massachusetts. What that their document allowed was for additional retail sales by marijuana establishments. So our marijuana establishments could wholesale hemp final products and make them available for sale to consumers. But they also allowed for hemp processors and manufacturers to wholesale hemp into our supply chain as well. And so that obviously came with a number of questions that have been posed to us by hemp farmers and marijuana establishments alike. And this guidance document attempts to answer those questions. So what we'd like to do is to propose to you a draft of that guidance document, but also ask that we be authorized to put this product, this hemp guidance, out to the public, including hemp farmers and establishments, for public comment. And the reason for that at this point is, as we made our way through this process, we understood and realized there's a lot that we don't know. There's a lot that we don't want to take for granted or assume. And so as a result, we want to go and get as much information as possible. What is before you is something and a product that I am comfortable with. I'm proud of our team for thinking as creatively but completely as possible, especially as it pertains to public health and public safety, and ensuring that the products that are ultimately derived from both cannabis and hemp are safe for the public and patients to consume. But I also want to make sure that we're doing this in as smart a way as possible with the feedback of especially hemp farmers here in the Commonwealth, as well as our licensees that may be using those the material derived from hemp. So in a nutshell, the things that we require, we modify the retail sale. So again, what MDAR allowed in their most recent policy statement is that hemp flower can now be sold to consumers. There was no change necessary for us in our existing hemp guidance, because if MDAR allows it to be sold as a final consumer product, we allow it to be accepted into one of our facilities and marketed for sale. It is available not as a marijuana product, but instead as a hemp product. It must be kept as a marijuana accessory or other like product separate from marijuana products, and must also include an insert for patients and consumers to know and understand that it is not a marijuana product regulated by the Cannabis Control Commission, but is instead a hemp product governed by the standards set forth by MDAR and DPH, as well as the FDA. If, however, one of our manufacturers, which could be a marijuana products manufacturer or a micro business, would like to accept hemp products or hemp, including distillate or the flower itself, into the raw processed or unprocessed hemp into their supply chain, it must be accompanied by a full panel testing certificate of analysis by one of our independent testing labs. And that full panel does include pesticides. That is a bit of a distinction from what MDAR requires of hemp and hemp farmers, which is the absence of the pesticide test in the hemp program. We would require that the full panel, including pesticides, be included and accompanied by that hemp. The reason for that is we want to make sure when it hits our supply chain that it's been fully tested. And then once it's infused further, it goes down the supply chain. It ultimately becomes a marijuana product governed by all the other regulations that we have. So what we'd like to do is put this out to the public for comment. I'm sure that we'll get a good amount. My goal would be to bring it back to the commission for a final vote at your January meeting. So time is of the essence. We understand that. We want to give firm and fast guidance to those folks looking to do this. We also, though, want to make sure that we are complete in our review and that we do have the benefit of a public comment period.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you to all the people you mentioned that were part of this. It's complicated. It's something that we all kind of were coming up the experience curve and the learning curve very rapidly, and it involves multiple, both state and federal agencies. So it's a pretty complicated matter, and really appreciate your leadership on this. I've one question and one comment. Can you give me a guesstimate of when you'd expect the public comment period to commence and end?
My guesstimate would be a public comment period likely beginning starting next week. Again, I guess I'll look for the outrage from our communication staff. I want to be mindful of the work that they have to do, but I think it's obviously with timing of the essence. My goal would be to have that start next week. As far as ending, we'd want to give ourselves some time to process those comments as well as fold any necessary changes into the guidance document. So knowing that the January meeting of the agency is to occur sometime in January, I assume that
I did the 16th or something, if I'm correct.
13th or probably the 13th. We'd probably want to close it by the end of the calendar year at the latest.
Okay, thank you. Then the comment I want to make is apropos of the comment that Commissioner Roy made a little bit ago about the benefit of outreach and having roundtables with communities. I wanted to just make sure people were, we have had roundtables with various hemp farmers and hemp farmers associations. I have personally made a commitment that once, if we approve this draft today, that once we begin the public comment period, we will have a roundtable with hemp farmers and the Hemp Farmer Association. Commissioner Roy has, see, I told you, you're volunteering for a lot of things today. Commissioner Roy volunteered to participate with me in that, and I welcome her involvement in that. We will absolutely get as much input as we can from hemp farmers on this before we finalize it. So. Just wanted to let people know about that. Before I ask for, again, we're gonna, I'll let you, Sean, articulate the motion, but the motion I believe that you're gonna ask for will include approving this draft for release and public comment.
Similar, I guess I would seek the Commission's approval to release this draft for public comment and a directive to return to the Commission for the January meeting with the final draft.
Great, thank you for that. So, so that people feel comfortable being able to vote on that draft, on that motion, are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Okay, then, Sean, would you just, if you wouldn't mind, articulate your proposed motion one more time?
Sure. So it would be to release the guidance on hemp as presented to the Commission today for public comment and to return to the Commission for January 2022 with a final draft.
Thank you. Can I have somebody make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Second, Nudes.
Thank you. Thank you. So let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Sorry, I'm not hearing you. You still barely hearing you, but thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by the Commission by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. And again, my thanks to everybody involved from staff on getting to this point. And thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for your commitment to bring it back for a final vote in January. Okay, I think we're on to our last topic, which is, as I said, a recently approved policy that we discussed several meetings ago about legislative and executive branch outreach. The process was that we would have 1 or 2 commissioners work with Matt Giancola on a particular proposal, do the background work, bring it to the Commission for vote, both on the statement of policy as well as on the follow-up plan. And I'm proud and pleased that first 2 commissioners to step up to do that were Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion on the subject of social equity funding. So that's what the topic is. If I've been given the right information, the sequence is going to be Commissioner Concepcion leading off, followed by Matt, followed by Commissioner Camargo. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so then the ball is in your court, Commissioner Concepcion. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So as you mentioned, this discussion and eventual vote represents a significant step for us here at the Commission. This will be our first time using the agreed on legislative and executive branch outreach strategy that was adopted during our August meeting, and also taking action on a legislative matter in the name of the Commission. Before we get into the issue at hand, I want to first thank you, Chairman Hoffman, for collaborating with me in developing this new process. As you all are aware, I cut my professional teeth in the State House, drafting, tracking, and filing legislation, and working with external stakeholders to establish and advance comprehensive legislative packages. This experience is what led me to create the Commission's legislative and executive branch outreach strategy. As commissioners, we are the heads of a thriving industry with a substantial amount of insight. Unfortunately, we have yet to communicate effectively as a singular agency. As a refresher, what this outreach strategy does is it creates a process for us to discuss legislative matters and vote on whether to take any action. It gives each commissioner an opportunity to voice their support or opposition on the record, and it provides clarity to the legislature, to the executive branch, and the public on the Commission's official position. Although there are several areas of interest that are currently before the legislature, today's discussion focuses solely on the creation of a social equity fund. And as Matt will share, although the process is new, the issue before us is not. In fact, the majority of commissioners have already previously supported the creation of a social equity fund in their individual capacities, particularly Chairman Hoffman, Commissioner Camargo, and Commissioner Stebbins. The objective today is to solidify the Commission's position with a discussion and formal vote. This industry, as we all know, has evolved rapidly over just 5 years. However, our equity applicants are being left behind. It's time for the legislature to address the reality of equity in legal cannabis by creating a social equity fund. Otherwise, the promises of equity and inclusion ingrained in our state's cannabis law will never be realized. And with that, I give it to Matt to kick it off.
Thank you, Commissioner, and welcome, Matt. You're always behind the screen. It's nice to have you on the other side of the screen right now. But can I ask you a question? Who's producing this? While you're talking.
I am producer and presenter at the moment, so
okay,
bear with me as
I'm sure you can handle both.
Go ahead. So. Well, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Concepcion, and thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for your work on this topic. As the Commissioner mentioned just now, this is the first time since the Commission adopted a process for legislative outreach in August that the Commission will consider going on the record to advocate as an agency for a particular issue. I would also like to thank all the commissioners and staff for their constructive feedback as this process was conceived and rolled out. This month, Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion are sponsoring social equity funding as a topic for discussion. Should the Commission vote to adopt a statement of Commission policy, the Commission will go on the record as an agency in support of that issue. Though this is a new process, there is some precedent for this. In 2019, the Commission issued a report on host community agreements and asked the legislature to clarify the statute on HCAs and to give oversight of those agreements to the Commission. Like host community agreements, social equity funding is a topic that stakeholders, advocates, and legislators have been discussing for years. The Commission is in regular contact with equity applicants and licensees, both individually and from surveys asking why many have not yet sought licensure. One of the major barriers to entering a licensed cannabis industry in the Commonwealth is a lack of access to the necessary startup capital required. Unlike other sectors of the economy, banks and other financial institutions do not offer traditional business loans or lending due to the federal prohibition of marijuana. Applicants and licensees, therefore, must raise their capital privately. Our commitment to public health and safety is critical, and while we are grateful to the industry for seeking to comply with the law, we understand that the expenditures required to meet our regulations do not come cheap. For years now, equity participants have advocated for a state-administered fund that could offer low or no interest loans or grants to get their businesses off the ground and onto the next stage of the licensing process. The Commonwealth was the first in the nation to mandate a statewide equity program to be incorporated into the industry. Recently, and after only 3 years of operations, the Massachusetts cannabis industry has grossed more than $2 billion in revenue. Unfortunately, as we will see, while there has been some progress with equity licensees becoming operational, they remain as a whole far behind. The legislature has also been working on equity funding. This session, there are 6 bills that were introduced on this topic. Last June, the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy held a hearing on these bills, and a number of commissioners testified in their personal capacity, advocating for a fund to be established. The committee is currently reviewing those bills, and before you, please find a summary of the bills as currently drafted. This is also not a new topic. After question 4 was approved by the voters in 2016, the legislature enacted Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017, establishing the commission and setting the framework for the regulated industry. In November 2018, the commission approved the first marijuana establishments to commence operations, and only a few months later, in 2019, the first bill establishing a social equity fund was introduced. It was not enacted, however. This past winter, a new legislative session began, and these 6 bills were introduced. It's important to note some critical upcoming dates. In February, all bills must be reported out of committee. The House and Senate will become engaged in the yearly budget debate, which takes place during the spring. And in July, formal sessions will close for the remainder of the year. If legislation is not adopted by next summer, it is likely that the process will need to start from scratch in winter 2023. I will now turn to Commissioner Concepcion, who will make some additional comments regarding this legislative timeline.
You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Matt. So I just had a few comments just to add some additional context. Earlier in our meeting today, Chairman, you referenced this. Saturday represents the 3-year anniversary of adult use establishments operating in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And in 2 months, we will hit the 3-year anniversary of a social equity fund bill being before the legislature. 2 of our biggest assets in making this industry equitable are access to capital and time. And I want to convey very clearly that if we miss the F123 budget, we will be wasting both. As Matt highlighted, we are entering the tail end of the 2nd legislative session. For anyone who's worked in government and state government before, you know that each session equals 2 years. That means the legislature is entering its 4th year of inaction. And to break this down even further, the state will be appropriating its entire F123 budget in the spring, as Matt mentioned. The governor's is released in January, so we've effectively already missed that window. The House releases theirs in April and the Senate releases theirs in May. If the legislature does not take immediate action, we will have missed another year and another opportunity for potentially hundreds of equity applicants to have access to capital. Matt, you can go to the next slide.
Thank you, Commissioner. Though the Commonwealth was the first in the nation to adopt an equity mandate, states have since gone further than adopting equity programs and have also established funds that offer grants or loans, as well as technical assistance to equity applicants and licensees. As more states adopt adult use marijuana programs, new models of assistance are being developed and deployed around the nation. It might be instructive to also review the current state of licensing for equity applicants. Out of more than 1,000 applications submitted to the Commission, only 232 are from social equity program participants or economic empowerment priority applicants. Depending on the licensing stage they are in, applicants may have different needs. For those who are still seeking municipal approval and development of their business plans, they may need professional assistance regarding negotiation and SOP development. Businesses that have obtained a provisional license may be more focused on building out their facility in accordance with our regulations in advance of requesting an inspection. And operational licensees may be concerned with how to keep their businesses afloat or expanding payroll. It's also important to note that while social equity program participants number 702 as of today, not all participants may be interested in seeking licensure. The Commission remains committed to working with social equity program participants to offer them technical assistance and training that meets their needs, whether it be the individual seeking their first job, someone who wants to advance their career to the next level, or own and operate a licensed establishment or ancillary company. And while there has been progress, this chart demonstrates that there is a major barrier for equity applicants moving through the process. Commissioner Camargo would like to make some specific comments regarding this licensing process.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. So this slide is key to our policy discussion. So these current numbers tell us a story, one that may not be obvious to anyone who hasn't started a business, and specifically a licensed cannabis establishment in our heavy regulated industry. Access to capital for anyone in this industry is difficult due to the absence of traditional banking. However, and unfortunately, it is even more difficult for equity applicants due to the known systematic injustices that exist for some of our communities. A few months ago, like Commissioner Concepcion said earlier, I testified before the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy, and I was transparent about our equity progress. Despite all the Commission's provisions and programming, I identified the need for a funding mechanism to move the needle on these efforts. The lack of equity applicants in this industry tells us a story, and I sought support from the legislation or the legislators' action before it's too late. So, and that was a few months ago. The cannabis industry will quickly reach market saturation, and the Commonwealth will miss this critical window of opportunity if we don't take immediate and effective action. Massachusetts is the first state in the nation, we love to say that, to include a statewide equity mandate. However, it will simply be a well-meaning gesture without the intent affected if we can't find a workable solution for a state-backed funding mechanism for equity participants. Other states have followed our lead on statewide equity efforts and have raised the bar with robust access to capital. I'm proud that we have led the way, but fear that we aren't keeping up because of this crucial but missing resource. These numbers you see on this slide each come with barriers and challenges, even for those in the pipeline. This goes for retail, cultivation, labs, and just not delivery. Yesterday, we met with Kyle. I want to thank Kyle, who helped us really understand what this slide means and the numbers. So pre-certification is an example of the Commission working this issue. The largest grouping of equity participants sits in this part of the process because pre-certification has intentionally low barriers to support equity applicants, progress, and encourage engagement with investors and municipalities at this point. At this stage, our applicants rely heavily on SOP development that isn't reliant on having a host community agreement. And that's a whole other topic, host community agreements, or the possession of a building, and they shouldn't need expensive lawyers or consultants at that stage. In the provisional and provisional approval sort of stage here for applicants, you must have a host community agreement in hand. And we all have heard from all our constituents how difficult it is to land a host community in many municipalities that haven't baked the state's equity mandate into their licensing process. And we know a location needs to be secured at this point. There's numerous folks who are finding locations, paying rent on them for a few months, years. And this is a big drowning point. You must pay rent on the location without a final license from us. And this is, one of the nation's, or scratch that, one of the globe's most expensive real estate market. So for a lot of these folks, holding on to real estate is really difficult. In addition to consultants and rental costs, the construction and technology infrastructure expenditures to support safe and secure operations and the absence of capital can describe as a daunting gap. You can see the impact of the real costs start to soften our equity numbers at this phase. So here's our final license and our commence operations portion. I continue to be concerned with as we transition to final licensure and commence operations. You can clearly see the bottleneck of our equity participants and the constrictions right in this point. The lack of equity participants successfully moving through final licensure and commencing operation is a direct impact of high cost of our well-regulated industry and the absence of funding for applicants. In this phase, our licenses and applicants most take on shockingly high costs, right? So you have to think about everything that comes into putting a business together. But here you have to purchase cannabis, you have to purchase inventory, you have to have products from other retailers, you have to recruit, build a staff, you need to test your products, you need background checks. The costs continue and they continue to build. Recently, I visited a lab out in Western Mass, and I asked, what does it cost to start one of these labs? And they shared minimum maybe $50 million, right, to start an independent testing lab. As you can see, out of 1,070 total applications considered, we have more than 100 pre-certified equity participants, several dozen in provisional and provisional approval stages, only a handful in final license stages, and since stores first opened, there are less than 24 who have made it to commence operations. So since stores first opened, there are less than 24 who have made it to commence operations. Without action from our partners in the industry and other levels of government, some of our equity participants will never make it out of pre-certification. Others continue on the next slide.
Thank you, Commissioner. So therefore, in response to stakeholder, advocate, and legislative feedback, and based on sponsoring Commissioner request, please find the following proposed statement of Commission policy for your discussion and deliberation. It reads, the Commission supports the adoption of a state-administered fund for economic empowerment and social equity program participant applicants and licensees to receive low or zero interest loans or grants for the purpose of obtaining licensure and operating their establishment. Should the Commission vote to adopt the statement as an official stance of the Commission, staff can be authorized to implement the outreach outlined before you. All commissioners will be given the opportunity to participate in the outreach plan if they desire and within the constraints of the open meeting law. Outreach activities include a letter to the legislature regarding the Commission's view, coordinated meetings with legislators and stakeholders, and media and press outreach. Before any materials are published, staff will share them with commissioners for edits and feedback. The statement would also be included in the Commission's next annual report to the legislature. Thank you again for the opportunity to offer this overview of social equity funding. I'd now like to turn it back to Commissioner Camargo to further discuss this topic.
Thank you, Matt. And again, thank you for working on this. And Commissioner Concepcion, thank you for partnering on this. This is the first time you and I get to partner on an issue, so I'm really excited. And Chairman, thank you for moving this legislative process. Other states have used Massachusetts. This industry lacks access to capital. Small business loans, grants, and other services that are available to regular businesses are not to marijuana operators. In many cases, this has encouraged predatory lending and led to lack of diversity and inclusion, and most importantly, as per our law, full participation by individuals who have been harmed by marijuana prohibition. Being the first is great, but not when the task is incomplete. As a second phase or the second commissioners on this commission, we now have a process in place for legislative priorities like this one that will shape the future of this industry. Today's discussion is about supporting social equity participants and allowing legislators to use their expertise to develop a mechanism. Chairman, before I pass it on to you, I would like to state our proposed motion that we will recommend after the open discussion.
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you, Commissioner.
The Commission adopts a proposed statement of Commission policy regarding social equity funding and to further authorize the Executive Director or his delegates to implement the outreach process as discussed and includes Commissioner input and review for the purpose of informing the legislature and other stakeholders of the Commission's statement. Thank you, Chairman. Now to you.
Thank you very much. First of all, just thank you so much for your leadership and Commissioner Concepcion's leadership on this issue. As you know, this is something that I've and other of the former commissioners have been beating our heads against the brick wall for a number of years on this. So it's great to have more allies and more leadership on this. And I'm optimistic we'll make progress that we have not been able to make up to this point. And I certainly, as you know, share your belief that we are falling behind on this and we need to do something, or at least we need to do everything we can to convince the legislature they need to do something here. So I'm totally supportive of this effort. I would like to suggest, if it's okay with Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion, that we take this in two parts. One is a statement, which I think is the previous slide, if I'm correct. And then second, the process, because I believe there's some questions on both, but I think that they're kind of, let's do it in that sequence. It's okay. Let's talk about the statement and then next steps. Is that okay?
Sure.
So I'm going to start on the statement per se. I only have one problem personally with this statement, which is it says state administered fund. I think it needs to be a state-funded fund. Certainly state administered, but I trust you guys that you thought about this carefully, but it doesn't explicitly say that the state needs to fund this. My personal belief, for whatever it's worth, is that something needs to be set up that is funded by the state, but allows for private entities to contribute as well. Private entities, as we all know, are words are cheap, but they're saying they want to do it. Right now, there's just no place, there's no structure for them to make a contribution. My belief is that a state-administered fund would create that structure where they could make contribution, but it has to include state funding as well, in my opinion. And so the fact that you don't say explicitly state-funded, or at least partially state-funded, I'm just concerned about it. I'd be interested in your thoughts on that.
So that's really good input. As that was our intention, was state funded. So the fact that the need for clarity was there as you vocalize, I think that that's perfectly fine, because that's what our intention was and is.
Okay. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Good catch.
Other than that, other opinions on or thoughts or suggestions on this statement? And particularly, obviously, Commissioner Stebbins and Roy, since you were not involved in the development of the statement. Commissioner, either one of you have comments or suggestions or questions?
Mr. Chairman, I would just echo your point. I'm assuming, and I posed this question, that any communication that goes out obviously includes this basic core of the commission's, or the statement of commission policy, but I'm assuming we're also adding to the argument and adding to the conversation in the statement with some of the data that you've presented, the barriers, as well as something I don't want to be lost in. Commissioner Camargo, you mentioned it, which is, the risks some of our social equity applicants take from predatory behavior. So I'm just a question that there's not just this statement of commission policy that would go out in communications, but an elongated message that kind of touches on the points that you have all raised.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, one second, Commissioner Roy, I'll be 1 second. Commissioner Stebbins, were you looking for a response from either Commissioners Camargo or Concepcion, or just
that was a little bit of a question. I definitely am.
I thought there was a question mark there, which is why I wanted to hold off on recognizing Commissioner Roy until you've had a chance to have your question answered.
I think what will work best, our Director of Government Affairs is really good at breaking this down. So Matt, do you mind sort of giving a breakdown of what this statement means and how it will be utilized?
After you take yourself off mute, thank you.
Absolutely. So based on the feedback from the deliberations today, as well as the final proposed statement that gets adopted, if it does get adopted, I would take that with the rest of the staff and work on creating various drafts depending on the media or outlet that we're working with, whether that be a letter or statements to the press or various other outreach activities, and share that with the commissioners for their feedback. There might be specific data points and other issues that they would like to incorporate, and we would be happy to incorporate those points and issues.
Thanks. Commissioner Stebbins, does that answer your question? Do you have a follow-up?
No, it certainly did. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. I'm sorry for making you wait. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I want to thank Commissioners Concepcion and Commissioner Camargo and Matt for all their work on this. This was a highly informative presentation and very well thought out. And I just want to commend you for all your efforts in this. And if I may add a suggestion to the statement, in addition to Mr. Chairman's addition, the statement would also include encourages public participation, because by reading the statement, it doesn't allow, or it sounds like it doesn't allow for public participation. To your point, Mr. Chairman, that once we establish a vehicle, that there could be private dollars, or private participation. If we could add something in that language that it would encourage private participation to help grow the fund and make it more robust. the ultimate goal.
What do you guys think about that? Sorry for my jargon. Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion.
I meant private. I just want to make sure the public knows that we encourage their participation in this fund.
Yeah, I like the suggestion. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't mean to jump in.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins, it's fine.
I like the suggestion, and maybe to reinforce or strengthen the message would be just encourages that private input or that private participation, but allows for that private participation.
Yeah, I certainly support that as well. Commissioners Camargo or Concepcion, any response to Commissioner Roy's proposal, as well as the clarification from Commissioner Stebbins? Please go ahead.
Yeah, the state administered fund, that includes public and private funds.
Right.
So
the question is whether to make it explicit or not in the statement. I think, is that your, Commissioner Roy, that's your suggestion, that you make it explicit?
The goal is to raise funds, then let's make the most inclusive language to help raise funds, is my point. Like,
I know you can see my wheels turning. I'm thinking about the earlier comment from you, Chairman, about changing that state administered fund. And if that is the case, maybe keep the language that's here because it incorporates both.
Yeah, I'm spinning my wheels as well. I guess I'll push back a little bit. I think it's important, and this is just based upon my as I said, I apologize for sounding frustrated, but for my 4 years of beating my head against this particular brick wall. Commissioner Roy will laugh as I relate a conversation she and I had yesterday where I used more foul language than I recall ever not being on the golf course. I'll try not to do that right now, but I personally think it's incredibly important that the state puts some money here. And they have not to this date, as opposed to the states that, have succeeded us, like Virginia, New York, and all the others that were on your chart. I think it's important the state puts money in this, and that's why I made the comment I did at the very beginning of this conversation. But I agree with Commissioner Roy. I don't want to micro-edit, but I think there's language that covers three things. One is the state has to administer this fund. There's no question about it. There's nobody else to administer this fund, in my opinion. I don't know where in the state. That's not my problem, but it has to be administered. It has to be funded, at least partially funded by the state, and it has to, using Commissioner Roy's language, has to allow for private investment. I think all those three things are critical. The state administers it, the state provides some funding, and it allows for private money to fund as well. I just think those are all mission critical, but the most important thing to me, and the reason I made the first comment I did, the state, in my opinion, has to put some money here. It has to take some of the revenue generated by this industry and put some money into this fund. And that's why if we just say state administered, I don't think we get that point across. Yeah. To me, it's non-negotiable, in my opinion.
No, we get it. We get it. We're also trying to leave space for legislators to use their expertise developing a mechanism. But yeah,
I'm not making any comments about what mechanism it should be. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo. This is fun.
We're almost there, Chairman. We're almost there. Yes, you see, you interrupted me now. I forgot what I was going to say. Give me a second. Yes, I know now. What I was going to say was that, yes, we agree in terms of we've had this conversation, but really we want to leave it up to the legislators to create a mechanism, but we do want to see, a mechanism that allows for private dollars and public dollars and, all kinds of dollars to go in somewhere, right? So absolutely, we hear you. Matt, I think you wanted to say or suggest some language.
Yes, so just based on the discussion right now, one thing I could potentially offer to see if that would meet with some agreement would be to slightly amend this statement, which would become the Commission supports the adoption of a state administered fund that includes both public and private funds for economic empowerment and social equity program participant applicants and licensees to receive low or zero interest loans or grants for the purpose of obtaining licensure and operating their establishment. So seeking to add the clause kind of based on feedback from Commissioners Roy, Stebbins, and the chairman.
Works for me. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Matt. Having unambiguous language will only help achieve the goal at the end of the day. And I just, as it was a little ambiguous, so Matt, thank you so much. This is great.
Commissioner Stebbins, any comments, questions?
No, that sounds great. As you
Okay.
pointed out, we don't want to be too prescriptive, but there's some key elements that we want to make sure are included.
Okay, so back to you, Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion. Do you want us to take a vote on the policy specifically and then have a follow-up conversation on next steps? Is that your recommendation?
Yes.
Then I would like to ask, please, for a motion to adopt the policy that Matt just articulated, which is a slight modification to what's on the screen here. So is that the right motion?
Yes,
Okay, would either Commissioner Camargo or Commissioner Concepcion make that motion, please?
sure. Do you want me to read the statement over, or we're okay?
I think yeah. Just for completeness, if you could, if Matt could read the statement and then you could make a motion
Okay.
on that statement. Matt, would you read that statement again, please?
Sure thing. So the statement now reads, the commission supports the adoption of a state-administered fund that includes both public and private funds for economic empowerment and social equity program participant applicants and licensees to receive low or zero interest loans or grants for the purpose of obtaining licensure and operating their establishment.
Thank you. So Commissioner Camargo, if you go ahead and make a motion based upon that language, please.
So do I just say so moved, or do you want me to say?
No, I think you
motion I have.
the motion has to say, I move that the commission adopts a policy as articulated by Matt, or as just articulated. So, but we have to, it's not just approve language, we have to adopt a policy.
Got it. Okay. All right. So I move to adopt the policy before us on the proposed statement coming from the Cannabis Control Commission on the social equity fund.
That's that's good enough. Thank you. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but thank you for that. Could I have a second, please?
And
I'm sorry, that was Commissioner Concepcion.
yes.
Thank you. So let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Then an aye.
It's an aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you very much. So again, back to you, Commissioners Concepcion and Camargo. Can we move on to next steps, or how would you propose we continue the dialogue? I do want to talk about next steps, but I want to follow whatever sequence you propose.
Sure. So Matt, do you want to talk about next steps and bring the slide up? And then I can go ahead.
Sure thing. Yeah, so now that the commission has formally adopted this policy stance, staff will begin drafting materials for your review, for your edits, for your feedback, before we share it with external stakeholders. And many of those stakeholders will be legislative officials. We will also coordinate in conformance with open meeting law requirements, meetings with legislative officials, as well as just any interested external stakeholders to make sure that we can publicize this new stance from the commission, and kind of continually working with you in the months ahead. And it may be a small point, but I think it's an important point that it also will be reflected in the annual report going forward, basically just to enshrine the vote that occurred today.
Thank you. I agree with you that I think that is an important condition. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo, or Concepcion, excuse me. One of these days I'm going to stop doing that, but I'm not getting sharper as I get older, so I can't promise. But anyway, I'm sorry about that, Commissioner Concepcion. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to add some clarity to this slide in particular, because what Matt is saying is the entire process. This slide represents what Commissioner Camargo and I plan to do. It's just those are the next steps that we wanted to make sure that the rest of the commission was aware of. So it's really a statement so you all know what our plan is after this. But the process as a whole, as Matt mentioned, is more extensive and is inclusive of the entire commission.
Yeah, thank you for making that point, Commissioner Concepcion, because the concern I have about this slide is the second point, which, when I read it, it sounded like the only people that were going to meet with the legislators and external stakeholders were the two sponsoring commissioners. That seemed to be inconsistent with the policy that you and I developed, which is that anybody that wants, any commissioner that wants to be part of this outreach should be part of this outreach, and that.
Yeah.
So make sure that I wasn't, that as I said, the second bullet point kind of confused me a little bit, but thank you for the clarification.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, and I'll just say there's 351 cities and towns. I don't know how that breaks up in the State House, but we need all commissioners to be knocking on doors and advocating and talking to folks and, advocating for this. So this is definitely a team effort.
I wonder if Matt needs somebody to work with him in the government affairs.
Okay, so what's next?
Commissioner Stebbins.
Stebbins.
Yeah, I just want to make a point, and I think these next steps look great. I appreciate the clarification and sponsoring commissioners, because I think the whole genesis of this plan was to be able to get all of us on board and having us all speak as a single voice.
Yes.
I will tell you, and we had this discussion before, it kind of goes without saying that some people think, we're just a regulatory body and we should stay in our lane. However, I think it's certainly appropriate for us when we see an issue pop up that is not helping effectuate the goals of the statute, that we do have that appropriate place to step in, and these next steps kind of guide that. I know from previous experience, getting a legislative change required us not just talking to stakeholders and letting them know what we were doing, but encouraging them to also communicate. So that second bullet, the outreach just being to legislative officials and stakeholders, I'm hoping that the intention there is to get those stakeholders on board and have those stakeholders also start communicating with legislators as appropriate.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I echo my colleague, Commissioner Stebbins. I'm grateful that this is an inclusive process, that all 5 commissioners will be able to roll up their sleeves and get to work on this important issue. And I also want to say that during the process that we need to be mindful as well of unintended consequences. And what I mean by that is we don't want to harm the people who we're most trying to help. And for instance, in Oakland, we received an article that 40% of the social equity recipients are in collections. Let's learn from, as others have learned from us, let's learn from others as we do this, so we do it right. I also would be mindful that, and I've read in some of the language of the bills, of any in perpetuity taxes or fees that would be assessed to either our licensees or our consumers. We don't want to place undue burden on them as well. And also, I'm sure most of you have read recently that we have hit a grim milestone, not only in Massachusetts, but in the country, with opioid deaths. And sadly, that the COVID pandemic has exacerbated addiction. And previously in the Marijuana Regulation Fund, fiscal year 19 and 20, $53.8 million of the Marijuana Regulation Fund went to addiction services. So I just respectfully request that we be mindful that no addiction services equity is reallocated. We need to keep addiction services as well as accomplish this goal, because it's equally as important. And so I just want to share, my thoughts that we need to be mindful of addiction services equity as we tackle this goal. And as far as private participation, I shared with the chairman and I shared with Sean. I've been researching register rounding, and I'm sure most of you, when you're out and about, have been asked at a time, would you like to round up, right? When you're at a store. And we have point of sale that is commission authorized. So I'm hoping that maybe we can put a working group together, or some group that can look into register rounding at our marijuana retailers, because I am quite confident that our consumers and our cannabis customers would be thrilled to participate in a social equity fund, and giving them the opportunity to round up at the register, which, by the way, raised $605 million last year, rounding up at the register. So maybe that's another way that we can make this fund robust and make it successful. So I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and just be mindful of everything as we do it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I'll just say really quickly, thank you, Commissioner Roy, for all that. Today's discussion is about supporting social equity participants and allowing the legislators to use their expertise to develop a mechanism. So thank you so much for this conversation.
Okay. I don't know that we need to take a vote on this. We've approved policy and we're going to implement the policy. Matt's got the leadership on that, working clearly with Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion, but as I think we've all expressed, with all 5 commissioners actively involved to the extent of their interest and availability. So I think let's just get going. Are there any? I do want to make one other comment on kind of government or legislative outreach. So are there any other comments on the social equity fund? If not, I'd just like to use this forum. There are 2 other big issues, I think. Well, there are many other social equity issues besides the fund. I think the fund is incredibly important. We talked a lot about HCAs. And Matt, you kind of refreshed my memory. I thought we just submitted our report on HCAs, but you're saying we actually requested explicitly of the legislature that we get jurisdiction over those and clarity over those. Even if we did that, that was many years ago. So I would like us to give some consideration to updating our stance on HCA and formally developing a policy on HCAs, as we just did for for the Social Equity Fund. But the other thing, and it never ever comes up in the conversation, and I blame myself as much as anybody else is, we never talk about social consumption. And social consumption is an equity issue. It's an absolute equity issue, both in terms of the barriers to entry are lower there than for other kinds of marijuana establishments. It's an equity issue because the law is that you can't consume in public. You can consume in your own home unless you live in an apartment, your landlord says you can't. Or if you live in federally subsidized housing. Definition you can't. We have regulations that are ready to roll on social consumption, but we need a legislative action to allow cities and towns to opt in. And we have not spoken publicly. One sec, Commissioner Camargo, I'll be right with you. We have not spoken publicly, at least not to my recollection, in advocacy of social consumption. And I think that my personal opinion is we need to step up our game on that as well, because again, I think it's an essential part of us meeting our legislative mandates. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
No, Chairman, I was just going to say, I think I hear you. Definitely interested in social consumption. I would say put it on the agenda, right? So I think now we've created this legislative process. It is a tool for all 5 of us to have a conversation together around these legislative issues. Let's do it. Let's put it on the agenda. Chair, ready.
Can I ask for a partner on this?
I'll partner with you, Chairman.
It's a deal.
I was gonna say talk to me in January because it's been a long day, but Concepcion is there, and I will be happy to be a partner on the sideline.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's on the agenda for January, and Commissioner Concepcion and I will work it between now and then. Go ahead. Thank you very much, Commissioner Concepcion, for raising your hand. And I'll give you a 24-hour grace period, knowing that we're all really tired, if you want to reconsider. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins. You're on mute.
The day's almost over.
Sorry, I'm trying to keep you guys away from the canine doorbell. I'm happy to jump in and help out on the host community agreement piece.
Great. Thank you. So we'll work on getting those on the agenda in January or shortly thereafter. Commissioners Concepcion and Camargo, you have what you need on this topic for us to proceed? Matt, you have what you need?
We have all of it and more. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Matt, let's get into wind down mode. Get back to your producer mode, please. So, next meeting. January 20th. Oh, I think, Sean, you said the 13th, but it's the 20th of 2022. This was a long meeting. I think it was necessary for us to feel like we can not have a meeting in December. I think we accomplished an incredible amount today. So our next meeting will not be until the start of calendar year 2022. My thanks to everybody on the staff that worked extra hard getting ready for. They always work hard getting ready for these meetings, but extra hard given how much we covered today. So my deep gratitude to the staff and Sean for his leadership. Which brings me to my final point before I ask for a motion to adjourn, which is this is the last meeting that we will see Sean as a single man at. So for those of you that don't know,
and the crowd goes wild.
Move to adjourn.
Don't know, Sean is getting married in how many days, Sean? When's the big day?
9 days.
Right? He says with obvious pleasure and excitement and enthusiasm. Anyway, look, Sean, just best wishes. Have a wonderful, wonderful wedding. Have a wonderful, wonderful honeymoon. We very much look forward to seeing you back here after your honeymoon, and we expect to see a big smile on your face.
And we promise to not get in trouble while you're gone.
No promises.
Anyway, Sean, best of luck to you and Jen. We're really happy for you.
Thank you.
Congrats, Sean.
Yeah, best wishes.
Thank you.
There being no further business before the commission, may I ask for a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second?
Second,
That was Commissioner Camargo.
both of us, Roy and Camargo, at the same time.
Okay, tie goes to Camargo. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that we are adjourned as of 4:36 p.m. on November 18th, 2021. My thanks to everybody, my fellow commissioners. I thought this was a great, incredibly productive meeting. So my thanks to you, and everybody be safe.
Everyone, Grant Smith Ellis here. Thank you all so much for watching today and for sticking around for 7 hours. Let me make two important clarifications. The commissioners may not have fully understood the nuance of the policy that was being discussed related to the Social Equity Loan Fund. Under Bill S63, which is the only proposed social equity loan fund with a funding mechanism attached to it, there is specifically a requirement that public tax monies can only go into the social equity loan fund if there is a previous private contribution. So private contribution has to be made, then the money comes in from the tax fund. It is crucial that a minimum percentage of the yearly excise tax go to the Social Equity Loan Fund. And here's why. It's great to have these roundup programs at the register and to encourage private contributions, but Massachusetts general law requires that the 20% of existing excise tax revenue collected for cannabis be spent in 5 subject areas, one of which is helping benefit people who are harmed by the drug war. $0 over the past 2 years of over $200 million or $250 million in excise tax revenue has gone to that purpose. So therefore, it should not require an existing private contribution for the tax revenue to trigger to go into the loan fund. So if that nuance isn't reflected in the Commission's understanding of the proposal, this could get dangerous because there are a lot of corporate operators who do not want excise tax revenue, which is already being collected. This isn't a new tax or a new fee. It's already being collected. They don't want that revenue going to fund equity companies that may become their competition. Just look at what the CEOs testifying during the Giselle Correa trial in Fall River, the corruption trial, said. They benefit. CEOs of cannabis companies try to reduce the number of operators in the market because they benefit when there's less competition. They're going to fight tooth and nail against this government excise tax revenue, which is already being collected, being used to fund equity companies that might be their competition. And that's why we can't let public policy be dictated by the profit-driven views of private companies who only want to centralize market control at the expense of equity. But that said, last Cannabis Control Commission meeting of the year. Thank you for watching. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. You can find more from me on social media. I'm at Grant Smith Ellis on Twitter, Facebook, etc. And you can follow me on grantsmithellis.com if you like my work and appreciate grassroots coverage of regulatory policy. thank you all again. It's really an honor to do these live streams. I've appreciated every single one of them. I will be back in January. It's going to be a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun today, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your evening. We will touch base on the 20th of January at 9:15 a.m. Until then, please, whatever you celebrate this holiday season, enjoy it. It is a well-earned month off, and I hope everyone embraces the joy that comes over the next month and a half. I certainly am. I don't think I've ever been this happy before. So, signing off, everyone. Enjoy your evenings.